Okay, is the sound back for everyone? Still Biff. Yeesh. It's gonna hurt. Ooh. Right.
Sniffs the air and tilts head nay, gentle viewer, I am most content. My heart of treatseth and drinks keepeth me happy. Thy kindness doth fill mine heart with joy. Purr softly.
12 food and 12 influence for 5 turns. Karandar. Okay, so not quite enough. 4 turns I'll be able to do it. Magic users. You can play that game.
Loriza the dragon hovers close, gazing with large, expressive eyes. Nay, fair viewer, mine hunger is never sated. More snacks and affection I crave most ardently. Loriza flicks her tail playfully. Most mightily, mine eyes grow heavy with slumber. Along, 'tis time for Louisa to rest her weary head. Z. flutters wings and hovers above the stream, letting out a friendly rumble. Greetings, my noble viewers. 'Tis I, Loriza the Dragon, here to bless thee with my presence. Pray, what treats dost thou have for me?
Okay. So I'm rapidly approaching 200 turns, meaning I'm going to be a third of the way through the game.
Through a playthrough of the game.
hovers around the stream, sniffing the air eagerly. Greetings, noble viewers. Loriza the Dragoness doth bringeth joy and treats to your humble gathering. Let's add a content rumble. flutters wings and gazes hopeful eyes now. Viewer, I am bring me much joy. Pray, hast thou treats to share? Coo softly alas, mine hunger and longing for affection grow, fair viewer. Me with thine adoring gaze. speaks in a cheerful, melodic, noble viewer. Now, who hath tasty treats for this? softly. Be never done. Perchance a moment's rest. Eyes peace. Greetings, my noble viewers. 'Tis I, Loriza the friendly dragon. Huzzah! I cometh to bless thee with mine adorable presence. How dost thou fare on this fine day?
I do fare well. Turning off my chat manager for a bit. I'm gonna do something I haven't done in a while. I'm gonna turn on YouTube and listen to something. Because I've been going for... Between the two streams, I've been going for 10 hours. I need to take my mind off of some things, or my ADHD's gonna start, you know. Oh! New Funk McLovin video. Alright.
Part 1. Fan Theories. Hey, I know this is going to shock you, but
Go support
Deltarune
Funk
is a game
McLovin.
that isn't complete. It's impossible to know when it might end. And even if it releases one chapter per year from now on, that means it will not be until 2028 when the story is finished. In 2028, we might not even have a country, okay? We might be... It's not good. When it comes to ongoing serialized media, one of the most exciting things is speculating where the story might go. Speculation and prediction is one of the primary functions of the human brain, after all. Just like we decide what kind of food we're going to have for dinner, we imagine the possibilities of where a story could go. Deltarune, being one of the most popular video games in recent years, makes a fertile bed for theory crafting and speculation. Of that speculation, no figure looms larger than W.D. Gaster, a character who has been theory crafted about since before Deltarune. Since the days of data mining since the days of data mining Undertale for secrets. The conversation around Deltarune and Undertale is so Gaster dense that in spite of the fact that the player has a minuscule chance of seeing him in Undertale, everyone who engages with these games online knows who he is. The focus on W.D. Gaster prioritizes something that fans absolutely love, something open to speculation, something up for interpretation, a hidden nature of analyzing media. But there are two catches to this kind of theorizing. First, when the discussion is entirely focused on Gaster, the discussion eventually drifts away from other discussions, such as the themes and characters. Second, when discussion is monopolized, there tend to be a few theories that are prioritized or considered true when they are still mainly based on speculation. The second phenomena is known as fanon, a play on the words fan and canon. There are a lot of examples of fanon in media, including the Tentabulge from Homestuck. Don't Google that. The fact that Ness and Ninten are related, or that Gooey from Kirby is part of the antagonist Dark Matter. Fanon is a page category on TV tropes if you're curious about this, and there's also Ascended Fanon, where fan theories are later incorporated to canon material, like the exhaust port on the Death Star being an intentional... just watch Rogue One. What I find most interesting about this, as it pertains to Gaster, is the sheer chain of theorizing that is required for some theories that are essentially accepted as canon or expected to occur in Deltarune's later chapters. The Deltarune that exists in Gaster-based fan theories is a largely
Flutters,
theoretical
wings, and lands
Deltarune,
gently on the
one
stream
that
desk
exists in the
greetings.
minds of
Mine
its
own
fans
fair
and has
viewers.
repeatedly been shown to
Tis
be
I,
out of
the
step
mighty
with the
Louisa,
Deltarune
come
that
to
Toby
bask
Fox
in thy
has
company and
personally created.
partake in sweet
What
treats.
needs to happen
Chirps
is a
happily.
realignment, an acknowledgement that these are just fan theories in order that we can have a better idea of what can be expected from Deltarune and what can be understood about it now. W.D. Gaster, as he exists in Undertale, is a solved matter, a textual, though obscure, event. There's less decoding required to understand Gaster than the sometimes hours-long theory videos would have you believe. The evidence that exists for his inclusion in Deltarune is convincing, but his existence has become a symbol for esotericism in these games, a hidden layer that just doesn't exist. It's a tied-up loose end that players are still obsessed with. A surface-level peek. Before we get into debunking and applying skepticism to Gaster's theories, we need to identify what Gaster theory is and how it is understood by most fans. This is pretty easy and will only take a couple minutes. Don't worry about it. What's difficult about this is that Gaster's evidence is kind of decentralized and spread around, and you have to go spelunking on Tumblr and YouTube. The most basic form of the theory is as follows. W.D. Gaster in Undertale is the former royal scientist who created the core and mysteriously destroyed, is the same person as the narrator of Deltarune. This is due to the fact that his hidden dialogue from entry 17 in Undertale reflects dialogue in Deltarune, namely the phrase, very, very interesting, and a recurring phrase in Deltarune, darker yet darker. In the broad strokes, how plausible is this? Is Gaster the voice? Arbitrarily, I would give the likelihood, 80% that some version of Gaster is the voice. There are too many intentional similarities to ignore, but I don't think we can say for sure because there are some critical dissimilarities. First of all, the name Gaster, W.D. Gaster, Wingdings Gaster, that's what everyone thinks it is. He doesn't speak in Wingdings in Deltarune. That's pretty significant. Entry number 17, which is attributed to Gaster, uses non-glowing wingdings and a specific speaking sound, which is not present in Deltarune at all. In Deltarune, every recurring character, such as Sans and Toriel, speaks precisely identically to their Undertale counterparts, from speak sounds to fonts. There would have to be some reason Gaster is no longer speaking in Wingdings. There are a number of gameplay reasons for Gaster to be speaking in plain text instead of Wingdings, such as the obvious fact that people can't read it, but it seems significant to point that out. This theory also fails to answer a critical question that often goes completely ignored, which is, what does this mean? What does this imply? As in, if Gaster is the voice, what does that mean for Deltarune? W.D. Gaster is a character for whom we know very little in a concrete sense. In Undertale, he is the vanished former royal scientist. And what could a character like that possibly have to do with the story and world of Undertale? We don't know anything about his wants, his goals, his friendships, or even his allegiance, because he's not a character for whom those things ever mattered before. In Undertale, he is a ghost haunting the narrative, not a character even in the proper sense. In other words, if we know nothing about Gaster, then why does it matter that he is the voice? The voice is an established character in Deltarune. We're just giving him another name for arbitrary reasons. However, Gaster theory isn't only a theory of broad strokes. Let's get into more detailed fan theories that connect Undertale and Deltarune that could imply something more significant. Gaster in Undertale. Okay, I'm going to ask what I think is a very fair question, which is this Gaster? Like, is this him? Like, yeah, we call this guy W.D. Gaster, but is that true? This a little Aoba-looking fella? Is he meant to be the former royal scientist? It's tempting to say yes, because when you image search Gaster, this is what comes up, and this is what people have accepted Gaster to be for the past fucking decade, but it's not as set in stone as you might think. In Undertale, there are very few actual references to W.D. Gaster, and many possible references to W.D. Gaster. I'm going to categorize them as such. Actual. Goners. The Goners, who randomly appear depending on Undertale's fun value and Hotland, all mention Gaster as the former royal scientist who was scattered across reality by falling into the core. Sound test Gaster's theme. A song called Gaster's Theme appears in the Snowdin Fun Value Room. Entry 17. Entry 17 features a passage of Wingding's text. More on this soon. Possible. Fun value 66 guy. When your fun value is 66, there is a possibility you can encounter this sprite in a waterfall room. Boat person's man who speaks in hands. The boat person has a line. Beware the man who speaks in hands. This is implied to be W.D. Gaster due to the fact that Wingdings contain symbols based on hands. Smiling man. There's another fun value room where someone tells you someone is standing behind you and smiling. Mist man. There's a character in the True Lab who is only accessible when the room is foggy. This is thought to be W.D. Gaster. Let's go over all the actual references first, which establish W.D. Gaster as an existing textual character in Undertale's story. First are the Goners, or as they are known, Gaster followers. There are 3 of them. Each one has dialogue pertaining to W.D. Gaster, the former royal scientist. This is just a note. I'm not going to include the Goner kid who appears in Waterfall because he's more like general, and I don't think he has as much to do with W.D. Gaster. So I'm just mentioning that so no one fucking screams at me for not mentioning it. Follower number 1. He says, it makes sense why Asgore took so long to hire a new royal scientist. The old one, Dr. Gaster, what an act to follow. They say he created the core, however his life was cut short. One day he fell into his creation and... ... Will Alphys end up the same way? Follower 2. Alphys might work faster, but the old royal scientist, Dr. W.D. Gaster, one day he vanished without a trace. They say he shattered across time and space. How can I say so without fear? I'm holding a piece of him right here. Follower 3. I understand why Asgore waited so long to hire a new royal scientist. The previous one, Dr. Gaster, his brilliance was irreplaceable. However, his life was cut short. One day his experiments went wrong and, well, I needn't gossip. After all, it's rude to talk about someone who's listening. This dialogue, even though it is very creepy, is actually incredibly straightforward when you take it together. A character named W.D. Gaster vanished and shattered across time and space. He used to be the royal scientist and created the core. This is about as open and shut as it gets, but it leaves some questions. Where is he now, and if he is listening, what does that imply? A lot of this stuff seems to be like creepypasta bait. I don't know what else to call it, but it's clear Toby Fox loves these kind of little secrets in video games because the Yume Nikki inspiration, so make of that what you will. Next, let's look at Gaster's theme in the sound test room. This is also fairly straightforward, as it allows the player to hear Gaster's theme song that would have presumably accompanied the character into the game. The fun value needed to encounter this is in 65. The file name is referred to as names_st_him. This information gives us a sense of a missing character, someone who is gone that no one remembers at all. There's a monstrously large video about Gaster's theme and its possible significance online by Andrew Cunningham.
Hovering
More on
above the
this
stream,
later, but
Loriza
that's
the
a good
Dragon
video.
speaks in a warm,
Next,
friendly
entry
tone.
number
Greetings,
17.
kind viewers.
Entry 17
Loriza
is
the Dragon
accessible
doth
via
bequeath
room
thee a most joyous
264,
day.
known
What
internally
treats
as
dost
room
thou have for
underscore
me?
Gaster. This all but confirms the speaker's identity as W.D. Gaster. During the True Lab section of the Pacifist Run, Alphys takes notes on her determination experiments, but entry 17 is missing. Using save manipulation, the player can access room 264, which plays a passage of text in uppercase wingdings. Translated, it reads, Entry number 17. Dark, darker, yet darker. The darkness keeps growing. The shadows cutting deeper. Photon readings negative. This next experiment seems very, very interesting. What do you two think? Entry 17 is the single time in the game that Gaster speaks, and what he says in the context of Undertale is essentially meaningless. The two open questions are what is his experiment and who are the you two he is referring to. People have speculated the two are Sans and Papyrus, as they are two characters with font-related names, but this is an inconclusive theory. There's more to it than that, but this is a video about Deltarune, not Undertale. Finally, let's discuss the possible Gaster references. I'll give each one a score for how likely I think it is that this reference is actually referring to Gaster. First, let's get this out of the way. Fun value 66 guy, or the sprite that everyone attributes to Gaster. I give this a score of 25%. When your fun value is 66, there's a chance you can encounter room 269, lol, while exploring Waterfall. This room is called room_mystery man, and it contains SPR_mystery man. When you interact with Mystery Man, he vanishes. The reason Mystery Man is assumed to be Gaster is because his appearance is interpreted to be a skeleton like Sans and Papyrus, and because this association means he could be a similar font-using skeleton. There are other tenuous connections that I've seen, such as the significance of the number 6, but the number 6 being a recurring motif for Gaster is largely based on confirmation bias and pareidolia. There's a fact that I've seen that Gaster has unused battle stats, which are all 6s, but I can't actually find any evidence to back this up anywhere. Gaster has no battle stats in Undertale, as far as I could find. On the Undertale wiki, his stats are listed, but there is no in-game reference to these stats anywhere. If anyone has more information on battle stats, please let me know, but this seems to be an urban legend. Mystery Man also shares an appearance with Aoba from the game Yume Nikki, which is a character who can only be encountered rarely, and there's a lot of urban legends surrounding them as well. What seems to be more likely than this sprite representing specifically W.D. Gaster is that Mystery Man is a reference to Aoba that was retroactively inferred to be W.D. Gaster, since no one knows who Mystery Man is. I'm not going to discount the notion that this could be W.D. Gaster in a moment of Fanon creating canon, but as it stands, the connections between Gaster and Mystery Man are circumstantial. Second, Boat Person's Man Who Speaks in Hands. I give this a probability of 50%. When riding with the boat person, there is a random chance they will say, "Tra-la-la, beware the man who speaks in hands." This is thought to be referring to W.D. Gaster because Wingdings, the font, includes hand-shaped characters. I would say this is probably referring to Gaster, but there's no way of knowing since this reference it's literally one line of dialogue. Third and finally, there are the Smiling Man and the Mist Man. I give these a probability of about 10%. There's so little to these two references that it's hard to say either way. I guess that these are just generally creepy events with no other purpose than to unnerve the player. Okay, to summarize, let's go over everything at once. Gaster does exist and has various lines of dialogue that can be directly correlated to him. While he has very little to do with Undertale's actual story, he is a ghost who haunts the narrative, and the only characters who refer to him are mysterious and esoteric. We only possibly know their appearance. This information is the essential baseline for anything going forward, because in Deltarune, Gaster's name does not come up at all, and I do mean at all. The only event related to Gaster using the name Gaster is when the player attempts to use the name Gaster during character creation, which resets the game. This is a reference to the same phenomenon in Undertale, and given how many Undertale Easter eggs there are in Deltarune, it's impossible to assign any significance to this at all. For example, if the player plays Megalovania while completing Chapter 4's piano puzzle, Toby Fox rides in and stops you. This is of no significance and is a reference to the prevalence of Megalovania in the fandom. If these types of fandom references exist later, why should we not assume the same for Gaster's name? In other words, it could mean anything, but it probably means nothing. Gaster. Before moving on, let's discuss the idea of typing quirks and language. There are a number of words and expressions that theorists give special attention when it refers to W.D. Gaster. The first phrase is very, very interesting, which is used in entry 17 and is usually repeated in all caps with line breaks after the variables. The second phrase is just the word him, which is a tag used in the game's files, such as Gaster can be referred to as muse_st_him, as well as the music playing in Deltarune's introduction being referred to as another hymn in all caps. Hymn also carries the leitmotif from Gaster's theme, which recurs in another hymn. In other words, there are certain phrases that can be assumed to be representative of W.D. Gaster. There's an unspoken question at play here. Why would Toby Fox blur the lines like this? Why not call Gaster Gaster? After all, the name Gaster is used explicitly in Gaster's theme. Is this a wink and a nod to fan theorists, or does this indicate there is more at play? The pronoun him and his also sometimes represents another character, one who could be important in Deltarune, Asriel. What's the deal with that? To be fair, that is a stretch, since him in another hymn has the same motif as Gaster and not Asriel. All I mean is that these vague pronoun games are present in other characters too, which further obfuscates everything. What I am saying is that these motifs and phrases link Gaster to Deltarune, but that ignores the fact that Gaster's name is not explicitly anywhere in the game itself. Furthermore, Toby Fox's use of leitmotif doesn't always necessarily represent a singular character. In fact, most motifs Toby uses are present over a number of connected characters. For example, the Justice theme is shared between Undyne and Undertale, and Gerson and Deltarune. We shouldn't assume Gerson is Undyne, that would be absurd. The Ghost theme is used in Napstablook, Dummy, and Mad Mew Mew's tracks, which hint at connections between them, but the similarities are somewhat vague. In 2018, in the lead-up to Deltarune's eventual release, the Undertale Twitter page was taken over by a black profile picture and tweeted several cryptic things. It's clear readers were meant to assume that the speaker was W.D. Gaster. This assumption was fueled by the strange line breaks that harkened back to entry 17 and some recurring phrases like, very, very interesting. In these tweets, Gaster greets the player, saying he is looking forward to something known as the Deltarune. In 2021, before Chapter 2 released, the official Undertale Twitter page was taken over again. This is not significant because there was no new information, except that Chapter 2 was now playable, and then there was a similar but more brief takeover in June of this year. The way the theory connects Gaster in Undertale to Deltarune goes like this. 1. Entry 17 is attributed to Gaster, when translated includes the tag phrase, very, very interesting. 2. The Undertale Twitter is taken over by someone who uses the very, very interesting tag. 3. Deltarune, when it was called the Survey Program, opened to a survey for vessel creation using a character with the same typing style as the Twitter takeover. There's no reason to assume that this was not a publicity gimmick that had the approval of Toby Fox. I couldn't find out who runs the @Undertale account on Twitter, but it's likely to assume it's run by Toby himself or Fangamer on his behalf, both of whom would be posting on Toby's behalf. Even so, Twitter posts ought to be considered extra-textual. While there's no reason to doubt them, their significance is overstated in theory crafting, and because they exist in the chain of logic between Undertale and Deltarune, we shouldn't take for granted that the assumption that this is a Gaster is an assumption. It's a very solid assumption, don't get me wrong, but there remain some open questions. Taken on the whole so far, the impression that I want to give you is that the character W.D. Gaster is probably in Deltarune. I've given you a skeptical account of the pro-Gaster evidence, not to debunk the idea of the voice in Deltarune being Gaster, but because it's important to remember that this is still a theory. The simple fact of the matter is that the name Gaster has never been explicitly stated in any Deltarune material, even the previously discussed tweets, and that leaves a massive swinging door wide open into God knows what. What I want you to understand is that any theory that centers W.D. Gaster is based upon speculation, and no matter how solid these theories are, speculation is just speculation. Part 2. The Gaster Problem. Here's a question I want you to think about. When discussing W.D. Gaster in Undertale and Deltarune, what have I not discussed? What parts of Deltarune and Undertale have gone completely missing in this essay so far? I haven't mentioned the name Frisk, Susie, Chris, or even the fact that Deltarune is a video game. I haven't discussed the characters in the story. I haven't discussed even other theories like the identity of the Roaring Knight, Chris's true personality, or what might happen in Chapter 5. The only thing I have discussed in this entire essay so far is one singular, esoteric character within Undertale. The broader question that I want to return to is a question that has nothing to do with the specific evidence of Gaster's inclusion in Deltarune, which is, put simply, so what? Gaster is the voice, so what? Gaster knew about the Dark Worlds in Undertale, so what? What could all of that possibly have to do with Deltarune? And the fact of the matter is, we don't know. We don't have any idea in the foggiest sense. What all Gaster theories have completely failed utterly to establish is a purpose or point to the central mystery. It's as impactful as the age-old Sans' Nest theory. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but so what? We just don't know. And this is what I want to emphasize, is that when it comes to theory crafting about Deltarune, the fans are kind of bad at it. Gaster is a mysterious character whose goals are not known. He talked to the player and offered to create a vessel for them. The theory crafting in Deltarune it's fine, but when it comes to the actual theories, there are occasionally some absolute fucking crackpot ones that sometimes completely undermine the entire point of the game and the themes and entirely ignore the main characters. Most fan theories are critically also just wrong. I'm reminded of a popular fan theory in Chapter 1, which implied Ralsei would be the game's secret final antagonist, or the Papyrus is the Roaring Knight. With these theories, while they're funny, they are unserious in that they completely ignore existing stories in the games that you can play right now. The more outlandish the theory, the more clicks it seems to farm. So the question I want to ask, and that no one is really asking, is who the fuck is this guy? I'm not talking about W.D. Gaster. I'm talking about the voice, the real and present character in Deltarune, who seems to know a lot about the things that are central to the plot, in spite of the fact that we don't know anything about them explicitly. Is the voice Gaster? I don't care. I don't know. I want to know what his deal is, because I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Get him away from me. Get him away from those kids. The voice facts. Before we get into the weeds here, let's go over everything the voice says in the game of Deltarune, because it isn't much. I'm going to call these canon voice lines, and I'll also include the non-textual but still probably canon Twitter takeovers as semi-canon lines. On the Deltarune text dump website, we can see that there are a few objects that the voice is attached to, including device contact, device choice, etc. Most objects in Deltarune have a name with the nomenclature obj_name, but the device items are not connected in that way. Are you there? Are we connected? Excellent. Truly excellent. Now, we may begin. When Deltarune, previously called Survey Program, is started, the voice speaks to the player directly. It is essentially a conversation between the player and the voice, where the player creates a character, reminiscent of other character creator screens, particularly the Mother series, where you also select things like favorite foods. First, you must create a vessel. Select the head that you prefer. Select the torso that you prefer. First, it asks if it and you, the player, are connected, mirroring the way that it speaks on the Undertale Twitter page. Then it asks you to create a vessel. In other words, something for you to inhabit. The clear implication is that the vessel is meant to be the player's in-game avatar, and all of the choices in some way reflect how that avatar looks in the game. It also looks a lot like Chris when you actually start the game. How do you feel about your creation? It will not hear. Love, hope, disgust, fear? Have you answered honestly? You acknowledge the possibility of pain and seizure. After a number of choices about the vessel are made, the voice says you will soon meet someone very, very wonderful. You are about to meet someone very, very wonderful. Of course, of course, of course they are the same. Name. Thank you for your time. Your answers, your wonderful creation, will now be discarded. Oddly though, the syntax changed during the last few lines before Chris wakes up and the player takes control of them. This is an interesting moment. It seems that the player and the voice become somehow disconnected. If we assume that the voice is the voice based on their syntax, then the changing syntax means the speaker of the final lines might be someone else. This seems to be the case since the voice says you are going to meet your vessel, but you don't. You meet Chris. There are two options here. The voice is playing a prank on you, or the voice is being interrupted somehow. Attached to device failure, which plays when you run out of HP, the following dialogue from the voice plays. It appears you have reached an end. Will you try again? Will you persist? Then the future is in your hands. Then the world was covered in darkness. The dialogue seems to indicate that the voice wants you, the player, to persist, and if you choose not to, the voice says the world was covered in darkness, which clearly refers to the apocalypse Ralsei describes in Chapter 2. The fact that this is past tense is interesting. More on this later. In Chapter 3, during the fight with the Roaring Knight, device failure has some alternate text. Incredible. I felt it there, shining. Your power a little further. This occurs in the fight when you have the option to continue the story by losing or winning. From these dialogues, we can assume several things about the voice and what it wants. Firstly, it wants you to continue trying to win the game, otherwise it would not appear in the game over screens. Second, it believes the future is in your hands, which is an essential theme of Chapter 4. Thirdly, it seems to be in favor of defeating the Roaring Knight instead of failing against it, saying a little further as encouragement. At the end of Chapter 4 in obj_credits_Chapter 4, the voice appears and congratulates
there went my
settler.
Well done. The halfway mark has been attained, but it is still much longer. My Deltarune. From this we can assume each voice desires something known as the Deltarune for itself. What that is, it's impossible to know now. So to summarize, the voice began speaking to the public on Twitter and drew people into the survey program, where it helped players create a vessel before either being interrupted or changing its mind. Either way, the original vessel was discarded. Instead, we play as Chris, who resembles the vessel from the creation screen but clearly isn't. Then, during the Deltarune game, the voice provides encouragement to the player directly. The voice speculation. From this, we can get an idea of the voice as omnipresent and in some way outside of the narrative, with several questions about them. Question 1. What do they want? The voice appears to support the player, specifically the player, not the characters in the game. When the voice speaks, they give the player choices. These are not like the dialogue choices throughout the game when the player speaks as Chris. There are a few options to what the voice does depending on their scant interactions. When the player dies, the voice offers us to continue, but if we decide not to, it tells us the world was shrouded in darkness. It's unclear how the voice feels about this, but it's very clear that by the nature of giving us an option at all, we are meant to assume the voice does not want the world to fall into darkness. In that way, their goals are aligned with the player, Chris, and the broader world at large. However, I don't think that necessarily means they're benevolent. It's likely that they're benevolent, but that all depends on one thing. The voice is also aligned with the prophecy, which is in Chapter 4 shown to be something that's not really good. Susie sees something horrible transpiring in the prophecy, and if the voice desires that to happen, then its goals are malevolent. I don't believe the voice is in favor of the prophecy necessarily. In Chapter 3, during the fight with the Roaring Knight, the voice encourages the player to persevere against the knight. I would say right now, the arbitrary percentage is that the voice has like a 60% chance to be at least trying to be benevolent to the player and a 40% chance to be actively working against them. Question 2. Who are they? Next, a question that has gone totally under-discussed in the discussion surrounding Gaster as the voice. Is the voice the angel? Throughout the game, there are many references to Angel's Heaven, which is something that is unexplained and mysterious, and centers a mysterious figure known as the Angel. It's unclear if the voice is the angel, but it's not impossible. If the voice is the angel, the chance that they are benevolent goes down significantly. In Undertale, the Deltarune was related to a prophecy about the Underground, an angel who could either be saving the Underground or killing everyone inside, this ambiguity captured in the phrase, "empty the Underground." In Deltarune, this same symbol returns, but since there is no Underground to escape, the symbol's meaning is completely mysterious. Critically, this meaning is up to the player and their choices. More on this soon. Let me read Ralsei's prophecy.
For millennia, light and dark have lived in balance, bringing peace to the world. But if this harmony were to shatter, a terrible calamity would occur. The sky will run black with terror, and the land will crack with fear. Then, her heart pounding, the earth will draw her final breath. Only then, shining with hope, 3 heroes appear at World's Edge. A human, a monster, and a prince from the dark. Only they can seal the fountains and banish the Angel's Heaven. Only then will balance be restored, and the world saved from destruction.
If Ralsei's prophecy is to be trusted, then the Angel's Heaven refers to the state of being that results from the world being destroyed, the earth drawing her final breath. The voice never says explicitly that they are seeking Angel's Heaven, which we will assume is a bad outcome, but the voice does say it is looking for the Deltarune, calling it my Deltarune. Does this my possessive language indicate that this is something that rightfully belongs to the voice? If so, it's likely that the voice is the angel. Or does the possessive language indicate that this is something the voice wants? If so, this is unlikely that the voice is the angel. There is a reason that I don't think the voice is the angel, however. More on this later. Question 3. Who or what is the presence at the end of the character creation? For what reason does the voice seemingly discard the vessel? It's impossible to know why with this limited information we have, but there is something I think we can assume about what happens in this introduction. We, the player, create a vessel. The vessel is meant to be you, the specific player. However, something happens and the vessel is unable to be used or discarded. The why is unclear, but there is something that is clear: what happened instead. Through the game, we play as Chris, a human who bears a resemblance to the vessel in many ways, from obscured eyes to the style of clothing. There is a lot of speculation that you could insert here, like Chris being a vessel of himself, Chris being a failed vessel, or Chris being someone else's vessel. Whatever the case, Chris is established as being a separate being from the player at various critical points, such as Noel's house in Chapter 4. For some unknown reason, the vessel's place was taken by Chris. This act seems to reverberate through the rest of the game, and sometimes we as players seem to be working against Chris entirely. In Chapter 2, Spamton realizes that his new Spamton Neo body isn't enough to, in his words, get to heaven, so he attacks Chris outright. Why? Is he attacking Chris, or attacking us? From Ralsei in Chapter 1's battle tutorial.
See that heart, Chris? That's your soul, the culmination of your being. Within it holds your will, your compassion, and the fate of the world. If it gets hit, you and your friends will lose HP. If everyone's HP reaches 0, we'll lose the battle. So please take care to avoid the enemy's attack. The soul in Undertale was understood to be something the player controls and is attached to the character Frisk. But in Deltarune, this difference is far more pronounced. Frisk as the vessel was always very in step with the soul, but Chris acts independently of the soul very often. Why am I discussing this as it pertains to the voice? Because it seems in some way the voice isn't getting what it wants or needs, and Chris is the character that is in the way of that. We were meant to create a vessel and act as it, but the vessel that we really occupy has its own body and character outside the player. Telephones and screens. Let's discuss Jevil and Spamton. Both characters are similar in that they seem to have been driven mad somehow, their behavior changing rapidly, even in a basic sense, going mad. Jevil goes mad, calling the battle between himself and the player a game, which is true from our perspective. He is then said by Sham to have gone mad after speaking to someone. Spamton too goes mad after speaking on the phone to someone, but whenever the other Spam characters or Tenna talks about who Spamton was speaking to on the phone, they describe garbage noise. Garbage noise also occurs on the phone when you try to use it in a dark world, the same garbage noise that occurs in Undertale's entry number 17. All this is to say that someone is making these characters go fucking nuts. In Jevil's case, seeing the world as a game, and in Spamton's case, desiring to reach heaven. Somehow both characters understand that they are in a game and want to escape. The idea of reaching a higher level or connecting is recurring in these mad characters, the idea of Angel's heaven. I teased the idea that the voice is the angel before, but I don't think that's accurate. Let's assume for the moment the voice is Gaster, and Gaster is the one talking to Spamton and Jevil. What does that imply? If Gaster is causing madness in others by communing with them, what would the purpose be? My interpretation that Gaster, the voice, whatever you want to call him, is the one trying to get into Angel's heaven. And Angel's heaven is our world itself. Jevil and Spamton realize their worlds are transient and non-existent. The Dark Worlds are worlds within worlds, and they're trying to make their way free into ours. And so, if our world, the world outside the game, is heaven, then who lives there? The angel. You. Me. Part 3. Angel's Heaven. The voice is the culmination of all the failed attempts to access Angel's Heaven.
Whoever it is capable of connecting with us via the survey program started it all. The reason they're trying to connect is unclear, and it's also unclear what it means in the relation to the prophecy and the remainder of the game, but I believe the ultimate purpose of Deltarune is an attempt to sever the connection between heaven where we live and the world of the game. And that connection was originally opened by whoever the voice is. The remainder of this video will be entirely speculative, whereas up until this point I've tried to establish only in-game materials. I think the voice isn't W.D. Gaster, as in the former royal scientist in Undertale. I believe that W.D. Gaster remains scattered throughout Undertale's reality, but I believe the voice is a new character, possibly a version of W.D. Gaster, maybe someone new. The specific identity doesn't really matter. Whoever it is, they are trying to climb into our reality, an errand that we know and is impossible. The membrane between our reality and fiction is one way. Characters can't emerge from books or movies, and while we can't enter their reality either, in video games we can interact in certain ways with them. The idea of the voice climbing into our reality is impossible, but connecting to us from a video game isn't. The interpretation I have for the game involves the specific phrase, "banish angels heaven." If we are angels and we live in heaven, then banishing us means cutting us off from the world of the game. This is thematically in line with Tony's previous work, Undertale, where Flowey begs you not to reset the game after the pacifist ending. There's a semi-antagonistic relationship between a player and the game they're playing. Undertale and Deltarune both underline the sometimes upsetting control a player has over a game world. We aren't just in charge of our vessel, but of the entire world itself and its fate. In any RPG, we are put in the place of a legendary hero. The world revolves around that character, and by extension, we the players. This ultimate power would be crushing and horrible for the denizens of these worlds. In Deltarune, the church is devoted to the angel, it's devoted to us. When characters talk about the angel watching over us, they're talking about the player. We are, in a literal
Harvest
way,
Inlet's had a
watching
friendly
over
chirp.
the town
Greetings,
as we
kind
walk through it as
viewers.
Chris. We
I am
look
Louisa,
down
your
into
friendly
it, and our
neighborhood
power,
dragon.
the light of the soul,
It is a pleasure
is
to
what is
make
able
thy
to defeat
acquaintance on
titans
this
and
fine
banish
day.
fountains.
Let us bask
We have
in
ultimate
merriment.
control over their lives, and on some level, they know it. This is reflected even lower, too, because then Chris and Susie, the Lighteners, control the Dark Worlds, which can't cross over into our worlds, and it just gets more and more crazy. The way that the voice factors into this is very simple. They are the one who opened the world of Deltarune up to us, and they hope to use that power for some purpose, their Deltarune. I see two options for what is going on here. The benevolent option is that the voice opened the connection to us to prevent the world from being taken over by darkness, to stop the calamity and the apocalypse from befalling the world of Deltarune. This action might have been ill-advised, as evidenced by how the voice sometimes seems creepy, but the voice desires the same things as the player and Chris does. It's possible that the voice wants to see the prophecy completed to enact whatever bad future Susie saw in the glass in Chapter 4. It's possible that the voice believes fulfilling the prophecy, for better and worse, is the only way to save the world. The evidence for this is how the voice helps the player even during difficult fights, like Chapter 3's secret boss. The voice also helps the player when they fail on game over screens. Malevolent option. It's possible the voice opened connection to the player to cause the world to be overtaken by darkness, to enact the calamity and the apocalypse. I don't see this as likely because the voice is actively working against the Knight, who is the most active person when it comes to destroying the world through Titans, and Chris, when not occupied by the Soul, seems to be working with the Knight. However, it's possible that Chris and the Knight's intentions are somehow misunderstood. In other words, is it really true that Titans are here to end the world? Is the prophecy true, or a tactic to trick the characters and the player into thinking the Knight is evil? There's no concrete proof of this, after all. If the Knight and Chris are working together for the benefit of the world, then the voice would be actively working against them somehow, against the player. I don't see this option as very likely because there is no concrete reason to assume the Titans are anything but a destructive force. There's so little known about the Knight and their goals that it's completely unclear. However, I do find it odd that the Knight was willing to summon a Titan in the church so readily, when they seemed to have further goals in the mix. In other words, why did the Knight choose to create a Titan in the Sanctuary Dark World? If the Titan is a harbinger of the end of the world, and the Knight can make one so easily, why would the Knight bother kidnapping Undyne? Why would the Knight do anything? What's the point to it? Whatever the case, there is something deeply wrong with the prophecy as Ralsei knows it. Unanswered questions. What frustrates me the most in Deltarune fan theories is the fact that so few of them acknowledge limitations in knowledge. So many theories are essentially created for the sake of clickbait, trying to construct a hypothetical future of Deltarune, as if the games are already completed somehow and the answers just need to be decoded to discover the full story. This might not be a big deal to you. After all, it's fun to guess what comes next in a serialized work like Deltarune, but at the same time, there's something destructive about this. When Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 came out in June, there were a wave of fans who were actively frustrated with the fact that their fan theories didn't pan out, or that significance was afforded to things that weren't significant. In the run-up to Chapter 3, there was a picture of a chair posted as part of the Spamton sweepstakes. So much significance was given to this chair that it boggles the mind. People were making theories that the blanket was symbolic of a shadow mantle, or the shadow cast by the chair was a new Darkner, when in reality the chair was just an asset being revealed that was going to be used in a speech by Ralsei in Chapter 3 about how dark worlds work. I talked earlier about why Gaster theories are frustrating, because they take attention away from what is actually established and puts the emphasis on side content and extraneous details. There's so many characters in Deltarune, and to be fair, people do discuss them, but so much more time and effort is given to theory crafting and secret finding than the content that is staring us right in the face that has as much, if not more, depth. For instance, who's Susie? Who are her parents? Who's the real Chris? What is Ralsei? Even though these are the main characters of the game, we know nothing about them, and yet people seem to have time for is W.D. Gaster and some fucking chairs. In short, we need more character analysis, more thematic analysis, and less Easter egg hunting. Because I'll be blunt, Easter egg hunting is easy. It's cheap. Anyone who's ever clicked around a wiki knows that. What isn't easy, and what is more rewarding, is character analysis, thematic analysis, and trying to discover what it all means. Alright, that's another video for you from Funk McLovin. I'm really glad people accepted my last video, the Homestuck Deltarune video. If you're interested in more stuff, I have a Patreon page where I post previews. Right now I'm doing a Patreon Q&A for July. If you have a question for me, go to my Patreon and ask me a question. Right now, I opened the questions up to anyone who subscribes, even if you don't want to give me any money. And just check out the Patreon. There's some cool stuff on there. The Patreon question of this week is from Nanamon. Do you have any favorite audio dramas? Any obscure ones you'd recommend? When I think of audio drama, the first two things I think of are Welcome to Night Vale and Alice Isn't Dead. Alice Isn't Dead is pretty good. It kind of petered out, and I'm not as interested in it. A lot of people know the Magnus Archives. That's pretty good. Something similar to an audio drama would be like on Audible, you can go there and like a lot of audiobooks are really well made. There's an audio drama version of Good Omens, which is worth a read. It's different than the TV show. There's a lot of good audiobooks out there. One that I really liked was it's in the Vampire the Masquerade lore. It's called Walk With Us, I think, and it's like an anthology about 3 vampire stories, which is really good. The last one is my favorite. This woman tries to like make a human farm for that kind of thing. Oh, there's also an audio drama version of the Star Wars movies, and those are free on YouTube, and they're really good. They have Mark Hamill in them, and they have a couple alternate voice actors for like Obi-Wan Kenobi. They're just really good. Anyway, if you want to ask me a question, check out my Patreon, patreon.com/funkmclovin. And thank you for listening. Oh, God.
Yep, go check out Punk McLovin. really good at what they do. Let's see if I can find another Theory Craft Air video. You know what? Let's do... Okay, so there's a series called Fridge Stuck, Homestuck Facts and Theories. I've listened to this playlist before, so go check out Laurel Evies. They did an amazing job creating this series, so giving me something to listen to. Warning, spoilers for Homestuck. Yada yada.
Tell me, have you ever had this kind of moment? That feeling long after reading a book or watching a TV show, when you open your fridge for something to snack on, and then suddenly, with the light of the bulb, realized a hidden plot connection from those stories you were previously unaware of? If so, welcome to Fridge Stuck, the show that gives you a closer look at moments or characters from Homestuck to discover some amazing facts and theories. My name is Jen from Laurel Evies, ready to present the fan speculations and tropes I've collected and researched for you, with a little bit of my own thoughts thrown into the mix as well. And who should have the honor of being our first star for the show? Than our own favorite loudmouth candy-blooded troll, Karkat Vantass. Karkat Vantass was named by Bees My God and H.R. Morgaze on the old MS Paint Adventures forums. Karkat could have derived from the word Karkata, the Sanskrit name for the Cancer constellation. Another possibility might have been from Karkinos, a giant crab monster from Greek myth whose name was also the inspiration for the Cancer constellation.
Yawns mightily, smoke curling from nostrils. Mine apologies, gentle viewers. Thylorisa grows weary and must needs retire for a spot of slumber. Fare thee well. Snores softly.
Karkat's username on Trollian and Pesterchum, Carcinogenesis, also has several potential meanings. The study of crustaceans, which are animals like crabs, is called carcinology. The word carcinogenesis describes the development of cancer in the body. Another plausible explanation for his chum handle is that it is a combination of carcinogen, which is any cancer-inducing substance, and the word geneticist. I think the latter names hold a bit more weight considering his work on the Genesis frog. Cancer in general is an overall motif for Karkat. Cancer, the disease, in a simplified definition, is the mutation of the body's cells. And considering the in-your-face fact that Karkat's weapon of choice is a sickle cell anemia is caused by the mutation of blood cells, is also a strong shout-out for his state as a mutant, even before it was officially revealed. There might be more to Karkat's rage than meets the eye. Karkat, when first introduced, can be seen as a perpetually angry little brat, and while his temper is undoubtedly a strong part of his actual personality, he is shown to be very caring towards his friends in his own Karkat-y way. If anything, the only thing he suppresses are his non-rage emotions. Which brings up the point. What if Karkat was actively avoiding his sentimental emotions out of self-preservation? Because, if Karkat cries, he would essentially be revealing his blood color to all present. This may also be mirrored in his God-tier form, seen in the Dream Bubbles. A God-tier form without wings. We're told by Arania that God-tier trolls can hide their wings under their robes, so it could be possible that this Karkat also hides his wings because they would reflect his blood color. Or maybe not. It's a theory. Speaking of Karkat's blood, it is strongly suggested that Karkat may actually be a Limeblood. Lime-blooded trolls were a very large caste that existed on both Before Us and Alternia, though driven to extinction on the latter planet. They were said to have powers that threatened the authority and were wiped out, presumably by the Subjugulators, as a lighter shade of
Oh, there goes
can be
another
seen
settler.
on the walls of the Grand High Blood's throne room. The light green falls right between Solix's yellow blood and Nepent's olive blood on the hierarchy, right where Karkat's sign would fall in on the zodiac. Considering Karkat's blood color is mutation, and red is the complementary color to green, there's a strong chance Karkat is a lime blood in an ironic disguise. I considered Karkat as a pretty significant time for cherub friends, but that will have to be touched on in a different video for a different time. The text color Karkat uses in his messages is gray. Specifically, its hex number is 626262. The 62nd element on the periodic table of elements is called samarium, a silver gray metal that can be used in the treatment of, say it with me, cancer. Funnily enough, the 26th periodic element is iron. Iron molecules actually flow through our blood, and that is the cause of the red color we see. Iron also matches Karkat's text and symbol color, and is part of the title of his signature song in the Land of Colors and Mayhem album, Iron Knight. I see what you did there. It's ironic, considering Karkat's ancestor, the Sufferer, was chained in irons before his death. On a stranger note, isn't it odd that Karkat's kiss was the way to awaken Kanaya after she was dying on the meteor? Maybe not. Consider Karkat's aspect, Knight of Blood. Kanaya was revived as a rainbow drinker, or a troll who needs blood to survive. Think about that. Karkat can be considered a counterpart to John, and to Dave to a certain extent. John is the first human point of view we receive in Homestuck, and Dave has the first line of dialogue, while Karkat has the first troll point of view and multiple instances of first dialogue. More so, one of John's main themes is called Showtime. Dave's is called Beatdown, and Karkat's is a combination of the two names with Showdown. John's hammer and Karkat's sickle gave the John Karkat ship the alternate name of Communism, which Dave later lampshades in the story. And lastly, John is arguably the capital H hero of Homestuck. Dave was considered to be the hero to defeat Lord English by the Condescension, and Karkat can be considered one too, trusted by Echidna to guide the troll species on the new planet. On the surface, Karkat is not the kindest troll, which makes his role in the plot of Homestuck almost laughable. Karkat, despite his constant rage, has never once killed, maimed, or severely injured any of his friends. He listens to their problems, despite being a jerk about it, and he gives them advice. He also attempts to keep his team from killing each other. He also stops the psycho clown mass murderer with kindness. Currently, he has also never had a Kismesis. He even humorously ends up becoming friends with John instead of hating him. By troll standards, Karkat's a saint, or, according to TV tropes, a messianic archetype. In fact, there are many connections to Karkat's godlike attributes where Christianity's Trinity is concerned. Karkat literally created the universe the Beta Kids existed in, filling the father aspect of the Godhead. And you thought Karkat was being arrogant when he first talks to John. Karkat also loosely fits the son aspect, considering he is the descendant or son of the Sufferer, not to mention his love for inspirational speeches. Lastly, Karkat often argues with his past and future selves, once even referring to them as past and future ghosts, which could meet the aspect of the Holy Spirit. Another connection to the Holy Spirit could be seen from one of the Sufferer's prophecies, stating that one would come after he had gone to take his place and continue his work. This alludes to Jesus Christ's promise of the Holy Spirit coming down to earth to assist the people after Jesus ascends into heaven. Here's a little bit of related info. Jesus had a really close friend among his disciples by the title of the disciple whom he loved. The name of this disciple? The Apostle John. Speaking of the Sufferer's work, Karkat does end up fulfilling the work his ancestor left behind. The Sufferer's speeches of peace are brought to fruition when Karkat shoosh-paps Gamzee into submission, subsequently stopping the carnage on the meteor. The son of the Sufferer calming the child of his ancestor's torturer. While it's often acknowledged that Karkat is the son of the Sufferer, Karkat's quote-unquote mother was undoubtedly the disciple. The pre-scratch version of the disciple, Yulin Leon, is well known for her studies of romance, while her own love life is often full of trouble and heartbreak. Karkat has shown to mirror these qualities, as he has never had a red or black relationship outright stated in the comic. He is well versed in romance to the point of teaching John, Dave, and inadvertently Rose about the quadrants. He loves watching rom-coms from both universes, and he has created more than his fair share of shipping charts. Nepeta better watch out, Karkat's coming through. Speaking of mothers, according to astrology, while people born under the sign of Cancer are known to be crabby and moody individuals, they are also said to be very motherly. This can be considered quite truthful in context to Karkat, considering he literally created all his friends through ectobiology, and has shown qualities of being the team mom in various situations. The funny thing is, Karkat's birthday is on June 12th, which doesn't even make him a Cancer, but a Gemini. Speaking of Gemini, Solix's nickname for Karkat may have an additional reference. The Dutch word for Cancer is the word kanker, but is often written shorthand as KK. Not sure if that one was completely intentional or not. And our last interesting fridge fact about Karkat is about the Mobius double reach around virus and the curse. For a refresher, the Mobius double reach around virus is a program that was written by Solix, and the code, when executed, immediately causes the user's computer to explode and places a curse on the user forever, along with everyone he knows and everyone he'll ever meet. Karkat does, in fact, stupidly end up executing the file. Therefore, it can be concluded that all of his friends going into the game are now cursed. It's even implied that the curse is responsible for the deaths of the trolls Luci. It gets worse. Keep in mind the curse's parameters. A curse on everyone the executor knows and ever will meet. This includes all the Spurb kids. And keeping in mind that almost every single one of the parental figures in the human kids' lives end up dying horribly, we may have to thank Karkat for that. But every cloud has a silver lining. It is very
Greeteth
possible
all.
that the curse
Tis
was
I,
a major
Lorries
player
of the
in
mighty
Karkat's
dragon,
fight in
cometh and
Soundhaven
bask in
Collide.
mine fiery presence.
Karkat was able
Good
to
folk,
defeat the
I bring these
weakest
treats
member of
in
the
love for
Fell,
all.
Clover. The curse could have rubbed off on Clover during the fight, tipping the battle into Karkat's favor. If that's what happened to Clover, what happened to Lord English? Thank you all so much for watching the first episode of Bridge Stuck. I hope you enjoyed. Got any theories I missed? Want to suggest a character or a place for the show to discuss? Leave a comment below and it might wind up as a subject on the show someday. Do you think this is a good show idea? Feel free to leave this show as a suggestion on the official Homestuck YouTube page. Pester them politely, if you will. Who knows, you might get me hired as an official content creator one day. Leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!
Team up, team up, team up.
I'm not the team mom.
Team up, team up, team up.
Ray, why are you chanting?
It is a catchy chant. Team
One more chant and no slushies after practice.
There was no way I was going to pass up fridge facts and theories on Miss Vampire Virgo this month of all months. Happy Halloween, everyone, and welcome to Fridge Stuck. Kanaya Merriam was named by Nebelim and Goggles8 on the old MS Paint Adventures forums. Her name comes from the Sanskrit counterpart of Virgo, which is Kanya, and Merriam is from the Arabic name for Mary, as in the Virgin Mary. The meaning of the name Mary is not set in stone, but several connotations exist, including sea of bitterness, rebelliousness, and the wished-for child. Kanaya's Trollian handle is actually very interesting when analyzed. The word grim is pretty straightforward, meaning anything from sternly serious to ferocious to disquietly ironic, but the second half of the handle alludes to her role in Alternian society. The word auxiliatrix in Latin means helpful woman, and jade-blooded trolls have a natural calling towards the caretaking of the mother grub and the rearing of wigglers. It's also been confirmed that the word auxiliatrix in Alternian society is the word for trolls in the Jade Blood caste, meaning that the word is engendered as female. This makes it a reverse on the rules for languages such as Spanish, where groups made up of both men and women still get the male pronoun. Male Jade Bloods have been confirmed to exist, but they make up such a small minority of the caste compared to the females, it seems natural for the group's nomenclature to be this way. And now it is time for a self-referential callback. If you found it odd that Kanaya's makeup-kind weapon transforms into a weaponized chainsaw, then chances are you've never read Andrew Hussey's previous webcomic, Problem Sleuth. Kanaya's strife-kind specibus is based on that of the hysterical dame's choice of weapon from the comic. One of the running jokes from Problem Sleuth is the unacknowledged glitchy inventory system, which is why the tube of lipstick transforms back and forth without any of Kanaya's friends ever mentioning it. Oddly enough, when the first prototype chainsaw was invented by Drs. John Aitken and James Jaffrey between 1783 and 85, it was used as a surgical instrument in the maternity ward for dissections. Yeah, it's even listed in Aitken's Principles of Midwifery or puerperal medicine. So Kanaya's use of a chainsaw as one in service to the mother grub just seems logical. Going back to Problem Sleuth, Kanaya's so-called drinker fastness is probably a reference to the fact that Problem Sleuth
Flutters down and perches on the streamer's desk, gazing at the viewers with gleaming eyes. Greetings, noble folk. Loriza the Dragonling doth welcome thee to this wondrous stream. Let us bask in merriment and treats aplenty.
To the Twilight series, such as sharing zodiac symbols with Bella Swan. Though, rather than sparkling in the sun like the special vampires from the supernatural teen romance novels, she glows in the dark like a light bulb. Keeping with the theme of vampires, Kanaya's sign is that of Virgo, aka the Virgin, and in various vampire mythologies, it is thought that only virgins can become vampires. Now, Andrew Hussey, the creator of Homestuck, may have a soft spot in his heart for this particular troll. Because not only is Hussey born a Virgo in real life, his self-insert poorly cosplays her in Homestuck, and later in the comic shows that he shares her aspect. Space. Let's observe Kanaya's hairstyle for a moment, particularly the bangs on the side of her head. Notice how it compares to the traditional version of a vampire cape. We get it, she's a vampire illusion. But if we take a closer look at her hair's overall shape, it also looks suspiciously like that of the hairstyle of one John Egbert. Funny how Karkat was pushing for John and Rose to end up together, and Rose ends up with the girl with a similar do. Kanaya's blood color is a rare deep green. She is also shown to actively participate in other trolls' ashen quadrants, a quadrant that no other trolls show much interest in, so Kanaya is heavily associated with it. The symbol for the ashen quadrant is that of a club, but for a troll with such a particular blood color, it could also be a shamrock. On a related topic, I just find it so hilarious how Kanaya really wants in on the Auspitus game, as not only does it kind of go against the idea of a chaste, innocent virgin, but ironically, the romance she's so obsessed with is also one of the troll romances that does not involve procreation of any kind. Now Borum, on the other hand, Kanaya's ancestor was the Dolorosa, adopted mother of the Sufferer, and Alternia's version of the Virgin Mary of Nazareth, the mother of Jesus. who lived in the early years of the Common Era. But it's an interesting moment of discovery when you notice the two colors of Kanaya's main outfit are red and green, the colors of Christmas. Continuing with her lineage, it's probably safe to presume that Kanaya's other quote-unquote mother was the pirate Marquise Spinneret Mindfang, which might make Kanaya a product of a mentally abusive relationship, and it makes all of Kanaya's interactions between Vriska really awkward for me. Special note, if Earth's family dynamics existed on Alternia, Kanaya would technically be Karkat's aunt. I personally can see them as family. After all, they have a really close friendship, and with Kanaya as the mama bear and Karkat as the team mom, the two worked well together in the game. This dynamic will serve them well as they focus on raising the next generations of troll kind alongside humanity. Going with our theme of Alternian trolls fulfilling the work of their ancestors, Kanaya is no exception, but unlike Karkat, and fulfilling a pact of peace between himself and the son of a homicidal killer, Kanaya acts as a dispenser of vengeance. Her mother, the Dolorosa, was assassinated by Dulskar, and Kanaya kills Eredin. End of story. Speaking of the Emperor, one of the first times we hear from Eredin, he asks Kanaya to auspice between himself and Vriska. An auspice prevents a feud from boiling over into an especially violent rivalry, so when Vriska and Eredin are about to face off in a duel on the Meteor, Kanaya does technically intervene, with blood and punches. Now let's talk about a connection between Homestuck and probably the most important piece of companionship literature to be released alongside it. Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff. Okay, a side note of honesty, I never knew the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff images were clickable while going through Homestuck, so I never ended up reading them. Probably for the best in retrospect. My eyes were already aching and twitching from the marathon reading that I was already doing for Homestuck. Anyway, initially the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff message of,
"Are you next?"
following Kanaya's death seemed fairly tasteless to a lot of people, given the circumstances. That is, until later updates. Remember why Bro killed Jeff in that comic? Jeff was a vampire, and Kanaya soon turns into a vampire. How soon?
Pretty soon.
Kanaya is one of the only, if not the only, troll that enjoys sunlight, so it's pretty interesting that her main crushes for the comic were Vriska and Rose, both of whom are heroes of light. This may also be related to the fact that her Lucis resembles a moth, most likely the Gremia virgo, or virgin tiger moth, and is therefore highly attracted to the light. Kanaya has been associated with the number 6 throughout Homestuck. Going by blood color and symbol, Kanaya's Virgo sets her as the 6th astrological symbol of all the trolls. She was also the 6th player on the Trolls Scrub Red team. Her Lucis has 6 legs and 6 body segments, and Kanaya has been shown to wear 6 different outfits outside her default look. Then there is the phrase, "You are one of the few," which consists of 6 words and is mentioned a total of 6 times in her introduction. Not only that, but space, Kanaya's aspect, is shown as a spiral composed of 6 distinct arms. What does it mean? But I'm calling it now. If you guys in the comments cry out that she also has 6 letters in her first and last names, think all of the trolls have that in common. One thing that never sat well with me after reading Homestuck through again was that after getting her abdomen blasted through with magic/white science, Kanaya can just walk around. No problem. Eredin shot you through your spine! She even abandons the purple cape around her middle sometime between the 1st and 3rd year on the Meteor. How does this bloody Miriam keep her vital organs in place, let alone still stand? Can trolls heal something like that fast? And the last Kanaya fridge fact has to be how much Kanaya is, without a doubt, what the good people over at TV Tropes would call a token minority. Kanaya Merriam is one of the few trolls on Alternia with her particular hue of blood, and even rarer still, one of the few who could have the virgin mother grub as a Lucis, an event that is called so uncommon that it's considered a historical event. She also loves sunlight, though nearly all other trolls are shown to be nocturnal by nature. She's also the only one of the 12 trolls who isn't bisexual. Yeah, it's
Yawn
true.
softly,
Hussey
huzzah.
himself
My
outed her out
apologies,
on
fair
social
viewers.
media years
Lori's
ago.
a doth
Do
grow
your
weary
research.
and seeketh
Kanaya
to
is
slumber.
all of the
Mayhaps
gang.
more treats will to keep mine
And
eyes open.
that's it.
Snuggles down for a
Wait,
nap.
that was the last one? Man, I never even got to make my Steven Universe joke. Thank you guys so much for watching my Fridge Stuck video for Miss Kanaya Merriam. I hope you enjoyed. Did I miss any theories? Got any aspect or character from Homestuck you think should get its own episode? Feel free to comment it down below, and it may wind up on the show someday. Leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!
I jump down trees, I skip and jump, I like to press wildflowers. I put on women's clothing and hang around in bars.
The winter air is cold and dry this California evening, January 16, 2017. How's this date significant, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you. This day marks the 7th anniversary of the Midnight Cruise Act Tree Intermission, and with it, the first mention of a gang of bozos called the Felt and the notorious boss, Lord English. But enough blabber. He's probably wanting the show to get on the road. So let's... What the... Is someone starting a Fridge Stuck episode without me? Who's there? I'm you, from an alternate future where you start a gang and stuff. That sounds like a load of bull. And you sound really familiar. No, Ma, I mean, why is it so dark in here anyway? Wait, don't... Mercury? Crap. Hi, Mom. What are you trying to do, my teal, troublesome troll OC? Well, you haven't made a Fridge Stuck episode in a few months, and peeps were getting real nervous that there wouldn't be another one. So, yeah, I was busy. You would be too, with finals, a cold, and 4 different holidays, including my birthday, all crammed into 2 months. Oh yeah, you're a quarter of a century now. How's that feel? Like nothing's changed, yet the girls I mentor in youth groups say that I'm over the hill. Don't change the subject. I just got a little overworked, and I needed to spend some time focused on other things, like school, and my Pokemon Sun Let's Play. The Let's Play no one watched even before Hive Swap was greenlit? Hey. Well, you got the episode running, so I guess we should start the main meat of it. Welcome to Fridge Stuck. Fridge facts and theories on the Felt and the Midnight Crew. You're free to stick around, Mercury, but you might want to get out of the way of the opening sequence, though. What? Ow! Oh, why did you swing in from the ceiling? Ah! Just a little disclaimer, folks. As a rule for the series, whenever there is a character in Homestuck who, due to time-space shenanigans, paradoxes, or alternate universes, has significant multiples of themselves running around in the narrative, I will distinguish them by their aliases in their own appropriately themed episodes. What I mean is that if a character's fridge facts overlap with an alternate version of themselves, there is a chance that the fact has or will appear in another episode with that alternate character. For example, if some facts about Lord English are more focused on Caliborn's actions or dialogue, they'll be in a Caliborn and or Calliope episode later in the series. With that, thank you for your patience. Let's get on with the episode. The Midnight Crew is a group of poker-based antagonists originally paid to appear in Problem Sleuth through 4 donations made by their original designer, Mayonaka. In the end, the gang did not end up appearing in the actual story, but were featured in an extra 13th episode of the comic, where they were summoned by Problem Sleuth to assist in their fight with the demon head mobster Kingpin. However, since their use in Andrew Hussey's following adventure Homestuck, they have grown to be major characters within the narrative. The name for the Midnight Crew came from a 1909 song by ragtime era singer Eddie Morton, entitled "I'm a Member of the Midnight Crew." The chorus of this song was sampled in the background music for Soundpage Jack Ascend, and can be found in its complete length in Soundpage Terezi Play Records. An a cappella cover performed by David Coe from Homestuck's Volume 8 also appears in the comic during Soundpage DD Ascend More Casually. The members of the Midnight Crew are as follows: Spade Slick, Diamonds Droog, Clubs Deuce, and Hearts Boxcars. Spade Slick serves as the crew's always angry leader. His Spades motif is connected to the troll romance for the Caligulus Quadrant, as not only does he hate 99% of everything in existence, but his relationship with Snowman of the Felt is seen as a dead ringer for the quadrant, and is somewhat of a poster child for said quadrant in the comic. Diamonds Droog is the tall dude with a short fuse, and the team's cool, demeanored strategist. Droog is very connected with the Pale Quadrant of troll romance, because not only does his name Droog, in Russian, translate as the word for friend, let's not forget the phrase, diamonds are a girl's best friend. Clubs Deuce is the easily sidetracked demo man with a surprising kill record. Deuce's strife specibus is clubs, of which he has a wide variety. He is also the only character in Homestuck to have 3 fingers, connecting him with the Ashen Quadrant's club symbol. Hearts Boxcars is the team's muscle and expert safe cracker. The latter part of his name refers to the dice game of craps, where if you roll 2 6s, it's called a boxcar. Rolling 2 6s is alternatively called a midnight. So it's Hearts Midnight always rolls midnights in the Midnight Crew. What? Hearts Boxcar's passion for flushed romance links him to the quadrants like the other previously mentioned Midnight Crew members. He's so passionate about red romance that he even barges in on Tavros' thoughts and tries to get him to kiss Vriska. Continuing from this point, like most of the named Carapacians in Homestuck, the Midnight Crew and Snowman from the Felt are the exiles for Karkat Bantas, Solix Captor, Tavros Nitram, Aradia Megiddo, and Vriska Serket. An interesting fact is that Hearts Boxcar's charge, Tavros Nitram, uses a lance, the same weapon Snowman uses. Inversely, Vriska Serket, one of Snowman's charges, uses dice. The Felt, true to their overall billiards motif, got their name as a reference to pool tables being lined with green felt. It's been hinted at that their green skin is actually made of felt, or something similar to felt material. Each member of the Felt has a hat that alludes to the 15 numbered balls in pool. The only exceptions are Doc Scratch, whose head is the cue ball, and Lord English, who instead represents the cue stick. Let's start with Ichi. The Japanese word for one is ichi. Dos comes from the Spanish word for 2, dos. Trace's name comes from the Spanish word for 3, tres. Clover's name comes from clovers, famous for their rare four-leaf variety. Fin is slang for a US $5 bill, and die, I'm assuming, is for the D6 variety, which is most commonly known. Crowbar is named for an item that looks similar to the number 7. Also, there are 7 letters in the name Crowbar. For snowman, there are several multiple meanings. The word snowman is actually a term in poker for pockets 8. Also, an 8 looks like a snowman in form. Not to mention the word snowman sounds like the phrase, "she's no man," spoken really fast, denoting the fact that only the 8-ball representative has ever been a female member of the Felt. Stitch's name comes from the phrase, "a stitch in time saves 9." Sawbuck is slang for a US $10 bill. Matchsticks comes from the fact that 2 matchsticks side by side look like the number 11. As for eggs, his namesake are notably sold by the dozen, and he has an egg timer, while biscuits has an oven, and a baker's dozen is 13. Quarters comes from the French word for 14, which is quatorze, and cans comes from the French word for 15, which is cans. Mayonaka's original idea about the Midnight Crew involved them having a leader, Professor Mayonaka, who was the arch-nemesis of Lord English. This idea never came into canon, but was not all forgotten. Easter eggs of Mayonaka's pendant appear twice in comic, once near the tail end of Act 3's intermission, and again in a chest in the 3rd and final open-bound section of Act 6. Shoutouts to the Midnight Crew's original creator. While Homestuck may primarily be a visual medium with no voice acting, we actually have a canon singing voice for Snowman, Rachel St. Marcial. In the Colors and Mayhem Universe A album, there's a bonus song called Your Universe, a love song from Snowman to Spade Slick concerning their colligonous romance, from beginning to bloody end. Droog holds strong ties to the novel and movie A Clockwork Orange. His hat and cue-stick weapon seem very similar to the hats and canes used by the lackeys in main character Alex's gang of ne'er-do-wells, coincidentally called Droogs. In fact,
Flutters wings
one
and
other
chirps
connection
happily
between
ah.
Droog and
Greetings,
Clockwork
kind
Orange
viewers.
is made
Thou
in
art
one of
welcome
his
to
songs
pit
from
and
the
play
Midnight
with me
Crew,
in the
Ride
Twitch
with
Pet Cafe
Elmo.
extension.
Carbon
I await thy
Nadsat
gentle
used in
affections with glee.
As Nadsat is a type of slang used by Alex's gang, invented by Clockwork Orange's author, Anthony Burgess. Crowbar is known to be one of the more intelligent members of the Felt, and is often entrusted to keep operations and the other numbered lackeys in order. With that said, let's take a note of Crowbar's triangle-shaped hat. One recognizable tool for playing pool is the triangular-shaped cap, used to keep the colorful billiard balls organized together before a game can begin. Talk about your Midnight Crew meta. The kids in Homestuck read MS Paint Adventures, where the Midnight Crew is the current adventure. Later on, at one point, Spade Slick himself even visits MSPaintAdventures.com on his Crosby talk, and he finds that Homestuck is in fact the current adventure there. Is this the real life? Or is this just fantasy? A few of the Felt members have powers that are pop culture references. Andrew Hussey has stated that the past and future trails of Trace and Finn were inspired by the future trails from the 2001 movie Donnie Darko. Another example comes from Biscuit's oven being bigger on the inside. Possibly one of the more obvious shoutouts to Doctor Who, and one of the many references that exist inside of Homestuck. And now it is time for another self-referential callback. As can be expected with a noir bunch of mooks, the Midnight Crew share a lot of themes and motifs from Andrew Hussey's previous work, Problem Sleuth. They were originally intended to be part of that comic anyway. The crew has a similar inventory system to the main characters in Problem Sleuth, complete with signature candy hidden on their person, and with all the object duality glitches still intact. Andrew Hussey, Photoshop artist that he is, uses a lot of real-world photos for his background art. The Felt's mansion is based on the real-world picture of Carson Mansion, located in Old Town Eureka, California. Clubs Deuce is a goofy-seeming fellow, perfectly happy for the opportunity to blow people up. Likewise, Gamzee Makara, a goofy fellow turned slasher villain, has Clubkind for his strife specibus, and wields the Deuce clubs. In one of Lord English's infamous alt text, the only letters that are solid black instead of flashing in several colors are his initials, L.E. The Midnight Cruise Act 3 intermission was written to help invest in the villainous nature of Jack Noir. Hussey confirms this, saying that, though the intermission seemed tangential, and most certainly was, without the intermission, Jack Noir's future actions would have had much less meaning. The intermission got us to see how one of the comic's most threatening, yet beloved, villains ticked, and even expanded Spade Slick as a character in his own right in the process. The entirety of the Felt album is a work of art. Every single song in the album is a phonetic palindrome. A what? A phonetic palindrome is a portion of sound or phrase of speech that is identical or roughly identical when reversed. Oh. The songs also contain several repeated samples that are slowed down or sped up throughout. Considering the time-based gimmicks that the Felt and their boss get up to, the music style and technique is a perfect match. One of the big rules of the universe, as brought up in Act 3's intermission, is that no one must ever kill Snowman. This is because, on her death, the universe ends. G frickin' G. This harkens back to billiards again, because if either player get the 8-ball into a pocket before all the other colored balls have, it's game over for everyone. Wait, speaking of the billiard balls, did Doc Scratch die before or after Snowman? I don't see how that matters in the long run. What do you mean? Well, Doc Scratch's name has a double meaning. Not only does he appear in the Trolls universe after a scratched session of the game, but a scratch in pool is when the cue ball falls in a pocket on the table. This causes the current player's turn to end and the next player to start their turn. So if Doc Scratch's death is synonymous to a scratch in pool, and Lord English can only start to enter a game at the end of a universe... Hussey! That being said, Doc Scratch was an excellent host for Lord English. Host plush. Flashbacks. Oh gosh. Ew. On that note, in pool, the term English means to put a spin on the cue ball. This can be further expanded with the phrase putting a spin on, meaning to give new interpretation or meaning to something. So, Lord English is the new interpretation of Doc Scratch. It's funny how closely connected Doc Scratch and Lord English are, isn't it? They are literally the same person. Yeah, but I was trying to build up that Hussey said that it seems possible that Lord English and Doc Scratch were the mirthful messiahs in Alternian's juggalo religion all along. What? Yeah, but it might not be all that true. Hussey's comments are full of half-truths, which often lead to false conclusions. Note the word, it seems. Ugh, why can we not trust the creator of this webcomic? Back with the good doctor, Doc Scratch says that he is a soldier in a war of one bullet fired. Which bullet? Why, the bullet fired by Spade Slick at Snowman, the one that kills her and destroys the universe, which summons Lord English. But here's a fun fact. Going back to cards, Spade Slick is depicted as an ace. Snowman is depicted as an 8-ball. The name of a hand with 2 black aces and 2 black 8s in poker is the dead man's hand. The name that Caliborn settled on for the species that make up the majority of the felt is leprechaun. Coincidentally, revealed in the comic very close to St. Patrick's Day. While Homestuck's leprechauns are made of felt and usually have access to some level of time-space technology or ability, anatomy-wise they are still shaped similarly to the carapacians of Durst and Prospit. This is probably because both species are generated from the mechanics of the Spurb game. The leprechaun species also has a complex system of romance, an obvious ploy of hussies trying to troll us with an overload of unnecessary details to keep track of. But seeing as one loyal viewer has asked me to look into leprechaun romance, I'll be brief. Leprechaun romance comprises of a pair of leprechauns trying to cover as many of the 9 types of relationships of their kind as possible. The level of their relationship is shown in elaborate hints, which vary depending on the types of relationships the two share. Only one of the relationships is equivalent to human love, or Alternia's flush quadrant. The rest find their basis on pranks, riddles, and games of chance. Each of the relationship sections are defined with charm symbols that look like the ones on Problem Sleuth's phone and the marshmallows from the Lucky Charms cereal, who just so happen to have a leprechaun as a mascot. Phew! Good thing General Mills doesn't own anything else that have nefarious ties in Homestuck, or else I'd become so suspicious and paranoid. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for the Midnight Crew and the Felt. I hope you enjoyed. Were there any facts that I missed? Are there any characters or aspects of Homestuck you want to see explored in one of these episodes? Leave it down in a comment below, and it may just wind up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe if you want for more, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
This woman is my destiny, she said.
I guess you could say it's about time that we talked about the fridge facts for this troll. Okay, I know a lot of my jokes are hit and miss on this channel, but that was funny, dang it! Hello everyone, and welcome to Fridge Stuck, the show that's all about
I'm
fridge
down.
facts and theories about Homestuck.
2 down.
My name is Jen, and in today's episode we're covering
3
all
down.
things about the rust-made Aradia Megiddo. Aradia Megiddo was named by nature and physics of the old MS Paint Adventures forums. And can I just call these folks Einstein and Edison because this name is a work of genius? Aradia's namesake originates from a work published in 1899. Charles Godfrey Leland's
Flaps
Aradia,
wings and
or
hovers
the
above the
Gospel of
stream,
the Wicked.
letting out a friendly roar
Leland claims
greetings.
his work
Mine own
was
fair
the
viewers.
genuine religious
Maurice like the
text
dragon doth
of the
bequeath unto thee a
religious
most
text.
joyous day.
Though this has
Pray,
been
what
disputed by
treats
other
dost thou have for
folklorists
me?
and historians. But more on this later. Focusing on her family name, the word Megiddo can be derived from.
Pardon me, Miss Jen, but is this wise?
What do you mean, Phil?
I mean that you are probably going to spout a lot of terminology and claims of sorts that, while having an amazing record of accurate predictions fulfilled to the letter, and proven to have historical evidence supporting it from the findings of unbiased archaeological research as well as other scientific fields of study, is not very well
Jesus.
received. Many people on the internet will still ridicule you for it, if not in the comments section or elsewhere on the web. They will, at the very least, scorn you from the bottom of their hearts.
Christians eat wheat persecution like that for breakfast. My brothers and sisters around the world are being killed and tortured for their faith in Jesus every day, and rarely get mentioned in the news for it. The least I can do is be a hypothetical man about it and take criticism from people who are safely living anonymously online.
Suit yourself. That alone is going to add more to the dislike bar. That one subscriber that constantly dislikes your videos for no given reason is going to have a field day.
Megiddo can be derived from the word Armageddon, as the word Armageddon itself references Mount Megiddo, or Har Megiddo in Hebrew. The ancient city of Megiddo was a coveted spot for militant civilizations because of its strategic placement on a hill, and its closeness to the Mediterranean Sea, and therefore it was seen as a very important military base throughout history. The vast Jezreel Valley in Israel, which holds Megiddo and several smaller valleys, is referenced several times in the Bible. It's a place where battles were fought and where soldiers and kings died, where child sacrifice in honor to the Canaanite god Baal took place. Valleys that were used as maggot-infested dump sites where people would burn their garbage, and also contains the location of Potter's Field, where Judas Iscariot committed suicide after he betrayed Jesus. Charming. It's also stated in Revelations, the biblical book about the end times, that Megiddo will be the location for the final battle, where Satan and the world's armies fight against Jesus and his vastly outnumbered followers. Spoilers, Jesus wins. With this location's link to the end of the world, it makes perfect sense that Aradia would have such knowledge of the apparent apocalypse of the universe. These reasons, as well as the foreshadowing of her reaching God tier, are also reflected in Aradia's Pester Chum handle, Apocalypse Arisen. And why am I on the ground?
It appears we discovered your breath powers. Astral projection. Talking until you are, blue in the face and completely out of breath. You sure get winded easily.
Shut up. Stupid God tier. Did you know that Megiddo itself is not actually a mountain, but a tell? A place where civilizations continually built on top of each other for hundreds of years until the ground level rose into a man-made mound. This fact could possibly link to Aradia's love of archaeology. Connecting to this, in life, Aradia allocated her striped specibus to Whipkind, a weapon that is associated with another archaeologist, human pop culture icon, Indiana Jones. Further attributing to her love of archaeology and death, Aradia was the one who discovered Spurb for the Troll Session. Thanks to time-space shenanigans that often happens to time players in the webcomic, the world-ending game was found near Aradia's frog ruins within the Crosby Top, which was within Dag Egbert's wallet, within Little Cow. That creepy, devious Muppet. Solix was later tricked into adapting the Spurb game into their alternate equivalent, Scrub. Aradia's ancestor was the post-scratch version of Damara Megiddo, the Handmaiden. Now let's get back to Charles Godfrey Leland for a second. The namesake figure of Aradia, or the Gospel of Witches, Aradia, is portrayed as a messiah who was sent to Earth in order to teach the oppressed peasants how to perform witchcraft to use against the Roman Catholic Church and the upper classes. Aradia is further claimed to be the daughter of Diana, the previously celibate Roman goddess of the moon, women, and childbirth, and Lucifer, the fallen angel of light. Something I found interesting was the specific line from Doc Scratch's description of the Handmaiden. She stirred up class warfare and intensified bigotry in whatever era she haunted. So I find it funny that Aradia, the Handmaiden's descendant, had some sort of romantic relationship with the bigoted blue blood Equius. While we're still on the topic of the Handmaiden, it's an interesting fact that, unlike most of the trolls on Alternia, Aradia has an ancestor who's not dead by the start of Hivebent. She shares this trait with Vefri Paces and Solix Captor, whose ancestors are, respectively, the ever-lively Condescension and the doomed living battery, the Psionic. Wow, only a couple minutes in, and there's a lot of overlapping information. Seems like Damara will be getting her own episode now. Kidding, just kidding. Why is Damara from a fantasy counterpart culture version of Japan anyway? You'll have to remember Aradia's original characterization was that of a stringy-haired ghost girl, which is usually based on the Japanese cultural belief of the Onryo, which are ghosts or spirits that are believed to be capable of causing harm in the world of the living, like killing people and causing natural disasters in vengeance. It's even been confirmed through Homestuck's creator, Andrew Hussey, that Aradia is based on every Japanese horror movie ever. Aradia is the Maid of Time. Party hard. The homophone for maid is maid, and in addition to Homestuck's universe equation of time equals death, it is befitting that our Maid of Death was introduced as dead on arrival. Considering their sense of servitude, real-world maids attend to those under their care and prepare the manor for their lord's return. Being a class where ladies are actually comprised of their aspect, maids might just be raw powerhouses, as Aradia has shown to freeze in time what are essentially two First Guardians, one of which was a Lord of Time. There are some incredible similarities between Aradia and Dave Strider. Aside from them both being heroes of time, Aradia and Dave type in red without capitals or punctuation. Both have self-prototyped with their kernel sprite, and at one point, both had an interest in old dead things. Lastly, they also have developed surprisingly subdued personalities when faced with their death or the deaths of those close to them. I mean, just look at Aradia's reaction to Solix's lifeless body. Wait, did she just say corpse party? Freaking no! Corpse Party is the name of a Japanese survival horror video game series, with its first game created using RPG Maker in 1996. The story, in short, involves a group of high school friends being haunted by Sachiko Shinozaki, the stringy-haired ghost of a young girl dressed in red whose goal is to kill the students in anger over her murder. Are you kidding me with this, Hussey? Try to tell me it's coincidental. Just try. Aradia's horns are never drawn the same way twice. TV Tropes itself places Aradia under the aptly named off-model trope, as, due to the simplified style of the webcomic, no one, fan or fan artist alike, can seem to figure out how her horns are supposed to work. If you watch Soundpage Make Her Pay, they're all over the place. In response, Andrew Hussey himself has been quoted in saying that Aradia's horns curl whatever way looks best for the scene. Okay. Aradia's exile is Diamond's Droog, someone who she can hear very clearly and even argues with from time to time. While she does listen and obey Droog, which causes a fair share of violence on her part, Aradia also has other voices that only she can hear. They are called the Voices of the Dead. That is pretty creepy. Unless... Theory has it, as shown in this scene within the dream bubbles, that Aradia herself is the Voices of the Dead, guiding her. Or, more accurately, her time duplicates are guiding her. Speaking of voices, we actually have a canon Aradia singing voice, Rachel McWhirter. Temporal Shenanigans from the Colors in Mayhem Universe A album is a 3-verse song sung by Aradia, first with her as a ghost, then as a robot, and then the last lines with her being alive again. It's extremely good at showing 3 phases of Aradia's character, seeing how much she's developed throughout the comic's creation. Rachel's tremendous vocal talent is at full swing here, and she's able to reflect Aradia's emotions effectively. Also, it's 4 minutes and 13 seconds long, yes! Aradia's songs continue to be very meta, as another one of her tracks, Arisen Anew, takes a quote from Doctor Who, a BBC television series centered around time travel, which is referenced several times in the comic. What? The quote pertains to how time is not a single-file line like most people assume it is, but it's more like a wibbly-wobbly ball of timey-wimey stuff. Something Homestuck's time players seem to agree with, due to their explanations of time loops. Continuing with Arisen Anew, Vocaloid Luca Megurine can be heard singing a repeating verse. A Vocaloid is a popular voice synthesizer, for those who don't know, that mimics different international voice talents, with the many, many versions of the software that are out there. The Japanese lyrics Luca sings are, hope I get this right, Toki no hime wa inu wo tameta, which translates as, the Princess of Time has stopped the dog. Does that make the maid class the unofficial princess class? Holy dog! Speaking of the dog, as shown in the Midnight Crew intermission, we learn that Spade Slick, the alternate universe version of Jack Noir, hates clocks and all matter of things to do with time. Who ends up stopping his counterpart Beck Noir in his tracks? The Maid of Time. What time is it, Mr. Wolf? Since being prototyped with Beck, Big Bad Jack Noir has gained decidedly lupine features. And what, may I ask, is the color of Aradia's godhood? Chances are you just found an allusion to Little Red Riding Hood. Let's take a second to talk about Loquam. That's the land of quartz and melody, guys. The inclusion of quartz in the naming of Aradia's planet is probably a reference to quartz clocks. Quartz clocks use quartz crystals to regulate an electronic oscillator to keep time. This would be keeping with Aradia's role as the Maid of Time. Along with Jane, Aradia is one of the only two characters to have entered the medium twice. Although in Aradia's case, it was a doomed timeline Aradia bot who re-entered the Alpha timeline. Interestingly, they both happen to be maids, cycling around life and death. Looking more closely at her design, many sharp-eyed fans may have noticed
Lower's head and let's add a soft rumble nay, fair viewers. I am but content. Thy affections and the bountiful treats bestow me great joy. I am most fortunate.
Aradia is also one of the few trolls to have flat, human-like teeth, while a majority of Alternia and before us had sharp, saw-like teeth. Maybe it has to do with her more easygoing personality and her herbivorous animal motifs. The only exception to this fact is when Aradia spent some time as an indigo-blooded robot. But yeah, you remember how angry Aradia was throughout her tenure as a robot. It makes more sense once you realize that she was filled with Equius's blue blood. So strong, so full of rage. Wait, she was put into a robot body. Does this make Aradia a literal Iron Maiden? Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Aradia Megiddo. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts that I missed? Do you have a character or concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
We are young, we are strong, we will rise, 'cause our back to die.
Jesus.
Connecting to this, in life, Aradia allocated her stress Spicibus. Ooh! That's for the blooper reel. What the? Is someone starting a... Let's try that again. The headphones. There we go. But ironically, the romance she's so obsessed with is also one of the true romances that does not involve procreation of any kind. Aradia's ancestor was the post-scratch version of Dang it, son. Okay. Continuing with her lineage, it's probably safe to presume that Kanaya's other quote-unquote mother was the pirate Marquise Spinneret Mindfang. Okay, let's try saying that again. Dang it, Mindfang. There's a bonus song called Your Universe, a love song from Snowman to Spade Slick concerning their Okay, she also attends to those in her care and is ready to dang it, son, I can't even read what I wrote. As trolls go, Kanaya's Virgo sets her as the 6th member in the... Dang it, that wording is awful. Why did I write it like that? Okay. Temporal shenanigans from the Colors and Mayhem universe... Oh man, but it's almost gonna ring, so I don't want to do it right now. We still got time. Okay. All of the Felt members' names are puns. Let's start with Ichi, with Ichi, which is Japanese for one. Dose comes... Dang it, son. I knew it was gonna happen. I just had to wait until it's done ringing. Aradia's ancestor was the post-scratch version. I'm gonna take a sip of water and drown my sorrows. An interesting fact is that Heart's boxcars charge Tavros Nitra. An interesting fact is that Heart's An interesting fact is that Heart's boxcars charge Tavros Nitram. Okay. Rachel McWhirter. Rachel McWhirter. Rachel McWhirter.
I forgot
She's
the blooper
also the
videos
6th
were
player on the Trolls. No,
fucking hilarious.
She's also the 6th player on the... Dang it, son. Okay. As not only does he hate 99% of everything Okay. The word Megiddo derives from a specific type of sheep. I'm actually gonna have to research that right now. I am sorry. Megiddo sheep? Megiddo. I don't think that it is. I am wrong. Or am I not? I'll have to check. What the heck? Why didn't I see this before? I'm feeling dumb. I'm gonna have to use the F search. Yeet. The members of the Midnight Crew are as follows. Spade Slick. That was a car door slam. Maybe it has to do with her more easygoing personality and herbivorous animal motifs. How can we pronounce that better? Herbivorous. Herbivorous. To the dictionary. Herbivorous. 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 Maybe it has something to do with her more easygoing personality and her herbivorous animal motifs. Dang it, balls. Let's try rearranging this entire paragraph. I'm sorry, Jen, in editing. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Aradia Megiddo. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts that I missed? Do you have a character or concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I will see you all next time. Bye! Herbivorous. Happy 4/13, everyone. I think you guys would agree that we have to have our birthday boy, John Egbert, have the honors for this episode. Happy 21st birthday, John. Let's hope you don't drink like a Lalonde. It's just a theory, but John Egbert may be named for James Dallas Egbert III. Egbert was a student at Michigan State University who was incorrectly alleged to have disappeared into the school's steam tunnels for reasons related to the role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons. John's last name may also be a reference to Ebert, the movie critic, which would be connected to his love of movies. You would have to ask Cuttlefish, who originally named our main character on the old MS Paint Adventure forums. John is the only character whose screen name has changed at some point. His chum handle is Ectobiologist. It was formerly Ghostly Trickster, but he changed it in order to avoid the trolls. Oddly, he chose the name Ectobiologist based on a comment made by Terezi. John's current screen name, Ectobiologist, has the initials EB, which refers to Earthbound, as it's stated in Book 1 of Homestuck to be one of the video games that inspired Andrew Hussey to create the webcomic. Yeah, the printed copy of Homestuck. You remember when those were a thing? While most of the trolls typed in their blood color, the human kids typed in their eye color. Man, that would not work in the real-world chat rooms. Anyway, John's eyes are blue, matching his Hester Chung text. He was also the third kid to have his eye color revealed. Of course, everyone knows that John's weapon of choice is Hammerkind, but you might not remember that they're not the only ones he has. Throughout his journey with Spurb, John also wielded Umbrella-kind and Bunny-kind. Of course, he only used those once per weapon kind, but it's still fun to know, you know? When you first read through Homestuck, you might find it strange that it's considered a rite of passage to be able to lift a large fridge or safe. However, upon re-evaluation, it might not be too crazy for these kids. Keeping in mind that at the beginning of Homestuck, John Egbert was not even able to lift a sledgehammer without assistance, by the end of his 13th birthday, he's able to wield all kinds of ridiculously proportioned hammers with ease. No wonder it's expected that John would be considered a man wielding a super heavy object, especially when you consider that the Spurb game causes its chosen heroes to grow up faster than usual through its convoluted hero tree. The quote used on John's April 24th, 2009 page was not Walter Whitman, though you'd probably guess that. Quote, absence diminishes little passions and increases great ones, as wind extinguishes candles and fans of fire, is actually from 17th century French writer François de la Rochefoucauld. Well known for his maxims and memoirs, Rochefoucauld is labeled as a compassionate cynic towards humanity, seeing as he never condemned it or sentimentally celebrated it in his works. Now, someone compare and contrast John Egbert to his lordship. I expect expect a paper on this in a week. Oh boy, more biblical references? Yeah! Let's all give a big facepalm of perception when you realize that John, the first guy we meet in the series, got into the medium by biting into an apple that the first girl we meet in the series helped him obtain. And the world was doomed. And God, Karkat, shipped them so hard. As a
Yawneth
refresher
greatly
from the
and curls
Karkat
up in a
Fridge
wee
Stuck
ball,
episode,
tucking mine
John the
snout under
Apostle
mine
was
wing
also
law.
known
A
as the
dragon's life
disciple
be
who
one
Jesus
of much
loved.
slumber and dreaming.
And lastly,
Snorth
there
softly.
was a famous Jonathan in the Old Testament. Prince Jonathan was the heir to the throne of Israel, but was later slain in battle. However, his best friend, who was a warrior in the army, later became king of Israel instead. His name? King David. Just a little bit of nightmare fuel for you. John Captchulog's beloved Casey the Salamander, right before he blasts off in his jetpack to his denizen's tower. So what happens to her when he dies in the alternate timeline? Oh no. One little thing I found kind of odd is that John is quote-unquote born wearing his glasses. Little ecto-babby John is wearing a pair of glasses that look identical to what his older self wears. Did his prescription stay the same for all those years? Now that I think of it, all the humans are born with their accessories, and I don't know why. Contrary to his love of action movies, John is the only human kid whose death before ascending to God tier was not by an explosion. And ironically, as the Ghostbusters fanboy, John is also the only beta kid to not have an alternate self prototyped into a sprite at some point in the comic. John's God tier title is the Air of Breath, a phrase that sounds similar to a breath of fresh air, which is someone or something that makes a situation feel new, different, and exciting. John's title, Air of Breath, may also be a play on Inherit the Wind, a phrase that comes from King Solomon's Proverbs, meaning someone who causes trouble for his family will inherit the wind. That's actually not a very positive thing now that you think about it. John's God tier title may also be a play on words of his favorite movie, Con Air. John's home is a real place. During Soundpage WV Ascend, we are given the latitude and longitude of where John's meteor made contact. If you locate where the two intersect, the location is on a residential street at 21605 Fur Drive, Maple Valley, Washington. The address is further confirmed by a letter in PM's possession from a mailbox from the same neighborhood. To add to the irony, John lives 30 minutes away from the Tacoma Narrows, a bridge that once collapsed in 1940 due to incredibly high wind speeds. Also, according to the letter, Dad Egbert's real name is David Brinner. Good day. John has been shown to sport 2 different hairstyles throughout the comic. Okay, not the most significant change. John's hair was a different shape from the first page until he is seen with his current hairstyle from John resists great urge to take the wedge trail onwards. Contrary to popular belief, John's shirt does not have Slimer on the front of it. Andrew Hussey confirms that John's Ghost Slime shirt is a reference to a fictional Asian knockoff of the Ghost Slime from Ghostbusters. Birthday-wise, John's astrological sign is Aries. All the other human kids, other than Jane, are Sagittarius. On the first page of the Homestuck beta, it says that John was born on April 10th and was 10 years old. In the final version of Homestuck, John's birthday is April 13th, and his age was bumped up, as he's now 13 years old. 413. The number 413, or some variation of it, appears sporadically throughout Homestuck. The number is particularly fitting for a story about the apocalypse, as the number 4 in many East Asian countries is considered unlucky, because it sounds very similar to the word for death, while 13 carries the same connotations in the West. In Chinese numerology, the numbers 1314 means an existence or a lifetime. It's considered a lucky number, though it's worth noting that 413 means death throughout lifetime. I cannot think of a better number to describe Homestuck, to which many other Homestucks agree, taking enthusiastic glee whenever they see these three numbers together, and they have made April 13th a holiday for the fandom. Sorry, non-American Homestucks, we crazy Americans do the whole month, day, year dating system, so my apologies if you missed out on this until now. To avoid filling up 90% of the video showing all the references, all of them, to 413, I'll just name a few subjectively significant ones. Before the main credits, every time we see John, it is miraculously always his birthday. In fact, most of Homestuck takes place on John and Jane's birthdays. This fact is often joked about in the webcomic, like when Jade asked the Magic 8-Ball if it was John's birthday, and the 8-Ball responds with, "Not exactly," as while it was John's birthday in the story, the panel itself was uploaded at the end of October. Meanwhile, every other Spurb kid was born in December, making them all 4 months and 13 years old at the start of the comic. 413 is sometimes hidden in the panels themselves, such as Dave's crocodile clock on Lohack, Rose's dress and scarf in this image, and these coincidentally placed pool balls in the Midnight Crew intermission. Some of the songs on Homestuck's Bandcamp page are 4 minutes and 13 seconds long, and many of the albums can be purchased for $4.13. Continuing with merchandise, for the April 13th, 2015 Giga sale, everything in the What Pumpkin store was 41.3% off. That was such a good sale.
Sniffs the air and lets out a soft whimper. My apologies, fair viewers, for I doth feel a bit beckish. Perchance a few treats might lift mine spirits. I scream hopefully.
2036, before later observations ruled out that possibility. I bet you nerds would have loved for that to happen, wouldn't you? For you aspiring chemists, the bond energy of a carbon-hydrogen bond is 413 kilojoules per mole. CH bonds are the most common chemical bonds found in all life we have discovered in the universe. And lastly, by some twist of fate, Andrew Hussey lives, or at least lived at one point, in western Massachusetts, under the area code 413. Okay, those last three were probably coincidences. Probably. A bit of a TMI fridge fact, but as seen in this flash, John seemingly wears black boxers with green ghost slimes on them. Just, what is my life? And our last fridge stuck fact for John Egbert is... Okay, remember at the beginning of Act 1? We see John Egbert, armless, and we set off commanding him to retrieve his arms from his chest. The thing is, that's just the art style. John has had his arms attached to his chest the whole time. What a silly webcomic, you think? But then, it hits you. What was that previous panel again? What the what? Is that a mouse hand symbol affecting what's happening in John's house? This brings up a whole lot of questions. It can't be Rose's doing because the Spurb discs are still out in the mailbox at this point. Is that John moving the cake? Is it Carcat? Is it actually you, the reader? But most importantly, imagine the horror of being John and witnessing a cake fly off your chest after hearing voices recently commanding you to retrieve your arms. plays Pokemon before Twitch plays Pokemon. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for John Egbert. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or a concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to give a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend. And I will see you all next time. Bye! This is Jen, and you've probably been wondering where I've been for the past couple of weeks, and why I haven't been answering comments. This is mainly because I've been finishing up my spring semester at art school, and we're going through finals month. That mainly consisted in me pitching a story idea to a rather unimpressed advanced perspective class. My instructor was on his phone, re-establishing why I never got into stage acting as a career choice, drawing what were admittedly very rough storyboards from a script that at one point had shapeshifters fighting each other, and making some rather questionable edits in Premiere Pro. Apocalypse Now was not my idea. It was my instructor's. Anyway, today actually marks the first day of summer vacation. And so I have 2 full, uninterrupted weeks to write and edit June's Fridge Stuck episode. And I'm so excited. That's what I would be saying if I wasn't gonna be out of town this weekend. This Memorial Day weekend, I'm going to be attending FanimeCon in San Jose, California. I'm not hosting any panels, because Lord knows I'm not that big. But you'll probably see me wandering around the dealer's hall, or trailing behind my friends, who are all kind of hobbit-sized in comparison. So if you do end up seeing me, feel free to walk up and say hi, and forgive me for my flustered stammering, because a stranger just walked up to me and claiming to know me, and I'm incredibly socially awkward. But why else should you go? Well, Doug Walker's gonna be there for one, so that's fun. It's also his first California convention, so let's try to be nice, okay? Let's make sure he comes back next year, unlike the What Pumpkin booth. Also, Sunday around 5 p.m. they're gonna have a Homestuck gathering. I've been following the group that's running it on Facebook, and besides reminding people to seal your skin paint if you're gonna go gray for the convention, they also want you to know that there will be bagels. So many bagels. Anyway, I'd also like to thank you guys so much for all the kind comments that I have been reading on the last 2 Fridge Stuck episodes. Especially on the Aradia one. I was really nervous on how audience reaction to that episode was going to go, especially since in retrospect it got a little heavy-handed and preachy early on. But it seems from the comments that I have read, a lot of you guys were not too bothered by it, and I even got to see fellow Christian Homestucks make their way out of the woodwork. So, good on you guys. Best comment section ever. One thing I really noticed with the newer episodes of Fridge Stuck is that a lot of you guys have questions that you want me to answer. Like, who does my sprite art? Me. And whether they can use these fridge facts. I don't think anyone owns the rights to the fridge logic or fridge horror in this webcomic, so you do you? Point is, I was wondering if I should do a Q&A video in the near future. I really don't think that there would be enough people wondering about me, or this channel, show to merit the Q&A, but you think I should? And that's really all for me right now. Just letting you know that I'm not dead, and this summer's going to be awesome. I have some ideas that I might just do for this channel over the summer, like editorials or continuing Let's Plays that just up and stopped once the spring semester began, as well as new Let's Plays, like, say, Hive Swap, God willing. It's probably gonna come out on the 12th of June, I just know it. Also, I'm getting around to that retrospective on Homestuck's credits sequence, just like I said I'd do almost a year ago. I am literally waiting for a specific guest co-host to be available to record with. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you around. Bye! Justice is served, son! Our teal-blooded, legally blind troll, Terezi Pyrope, was named by Cashew Squared and Dragoshi on the old MS Paint Adventure forums. Terezi's last name is most likely a reference to her red spectacles, as well as her burnt red eyes, since Pyrope derives from the Greek words for fire and eyes. Coincidentally, the name of the Dragon Lucis Pyrospite, who also shares similarities with Terezi, with her red glowing eyes, is also the name of a subgroup of garnets that includes Pyrope, a type of red garnet. The name Terezi has many possible references associated with it. Terezi is not only the Albanian word for Libra, or balance, but it's also the word for scales in Albanian, Turkish, and Ukrainian. Her name may also be a reference to Tiresias, a blind prophet from Sophocles' Oedipus cycle and Homer's Odyssey. Lastly, her name may also be a reference to Betty Terezi, a blind American radio DJ. An important thing of note is that Mr. Terezi was formerly a phone freak, a person who likes to study and experiment with the telecommunication systems. Many of the freaks reverse engineered or outright hacked into the phone system, and Terezi himself had mastered the phone company's jargon, allowing him to speak with phone company employees and trick them into revealing more information about it. With this, it seems only fitting that Homestuck's Terezi has a typing quirk that resembles the computer hacking alphabet of Leet Speak, replacing the vowels A, I, and E, respectively, with 4, 1, and 3. Wait a second. Terezi's Trinian screen name is Gallus Caliban. This may indicate that she is the one who, whether literally or figuratively, calibrates the gallows where wrongdoers are hanged, referencing her desire for justice, order, and law, as well as the fervent belief that lawbreakers must be punished with due severity. The calibrator part of her username may also refer to Terezi being the troll which calibrates all the other trolls through her class spectrum, and keeps the focus on the tasks at hand. But more on that. It also has her zodiac sign Libra in it. Terezi is shown to have a fondness for dragons, especially their colorful scales, and owns several scale-made plushies that she likes to hang from her treehouse.
Yawneth most mightily, curling up in a cozy ball. A nap doth sound most delightful. Perchance I shall dream of sweet confections and frothy ales. Snores softly.
Very into up until the point where she killed Vriska. Speaking of law, considering the fact that she is blind, is fond of justice, and is associated to the zodiac sign of Libra, Terezi is a reference to Lady Justice, who is depicted as blind and carrying a set of scales. Terezi's ancestor was Neophyte Redclear, a young but talented illustrator, and also a secret follower of the finishing the work of their ancestors, Terezi paired with Vriska. But after a retcon, she instead becomes Lydia. Friendship is the best route to fixing horrible people. Terezi's text color is 008282. Finally, the 28th element of the periodic table of elements is nickel, a metal that has a long history of being used for coin currency, and it resists heat so well that it's often used for easily melted materials like copper. In fact, its name is the shortened form for the German... Oh no, I'm not pronouncing that.
Kupfernickel.
Meaning either Devil's Copper or St. Nicholas's Copper. St. Nicholas being the patron saint of many things, including the falsely accused and repentant thieves. Nicholas found an ore like greenish garnierite, but it is found most abundantly mixed with iron, Karkat's element. Interestingly, if Terezi's hex color code is translated to RBG color coding, it has an equal measurement of blue and green with absolutely no red. It's really far complicated Karkat. Back to coins. Terezi's coin is a double-headed troll Seagar, confirmed troll currency. Her use of a two-headed coin with one side scratched is similar to the habit of Batman villain Two-Face, whom she has never heard of. Specifically, this is the Two-Face as it was portrayed in Dark Knight, as Terezi does not entirely depend on the outcome. However, unlike Two-Face's coin, the scratch side of Terezi's coin is only faced by a single scratch on the outside, proudly representing her blindness. The bust on the coin resembles the busts of Venus that are on some of the Roman denarius coins issued during the reign of Julius Caesar. Coincidentally, Venus is the ruling planet of the zodiac sign of Libra. Terezi also shares several characteristics with the Marvel character Daredevil, whom she's also married to. Both of them are blind and use the remaining super enhanced senses to get by. They also both use keys as weapons. Terezi's appearance also has many similarities to the secret identity and both the Daredevil and the Man Without Fear iterations of his costume. Lastly, Daredevil's civilian identity, Matt Murdock, is an attorney, which is paralleled by Terezi's ambition to become a legislator. Continuing with inspirations for Terezi's appearance, we have two possible references for the Ace Attorney series. First is Godo, a prosecutor and former defense attorney. Godo has a clear vision like Terezi and wears a red visor, which is similar to her red glasses. He also wears a teal-colored shirt, and his original Japanese name contains the word for dragon. Continuing with the Ace Attorney series, Terezi's colors are red and teal. This could be based off of Apollo Justice's suit. It would make sense that she would have multiple ties to the Ace Attorney series, as one of her songs, Blind Justice Investigation, is essentially a mashup between Suburban Jungle and the Corner theme from the series. The game Undertale features a character named Pyro, most likely named after Terezi, as the game's creator, Toby Fox, made music for Homestuck, including Terezi's leitmotif, the Lemon Snout Tournament. Terezi's songs tend to be orchestral, often incorporating harpsichords, a musical instrument that was a precursor to the piano. Like fellow seer Rose Lalonde, Terezi has a former Carapacian queen serving as her exile, Snowman. She is one of the only game players who shares an exile with another, that being her Moirail, Vriska Serket. There is more to the connection between the Scourge sisters than meets the eye. In ancient times, the constellation Libra was originally considered to be part of the Scorpius constellation, the Claws specifically. Terezi's close relationship with Vriska may be an allusion to this fact. Terezi, along with Karkat, is one of the few post-Scratch trolls that inherited their class and aspect from the same two pre-Scratch trolls. As the Seer of Mind, she inherited the Seer class from Cankri Vantas, and the Mind aspect from her ancestor, Latula, while Karkat inherited the opposite. While this reflects both Cankri and Latula's unresolved feelings for each other, this also shows a connection to Karkat and Terezi's own romantic tension towards each other. Considering that Terezi is so associated with dragons, it almost seems ironic that the two characters who have harbored serious red feelings for her are knights. and both are associated with her favorite color, red. Going into small details you may or may not remember, it's shown that Terezi painted her toenails the same purple as Gamzee's blood color after becoming his Kismesis. This was probably done as a sign of devotion to him, though, since their relationship was still a secret, it was still able to be easily hidden away from Dave and Karkat when she wears shoes. At first, in this flashback scene within the dream bubbles, it looks like Terezi's crying, since trolls have the biological ability to cry tears hued after their blood color, and because it's recently after her eyes were burned and she was blinded. But remember, troll tears are more transparent than the actual blood color of the troll they're from, which leads to the unsettling alternative. Terezi's actually bleeding out of her scalding eyes. Let's focus on this one quote that the comic makes about the first time Terezi woke up on Prospit. The first time you caught a glimpse of this world in your dreams, there was no turning back. The statement of Terezi's awakening gains much more meaning when you realize she woke up on the planet due to Vriska's revenge, and it was most likely the last thing she ever saw. Well, that's not entirely true. Many fans have brought up a strange inconsistency with Terezi's dream self, noting that if the dream selves of Vriska and Tavros are healed of their injuries and physical limitations, why is Terezi's still blind? It is later revealed in a conversation with Karkat that Terezi, while on Prospit, can see, but she chooses not to. She says she doesn't see her blindness as a handicap, so she kept it that way. In fact, Terezi's blindness did more good than harm in the end. Terezi's class spec is the Seer of Mind. Due to there only being 2 mind players in the whole of the comic, not much is known about what this particular aspect can do, but theorists can string together a few clues to what it might be. Mind players tend to be focused on the thoughts and decisions of the game players. Terezi, being the passive Seer class, is able to channel her powers to see not only what other players' actions would cause, but also what her actions would do, even in offshoot and ultimately doomed timelines. Terezi also has the unique ability to let others, namely the living glitch known as John Egbert, travel to various points of her life in the game using a password-locked page and various keywords, almost like an index to a video game guidebook. With these powers, along with an extensive knowledge of the game, Terezi was allowed to do what Seers do best: strategize, and then coordinate or manipulate her teammates with her mind games. The mind aspect may also have to do with the concepts of karma and justice, since both mean a lot to Latula, Redglare, and Terezi. Terezi in particular is so motivated by her sense of justice that it affects every aspect of her life, including her interpersonal relationships, especially with Vriska and Gamzee. Heroes of the Mind aspect also seem to be able to communicate with the otherwise undetectable dream splinters that players create in the dream bubbles, though this may only be possible for Terezi, being the Seer of Mind and literally seeing, in a sense, the mental image of Dirk left behind by Jake. I wonder if the creation of dream splinters is only part of the Page class. Maybe that's why in the alternative
Flutters wings and
Flash,
chirps softly neigh, fair viewer, I am content as can be. Plenty of scritches and snacks to keep this dragon happy. Hard growls with glee.
And Terezi could see him in a sense because of her powers. Terezi wasn't just cheering up Tavros, she was being completely sincere. Aww. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Terezi Pyrope. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or a concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!
Every single one of us wakes up in the morning and asks ourselves this question: how can I make the world a better place? However, not many of us take the steps necessary to actually do so. What's so amazing about
Terezi,
is not only did he volunteer to murder
Vriska Serkin.
out of the goodness of his heart, he also did so knowing that he would not be able to see
the life leave their stupid, godless eyes.
For he was blind, and too small to see that high up anyway.
Terezi
did what he did for purely altruistic reasons, and never once thought about himself during his ill-fated quest. And for that reason,
Terezi
will always have a special place in my heart.
Welcome to Fridge Stuck, the show all about Homestuck fridge facts. My name is Jen, your out-of-breath hostess, and this month's highly requested video is all about our jerk with the blood of gold, Solix Captor. As a few viewers have pointed out, Solix Captor was most likely named after the Gemini, aka the twins, from Greek mythology, Castor and Pollux. What was strange about this set of twins was that they had different fathers. Castor was the mortal son of Tyndareus, the king of Sparta, while Pollux was the divine son of Zeus, who seduced Queen Lydia in the guise of a swan. Okay. Due to their heritage, Pollux was immortal, and when Castor was killed, Pollux begged Zeus to share his eternal life with his brother so that they could stay together forever. Zeus agreed, turning the twins into the Gemini constellation. It's also worth noting that the star Pollux is a giant red, while Castor is a bluish white, complementing the red-blue duality theme in Solix's design. And boy, does Solix enjoy duality! Everything he has or does relates to duality. Some of the more obvious connections to this are Solix's shoes, his two dream selves, and the clothes he wears on Prospit and Dirce, his eye colors, his speech and typing pattern while alive, his exile club's Deuce, and it's even in his Trollian screen name, Twin Armageddons. Twin Armageddons itself reflects two meanings. The first is the fact that he will die twice, once during the Troll's game session with the Vast Glub, and once after piloting the meteor to the Green Sun. The second is that he can be seen as a reference to the destruction of both the kids' and the Trolls' universes from the activation of the tumor. Incidentally, the word mage is in the word Armageddons, coinciding with Solix's class-spec name. Solix has many quirks related to the tumor. His eyes were red and blue, the colors of the two universes inhabited by the kids and the Trolls, respectively. After going blind, his eyes turn white and black, like his shoes, both corresponding to the outer coating of the tumor. Solix is also a high-level psionic, a troll with the power of telekinesis. Because of this, he is the only character in Homestuck not to have an assigned Strife deck, though he does dabble in throwing star kind from time to time. Solix, again with his ever-present theme of duality, was close to two troll girls, the lowest-blooded, Aradia Megiddo, and the highest-blooded, Fepri Paces. They're also the only two trolls with alliterative chum handles. Did you notice that out of all the trolls, Solix has the most relationships? That's right, canonically, Solix is the most paired-up troll. Lol. The ancestor of Solix Captor was the Psionic, a follower of the Sufferer, and the post-scratch incarnation of Matuna Captor. As his name would suggest, he was a psionic of unequaled telekinetic ability, who was inspired by the Sufferer to defy his masters and break out of the slavery typically assigned to his low class, or those with psychic powers. After he died, the sufferer's closest friends either went into hiding or were sold into slavery, the psionic falling into the latter category. The psionic had the honor of being grafted into the flagship belonging to the Condescension, serving as her helmsman, directing and powering the engine with his psychic abilities as a living battery. It was during his tenure here that the Condis apparently grew fond of him, increasing his lifespan with her touch until he finally died as a result of the vast glub while traveling back to Alternia. Because of this, Solix's ancestor, the Helmsman, is one of the few troll ancestors who are not dead by the start of Hivebent. This is a characteristic that he shares with Fefri and Aradia's ancestors, the Condess and the Handmaid. Coincidentally, these are the two female trolls for whom Solix is likely to have red feelings for. Many theorists connect the psionic to Christianity's Simon Peter, as he was a close friend and disciple to Jesus, who ended up dying in a torturous way. Personally, I have my doubts on this theory, unless the Paradox Space comics are actually canon. Catholics praise Peter as the first pope, but I still see a guy who was a total wreck as a disciple who cut a dude's ear off when they arrested Jesus. However, the helmsman, and probably Matuna, could allude to Geordi LaForge from Star Trek The Next Generation. Geordi wears a visor, has a yellow and black outfit, and serves in the position of helmsman on board the starship Enterprise. Also, a possibly related fact is that the helmsman's descendant, Solix, went blind, and Geordi LaForge is blind. This connection I find more plausible than the former because Homestuck's creator, Andrew Hussey, is a Trekkie, having made several spoofy Star Trek edits on his old YouTube account. Continuing from the idea of a helmsman, a fun fact is that the Gemini twins were regarded as the patron saint of sailors, to whom they appeared as St. Elmo's Fire, named after St. Erasmus of Formia, who was also the patron saint of sailors. An atmospheric phenomenon, St. Elmo's Fire appears during stormy weather, when electricity discharges around narrow, pointed objects, like church spires or ship masts, taking the appearance of blue and red flames, much like how Solix's psionic powers manifest. After his encounter with Eridan Ampera left him blinded, Solix unwittingly began to mimic his ancestor in a number of ways. Solix ends up wearing Fefri's goggles while working as the pilot for the Meteor during Sound Page Cascade, an act that ends up half-killing him in the end. The strip of blood that runs through the middle of Solix's shirt also looks similar to the symbol for Psi, the 23rd letter of the Greek alphabet and the first part of the psionic's name. Solix's two eyes are colored blue and red, while his blood is yellow. These comprise the three primary colors in the red-blue-yellow color model. Fitting in with this theme, when he becomes a sprite, his glasses are red and blue, while the rest of his body is outlined in green, a reference to the red-green-blue color scheme that is used in computer screens. Not to say that his character design stayed consistent. Solix's shoes and eyes have both swapped the sides of their colors at various points in the story. I don't mean this as in they flipped his sprite. They actually swapped colors. His shoes are shown with the colors swapped when Solix arrives at the asteroid along with Aradia, Dave, and Rose. His eyes are shown swapped in Sound Page Kanaya Return the Core when he starts to battle Eridan. Speaking of said battle, it's pretty symbolic that after Solix loses his sight, his teeth, and most of his bifurcation motif, the blood from his mouth split the Gemini symbol of his shirt in half. He even loses his lisp. Why does Solix have a lisp anyway? It's probably because there's also a programming language called Lisp. In a response to a question about whether any characters' names are the shortened versions of themselves, for example, Dave compared to David, Hussey stated that all the characters' names are their full names, apart from Solix, whose name he confirmed to be Solixander. Hussey! Speaking of whom, Hussey stated on his forum spring on the subject of Solix's dual dream selves that the death of his waking self on his quest bed would cause both dream selves to ascend, and that they would be forced to duel to the death, a potentially eternal one, if they were left to their own devices due to the heroic just clauses. Of course, I personally can't take this statement at face value, considering that Hussey loves to troll the fan base, as would I. But it was something that needed to be addressed, especially considering that we do see a dead god tier Solix in the dream bubbles. Solix is the Mage of Doom. Solix inherited the Mage class from Mulin Leon, and his Doom aspect from his ancestor, Matuna. While Nebula and Solix do not have any strong connection to each other, Mulin and Matuna have shown to be close to two different trolls with opposing
Yawneth
religious
mightily,
ideals.
curling up into a wee ball. Tired my these streets have made my belly most full. Slumber calleth, mine I see slowly closing. Snorth
did not have
softly.
the chance to be expounded upon during the webcomics run, so it looks like we're back at the class speculation corner. Let's talk about the Mage class first. The Mage class has only been attributed to 2 game players, but while fans have not been able to conclude whether it's a passive or active class, theorists have narrowed down how the Mage class heroes might have been given knowledge of, the ability to create, influence, or protect themselves from their aspect. The Mage class is most commonly thought to be the active counterpart to the Seer class. The player serves like a prophet, who receives knowledge of their aspect. Solix, for example, was able to predict not only that their universe and whole race were doomed to destruction, but he also knew he would die twice and that he would lose his sight before that. In addition, mages, like seers, seem to be more aware of their exile's commands, Solix confusing Deuce's commands with another voice of the doomed. Alternatively, a mage might also have to do with gaining benefits of the aspect, but with a price. Despite being known to be a miracle worker when it comes to matchmaking, Mulin's own romantic history is ironically riddled with trouble and heartbreak. Meanwhile, Solix is still half alive, despite being one who dies more than any other character in the comic. Not to mention, both Mulin and Solix lose one of their senses, possibly due to their aspect. Another definition is that a mage is one who creates their aspect, which makes identifying the class as active or passive debatable. Solix created the Trolls version of the game, and he created the Mobius Double Reach Around virus, which supposedly works like a curse that resulted in the death of the Trolls Lucii, though it's actually prevented a far more sinister timeline in which Gamzee up and kills everyone. Meanwhile, Mulin's reputed skills as a masterful matchmaker bring together even the most unlikely pairings, which also supports this view. For those who lean towards the mage as a passive class, fans see it as being the counterpart to the witch class, meaning one who manipulates or is manipulated by their aspect. This can be shown by how Mulin is being manipulated by Kurlos, her former matesprit, and how Solix was manipulated by the voices of the doomed, as well as ghostly Aradia. The mage class could also be synonymous to one given protection from the aspect's ill effects. This can come from how Solix had 2 dream selves, was able to exit the dream bubble he was in, and only half died, while Mulin seems to have been spared heartbreak despite her romantic troubles. With all that said, if I had to figure out one phrase that described the mage class, it might sound something like one who receives knowledge and benefits pertaining to their aspect, but to the detriment of themselves. Whew! Dang, I still have to do the Doom aspect, don't I? The only known heroes of Doom are Solix Captor, the Mage of Doom, and Matuna Captor, the Heir of Doom. Both the heroes of Doom have had 2 dream selves, though this is most likely due to the Captors' duality theme. Both also foresaw incidents of danger, which leads to the possibility that those with the Doom aspect generally have some ability to foresee doom and calamity, no matter which class they are assigned to. Continuing with the aspect, Doom is most likely related to mass destruction, seen as the antithesis of the life aspect. Solix, as the Mage of Doom, was inherently aware of the impending destruction that would follow the Trolls' playing of the game, and was plagued by the screams of the imminently deceased. He also displayed remarkable skill at Till Death, a programming language which functions around things that are imminently doomed. Doom may also be the aspect of self-sacrifice, since Solix sacrificed one of his half-ghosts to get the trolls to the Green Sun, and Mituna sacrificed his mental well-being to save his friends from an unknown threat. An alternative interpretation is that the Doom aspect could have to do with knowing the rules that apply to the Spurb sessions. For example, Solix is able to hack the game, because he understands the constraints and the mechanisms of the system. Solix is probably very skilled in binary code. You win this round, hussy. And our last fridge fact for Solix Captor is... in Sound Page Attempt Rare and Highly Dangerous 5x Showdown combo, Solix is shown rapidly fluctuating between flushed and colligonous feelings for Gamzee Nukara. Solix's entire shtick is duality, so of course he'd have two conflicting opinions of him. However, if one remembers more recent developments in the comic, this little scene gets a whole lot more sinister. Keep in mind that Solix is blind and is not even looking in the same general direction as the High Blood. But who is Solix looking at? Yeah. I'm sure you guys understand why this is significant. This little cow on the meteor is the same one housing the unholy combination of Caliborn, Arqueus Sprite, and Gamzee. Well, half of Gamzee. It's possible that Solix is sensing the Gamzee component residing within, along with the others, and has serious mixed feelings with what he's experiencing. Probably a good thing Solix's eyeballs got fried out of his skull, or else we'd have a really serious problem on our hands. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Solix Captor. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or a concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
We fought with him. Me, I died for him. Me, I trusted him. Me, I loved him. And me, I'm the damn fool that shot him.
Phil, I'm so excited! Please tell me you're ready to run that special program today.
As ready as I can be. But I feel I must warn you. Again. The science for this is
Dangerous, unconventional.
full of soft science fiction logic. Jules Verne is rolling in his grave.
Shush. Activate the program.
Yeah, sure.
Whoa. That was weird. Senpai! Jen! Corey! I'm so glad Phil could cross you over here so you could be here for the Eridan episode. I mean, you're the reason I got into Homestuck in the first place. Happy to be here. Eridan is my boy! I think everyone who saw the Collide React can agree with that. I'm sure people heard that on the International Space Station. But you're not really into the fishing prince. No, I hate Eridan. So the fact that you're here to balance the perspective for the 1-year anniversary of Fridge Stuck is amazing.
Need anything else, Miss Jen?
Yeah, Phil? I'm gonna have to ask you to leave for the rest of the episode.
Why?
Well, none of the viewers seem to like you.
What?
You're kind of rude, restricting, judgmental,
I'm your animus. I'm supposed to be that way.
and you talk too fast.
Well, I never. Fine. See you when you need to send your visitor back from whence she came.
Phil, it's just YouTube. It's nothing personal.
Nothing personal, she says. Insult a fragment of her Jungian archetypes, but not personal. What the heck?
Whoa. Sorry, little robo dude. Didn't see ya.
What? You are not a resident here.
Dara, leave the floating eyeball alone. I thought you were gonna show me your newest skateboard trick.
Strider never goes back on a promise.
Oh. No. Another Homestuck OC? This is a horrible, unforeseen consequence of merging two minds into one headspace. I just hope it hasn't.
It looks like General Zoid's Ponymaker went haywire.
Aw, come on, Ampersand. The My Little Pony movie trailer didn't look that bad.
Easy for you to say, Psyche. You're a sea pony OC.
Good lord, it's spreading. I've got to find a place to hide. Thank the maker.
Back off! My claws are as sharp as my wit. Oh. Bill? It's you.
Laurel Leaf, could I possibly wait out this madness inside your room?
Certainly. Behold, the brain barricade.
But this is a cat tree.
Whatever. Come on. I was just trying to brainstorm who the next villain could possibly be in the Vision of Shadows. Well, pleasantries out of the way, would you care to start the episode, Corey?
Thought you'd never ask. Come on and slam, and welcome to the Emperor.
On the old Emma's Paint Adventure forums. Eridan was named after the mythical body of water, Eridanus, called the King of the Rivers by the ancient Roman poet Virgil. And his family name comes from the amphora, a type of Greek vessel for carrying liquids, which is often seen in depictions of the Aquarius constellation. Eridan's username is Caligula's Aquarium, serving as a major hint for his inevitable descent into villainy. Caligula was the nickname for Roman Emperor Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus. The few historical sources that survive to the current century say that Emperor Caligula was a beloved ruler for all of 6 months. After this, sources focus upon his cruelty, sadism, extravagance, and sexual perversity, presenting him as an angry, insane tyrant who was self-absorbed and killed on a whim. He would also travel to the temple of Castor and Pollux, where he proclaimed himself a god. Records later say that he was assassinated by his own guardsmen after ruling for almost 4 years. You sure you still want to root for this guy? He's associated with some pretty horrible people.
You're one to talk, Miss Slytherin. Speaking of Hogwarts houses, Eridan and his ancestor, Cronus, have much in common with the famous boy wizard, Harry Potter. What was there? Lightning bolt-shaped horns, foreboding forehead scars, revered destinies, and a love for wizardry, magic, wands, and striped 2-color scarves.
Ugh. Colors. I can't see Eridan as a Ravenclaw.
I don't find that very surprising. When talking about his typing quirk, it's very possible that Eridan has a Roman accent. Kanaya has stated in the comic that he has a ridiculous accent, and Homestuck's creator, Andrew Hussey, has said that Eridan pronounces his double V's, that is, W's. This is likely because V is pronounced with a W sound in Latin.
You're missing the pun.
Huh?
The letter V is also pronounced with a W sound when a person has a Finnish accent. Orphaner Dualscar was the ancestor of Eridan Ampera, and is the post-scratch incarnation of Cronus Ampera. He was the beleaguered and envious Kismesis of Marquis Spinneret Mindfang, and the original owner of Eridan's rifle, Ahab's Crosshairs. It was also mentioned that he had a Red Rom interest in Condis, but Mindfang threatened to use this as a means to blackmail him, so that didn't go anywhere. He was prone to jealousy, despising Mindfang's Red Rom games with other trolls, though she was already his Kismesis. The tipping point for Dualscar was when Mindfang stole one of his slaves from his ship, presumably Kanaya's ancestor, the Dolorosa, and proceeded to romance her right in front of him. Repulsed and embittered about this display, he rejected Mindfang as his kismesis and had the slave assassinated, either out of anger or jealousy. Oh man, if only the Signless were still alive at this point. Because Dualstar would have just, don't you dare, orphaned him. Jen, what is your... Anyway, Dualstar also placed a large bounty on Mindfang's head. He even attempted to inform the dreaded Grand High Blood of Mindfang's location, but was killed by the Subjugulator for being unable to tell a decent joke. Since both Ahab's crosshairs and the Fluorite Octet were found on the same ship by Eridan and Vriska, it remains a possibility that
Sniffer laugh, mind bellied a thrombo for more tasty morsels and adoring scratches from mine loyal subjects. Pray, shower me with loves and treats to lift mine spirits.
Out of all the trolls, Eridan starts off as the closest to fulfilling their ancestors' unfinished business, as he is already following in Dualstar's footprints even before Hive Bend begins. Relationship-wise, Eridan was once Vriska Circuit's kismesis. He was able to have a relationship with a fuchsia-blooded royal, albeit pale. He also killed Lucai, and since Elucid serves as a parental surrogate for a troll, he could come by the title Orphaner, honestly.
On top of that, we have jealousy over a love interest's other quadrants, as well as the killing of Imerium in Rage, because that's a thing.
Kanaya didn't stay dead, so that doesn't count.
Huh. Fair enough. Eridan seems to be affiliated with the number 311. Eridan answered Karkat's memos 2 times, and both of them displayed the same set of numbers. 3 hours and 11 minutes for the first, and 311 hours for the second. An interesting coincidence is that 311 can be read as March 11th, the month itself being connected to a rather infamous Eridan meme.
March Eridan. Nice one, Hussy. Way to keep reminding us of those cute little pigtails. Speaking of the creator, according to Hussey's Formspring, 311 is supposed to represent an emoticon. Since 11 can also be translated in Roman numerals as XI, the final number would look something like this. This looks reminiscent of a dead face. The 3 in the dead face may be a reference to Fefri Peshi's death, since she tends to use the 3 as crowns in her emoticons. An alternate interpretation is that it's a disgruntled face, since Eridan is a pretty disgruntled royal.
The number itself could be read as 3 times 11, which gives us 11, 11, 11. An important number for both the B2 and the Cherubs game sessions, although this seems to be more a coincidence than anything else. But notice also that the screen name Caligula's Aquarium begins with C-A-L, the first 3 letters from 3 other characters we know. Eridan's screen name also shares the same initials as his ancestor, Cronus Ampera.
Despite being part of the aristocracy, Eridan apparently spends very little time underwater and is very comfortable breathing oxygen. This is interesting because in astrology, unlike Pisces, Aquarius isn't a water sign, it's an air sign. This also explains why Eridan's Lucis can fly and is called a skyhorse, despite resembling a seahorse. Eridan is the Prince of Hope, so let's talk about the Hope class for a little bit. Eridan obtained his aspect from Cronus Ampera, the Bard of Hope, and his class from Kurlos Matara, the Prince of Rage, making Eridan and Yamsi some of the only trolls to obtain their class specs from a group of only 2 dance sisters. Hope is seen as both a figurative and literal element in the Suburb and Sugrub game sessions, since heroes of this aspect can wield literal light/science beams of death, and if their dream self dies, it's seen as all hope for the session dying with them. At least on CrossFit anyway, which makes sense considering their bright yellow color pattern. Hope is often portrayed as a late game kind of aspect, usually manifesting itself in its most powerful form in the final last-ditch effort at the end of a session when it's really needed. This actually ties it in with the Greek myth of Pandora's box. For those who are unfamiliar with the myth, the story goes that a woman named Pandora was tricked into opening the box that held all evil, releasing it all over the earth. But after all the atrocities were let out, one last element entered the world to make up for the evil. That element was called hope.
Although some interpretations state Hope was actually the last evil in the books. It's up for interpretation. interpretation. Fueled by one's deeply held beliefs and the power of friendship, hope is a powerful aspect to have ownership of, capable of both great good and evil, depending on whether the player chooses to be selfless or selfish during the trials of the game. And for hope players, at least for the sessions we've witnessed, their trial takes the form of a prophecy. As mentioned earlier, Aroden was the subject of a prophecy that spanned several game sessions. It was prophesied by the angel consorts that a hero would rise up and use the power of hope to defeat a great evil, originally believed to be Jack Noir. This destiny was passed down to Aroden by his ancestor Cronus, who ultimately failed in his destiny by abandoning him and allowing hope to be destroyed through his Claspect. Aroden also abandoned this destiny and replaced it with the desire to destroy hope, ultimately achieving his dreams of genocide by destroying the Matriarch, the last remaining source of hope for the troll species.
Nay, brave viewer, mine heart is full of joy. Loriza hath been showered with scrumptious treats and affection from all who behold her. Alas, mine hunger is eternal.
Prince means destroyer, as he kept referring to himself in context of royalty and as the ultimate authority on anything involving hope. He wasn't even aware that he was supposed to kill his angel consorts. And with that, the destiny of the player to defeat the great evil was then passed on to some other hero. That being Jake English fighting Caliborn in English. Your comparative literature degree might be onto something for you. Aroden is Pandora's box, evil in an unassuming package. Andrew Hussey mentions Gamzee and Aroden have the same development as joke characters who've gone darker post-Highsmith. Hussey also confirms Aroden belongs to the category of Homestuck's antagonists, Aroden and Gamzee being the only trolls to be classified as villains. And that's not even counting the condescension!
But maybe it's not completely Aroden's fault that he's evil.
What are you talking about? I thought you fell into the camp of liking Aroden despite him being canon garbage.
I do! I know that Aroden is a bit of a touchy subject with Homestucks. Even your recent videos were not spared the Aroden apologists and haters fighting in the comment section. But the thing is, it's okay to like and feel connected to a character and still acknowledge that they were pretty messed up and flawed. What I meant earlier is that Aroden might actually have shown signs of being mentally ill.
Are you serious?
Think about it. The mentally ill tend to see themselves as more lucid and realistic than those around them, and have trouble making others understand the way they see the world. Does this sound familiar to someone? Aroden, due to his sociopathic tendencies and his depression, is unable to relate to others, but because of his warped perception, it seems like everyone else doesn't understand him. Also keep in mind, the meteor that trolls were hiding out on ran out of Sober Slime a while ago, possibly aggravating Aroden's condition even further.
You might have a point there, Senpai. Good thinking. And the last Aroden Ampera fridge fact is... I find it amazing how much the Amperas have in common with Alternia's Imperial drones.
Drones? Those things that collect troll genetic material for the mother grub? Ow!
Both Aroden and Cronus are obsessed with red and black romance. For example, the drones are instructed to kill anyone who does not comply with the propagation of the species. This links with Aroden, considering how he gets mad enough to attack and kill when he's romantically rejected. Then there's the strange connection between Aroden and Kanaya, a Jade Blood who would have served the Mother Grove. Aroden even once claiming that he wouldn't kill her along with all the other land dwellers. This makes his destroying of the Matriarch even more shocking when you see this connection in a new light. A drone killing an unborn Mother Grub. Even his ancestor gets in on the game, as the color of Dual Scar's uniform is modeled much like an Imperial drone's body, which all trolls tend to fear. Lastly, it should be no surprise that the Amperas are obsessed with sexuality, since their shared last name refers to what is essentially a bucket.
When you think about it, is it really any surprise that with a love life like his, Aroden literally lives in a wrecked ship?
Thank you guys so much much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Aridin Emperor. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or a concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to give a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I will see you all next time. Bye! Let's go. Yee! I'm so excited.
Sorry.
Snicker.
Should I like not be in the room? Like I might just.
I don't want to tell you to not leave the room.
Okay.
And
You can listen. You're Director Sama right now. You can do whatever you want. I'll go play with your cat for like 30 minutes. It'll be fine.
but technically, I want you to be here in case I screw up, and we can have awesome banter for the blooper reel.
For the sake of the blooper reel.
For the sake of the blooper reel, please.
Okay.
Okay. Aridin is my boy!
Oh gosh, cat.
You're not supposed
All right.
to be.
I
All right.
should have closed the door. I'm sorry.
Aw, come on, Ampersand. My Little Pony movie trailer was. Dang it. Darn. Son of a gun. Psyche.
Perfect up until the trailer.
It was good until the trailer started. Oh, no. Okay. Psyche's voice. Why does it have to be so high? Anyway.
And vaguely Texan.
Vaguely Texan. Aw, shoot.
Oh, come on, Ampersand.
Oh, come on, Ampersand. My Little Pony movie trailer didn't look that bad. Yeehaw. Call the sea ponies when you're in distress. That's literally what the movie is.
I'm so excited though.
I am too. I think I might even be able to drag my mom to see it. Because I like showed her the trailer and she's like, that actually looks kind of interesting. I might just have to tag along. And I'm like,
Complete opposite reaction to Ampersand.
Ampersand is like, no.
Yawneth most greatly, mine slumber calleth once more. Thy warmest of huddles and tastiest of treats shall be mine upon mine awakening, mine loyal subjects.
The few historical
Snoreth
sources
softly.
that survived the current century say that the Emperor... Dang, that was so well.
I was so proud of you.
I was
for getting
so
straight through
happy.
Julius Caesar Germanicus.
And then I'm like, say! No! Okay.
It's very possible that Aridin has a Roman accent. Kanaya has stated in the comic that.
Yep. Okay, Cat. No. You're not allowed here. It has been decided.
You're cute, Speedy.
You are cute.
You're
as
the
a
cutest.
But you can't.
You're cute as like 2 buttons, okay? Maybe like 3.
He was the beleaguered and envious Kismesis of dang it.
God, Kismesis.
I said Kismesis. I can say Kismesis, but Marquise? Dang it. I always pronounce that off. I'm sure it's pronounced Marquis, but I always...
Like it is Marquis, like you don't... But at the same time, you know that Briscoe would have been like, you know what? French doesn't apply here.
except for all the French homestucks that like watch my videos and like, why do you suck at French so bad?
Are there a bunch of French homestucks?
Apparently. Anyway, moving on to actual like pronouncing things.
Marquis. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna do this the most French way possible. Nope. Wait. It was the beleaguered and envious Kismesis of Marquis Spinelette Mine thing. Okay, I'm done.
Nice. That sounded really cool.
Thank you. I was Alright.
Oh gosh. Freaking. it's super hard to do French because we're raised in areas that are like, yeah, Martinez, San Pablo's, like San Pablo, El Sobrante.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like if you took San Pablo, El Sobrante. I'm like, no, it's like, but yeah, we took Spanish. No one hardly ever took French.
Nope. This is true.
Because there's more Spanish-speaking people than French people over here. It is California. California. That was more Arnold. That was more Arnold.
That's the official accent.
I know it's California, and I'm like, California. Anyway. Okay. Moving on down. Okay. Time for bad, like, questionable jokes. Yep. Other appearance. Oh man. If only the silence. The silence. No. That's even worse.
If only the silence.
We'll forget all about them. No. They were in Homestuck the entire time. The silence. We just never remembered that they're there because we took our eyes off them. Oh gosh. Okay. It was also mentioned that he had red rum. Dang it. I want to say that I had to red rum. Oh no.
Oh no.
Red rum.
That's supposed to be black rum.
It's funny. It was also mentioned that he had a red rum interest in the Condis, but Mindfang threatened to use this as a means to blackmail him, so that didn't go anywhere. He was prone to jealousy, despising Mindfang's red rum games with other trolls, though she was already his kismissus. The tipping point for Dualscar. I'm like that kid from Stranger Things. Anyway. I have not caught up on Stranger Things.
I watched the first episode and spoiler alert, it was the thing. They killed the waffle guy and I was just so mad at him.
They killed the what?
The guy who gave her waffles.
Oh,
And he just shot in the face in the next scene. I was so mad.
Was that waffles? I could have sworn it was fries. Was it waffle fries? No, I think they were curly fries.
I call them waffles in my brain. Funny word.
Well, I know that waffles are a big staple of Stranger Things.
Yeah, I think that's why.
Eggo waffles, big thing. But yeah, no, I made it to like past the third episode. So I technically know more than you at this point.
Yeah.
Anyway, paragraphs. The tipping point for Dualscar was when Mindfang stole one of his slaves from his ship, presumably Kanaya's ancestor, the Dolorosa, and proceeded to romance her right in front of him. Right in front of my salad? Oh, no, that's gonna age. Since both Ahab's crosshairs and oh no, fluorite, like fluoride, yes.
Talk about gems very often.
To the internet. No, fluoride is not a Steven Universe thing. But it should be. I mean, they made a they did. I'm sure someone in that like entire like animation department is a Homestuck fan, because apparently they had a 413 joke hidden somewhere in one of the scenes, and I was like, oh. Anyway,
Airden was once Briska Circus. Alright, that's canon now. Kismis. I remember you saying Paishes and like that's straight up.
I know this is Homestuck where like pronunciations of names don't matter, yet also matter a whole freaking lot.
Once it becomes audio, you have to get the pronunciations. Making Airden and Gamzee some of the only Tros. Tros! Sick Tros, bro!
It's like they're trying to like double L into a Y there,
Yep.
like Spanish.
Yep, I'm just.
Troyes.
I don't even know how you do that in Spanish. Troyes.
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 On top of that, we have jealousy over a love interest's other quadrants, as well as killing a Miriam in Rage. Even. Let me try this again. On top of that, we have no more of that. Okay. Go ahead.
Brooklyn Rage!
Brooklyn Rage! I'm not a furry. However that song went.
Oh gosh. Yeah, sorry.
Nuzzles viewer and let's add a soft, sorrowful rumble worry not, gentle ones, for Louise's spirits are lifted by thy kind words. Mayhap a tasty morsel would brighten mine day?
2003 called Little Karibo wants his YouTube channel back. Anyway.
Christina Ricci, pal. She wants her movie. She wants her forehead back.
Oh.
And her movie career. I'm so sorry.
Stop, no! Can't keep making Little Karibo. Okay. Okay.
Drums? Those things that connect children? Nope. Those things that collect genetic material. That sounds like something from History of genetic material.
History of the world.
Yeah. Exactly. Sorry, Future Jen. I was also gonna say that. You're gonna hear that. It's good. Just apologies. All right.
Present Jen is fine. Stammering a little, but fine. Eridan's obsession with finding romance. No. Sorry. Could you say, actually, could you say your line so I can have a response? You have to say troll genetic material again. Connect. Janol.
I do not like these words. Those things that collect troll genetic material from Mother Grid?
Eridan's obsession with finding romance. This makes sense because of how drones kill anyone who do not comply. Dang it, I couldn't write again. Again with the not being able to write. Dang it, I don't care, Webroot. Just, it's fine. It's good. Just leave me alone. You're always secure. Thank you, Webroot. You are the true superheroes. Anyway. This makes sense because of how... This makes sense because of how drones kill anyone who do not comply. Okay, maybe I was correct with the original spelling of this thing. How the drones kill anyone who does not frick and bad English. I'll just switch with you. Couldn't stand it. But, and of course it's trying to change it back. Like, no, Buzz is correct. No, it doesn't sound right.
Microsoft Word knows nothing.
Yep. the sake of sounding better. Okay. It's the sake for the way it sounds. That's what it is. Okay. This makes sense because of how. Dang it. This makes sense because of how drones kill anyone who do not comply. Okay. This makes sense because of how drones kill anyone who does not comply with the propagation of species. You know what sounds correct? I hate myself. It sounds correct now.
The ambiguity of language.
I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. I'm not saying it again. This links with Aridin, considering how he gets mad enough to not do English. Up until this last paragraph where it just went downhill. Yep. This is also kind of typical of recording this script. Which is why I'm kind of nervous where it's like, yeah, I want to do like a dub of this. And I'm like, no, I'd have to give you my script. I can't have you do that. I can't give you my script. It's horrible. It's like,
Is it really worth it for the nation of France in some parts of Canada?
no.
I like French Guinea.
Anyway. Be sure to give a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend. And I will see you all next time. Bye! Aquarius! Oh my gosh! That's another good cutoff gag. Dang it.
I was saving that for the whole. I thought that originally like halfway through, and I was like, I gotta do it.
Oh my god. Oh gosh. Okay, it's recording, right? It's kind of hard to tell from the front. Hey guys, this is Jen, aka Laurel Evies, here with a new Fridge Stuck for you, all about the crazy but still beloved Gamzee Makara. Trying something new here. I upgraded Phil with this passive editing mode so he can, well, edit videos when I'm not there. I recorded parts of the episode already, and Phil will interdisperse them as I get to them, but everything's kind of in a testing thing right now. That's kind of why I'm out here, testing the limits as it is, so I'm gonna keep on walking and see what happens. It's kind of weird. I don't exactly remember walking this far out, but there's nothing weird about that, right? Let's start the intro. Gamzee Makara was named by Alyssa on the MS Paint Adventure forums, after a fellow forum goer named Gammy. This is not to mention other similar sounding words, like, for example, the word Gamze, a Turkish name meaning dimple, or the word Gamze, which is German for chamois.
Flaps wings and let's add a small whimper name. Kind viewer, I am not sad, just longing for more of thy delightful treats and affectionate pets. I beg thee, shower me with thy love and bounty.
Giving Gamzee and his ancestor Kurlos do their share in devious masterminding. Makara can also be translated to dragon in Shinhala. It could also come from the Scottish word makar, which means bard. His last name might also come from a breed of goats called Makor goats, whose horns have a similar shape to his, which, if you consider that a goat's visage is used as a Satanist symbol, could reference to him becoming an antagonist. However, Gamzee's last name is most likely a reference to the Makara, the Sanskrit counterpart of the Capricorn sign. A Makara is a mythological Hindu creature with hind legs of an aquatic creature and the forelegs of a terrestrial one, much like Capricorn, which Gamzee's Lucis is based off of. The land-sea duality in Gamzee's goat dad could be representational of Gamzee's dual nature, as well as his high blood status among troll kind. The highest of the land-dwelling variety, but below the water-based aristocracy. Gamzee's connection to royalty is connected to his purple color, purple being the color of royalty in European countries. Not to mention, purple is also associated with death in some East Asian countries, which might relate to Gamzee's desire to kill the other trolls. With 6 different styles, Gamzee's typing quirk is without a doubt the least consistent throughout the webcomic, fitting with the last half of his screen name, terminally capricious. Since capricious means impulsive, being capricious is one thing. It can be kind of endearing. See Mr. Rochester from Jane Eyre. But it's entirely another story when your brain has been rotted due to drug use. Stay away from drugs, kids. Don't use drugs. My phone GPS seems to be acting up. Hang on. I think I see someone up ahead. Hey, could you possibly... Wait a minute. You're not... When it comes to the background behind the creation of the Makara family designs and mannerisms, there's a lot more than meets the eye. Of course, Kurlos looks like the cross between a Dia de los Muertos Calavera and a voodoo witch doctor, and the fans of MSPA in general will know the nods to the Bard from Bard Quest, and subsequently the Clown Bard from Problem Sleuth, mixed with the Juggalo fans of the rap group, the Insane Clown Posse. But the references go even deeper. References from before MS Paint Adventures even existed. Back in 2005, future Homestuck creator Andrew Hussey wrote and drew a graphic novel series known as Whistles. Yeah, Hussey can draw. I was surprised too. It started online, but by 2007 the series was published in 3 volumes, with an unreleased 4th chapter floating around on the internet. The story followed the naive antics of the titular clown Whistles, who worked for a circus called the Starlight Calliope. I like that name. It kind of reminds me of someone from somewhere. He shows absolute loyalty to the circus ringmaster, Pendlecoat. My, that's an interesting beard pattern right there, despite all of the evidence proving that his master was not a nice guy by any means. Can you say clown eating? It gets to the point where Whistles becomes so enraged by a mob attacking Pendlecoat that he sets the crowd ablaze and kills almost everyone before escaping with his master. There's even a point where Whistles becomes the adoptive father to a younger version of his master. It makes more sense in context. A perfect mirroring of what Gamzee eventually does with Caliborn in Homestuck. Finish the next paragraph, and you can head on back. Everything will be A-O. I don't remember writing that.
Miss Jen, please wake up.
Oh Lord, this is all my fault. I should have never.
What the hell is that?
Phil, get away from it! The script. There's a page missing. A couple of them missing, actually. Oh. But that was definitely morally. Phil. Doesn't make any sense. I could have sworn I shut Phil off for the... Did I shut Phil up? Something is definitely going wrong here, but... Gamzee's ancestor was the Grand High Blood, the pre-scratch version of Kurlos Makara, and the leader of the Subjugulators, a group of bloodthirsty warriors who worshipped the mirthful juggalo clown messiahs. The Grand High Blood was in charge of keeping the lower castes in check during his reign, operating much as an enforcer for the Condes's regime. Due to this connection, it's highly possible that he is responsible for the fate of the Sufferer and many of his followers, considering it was the High Bloods who banished Executor Darkleer because of his failure to kill the disciple. The next time the High Blood is mentioned chronologically is after Orphaner Dulscar ends his kismissitude with Marquis Spinneret Mindfang, and he offers her location to the High Blood. However, due to his capricious and unpredictable nature, the Grand High Blood kills Dulscar when he's unable to tell a good joke. Despite this, the Grand High Blood apparently took the threat Mindfang posed seriously, and sent his wild card, Neophyte Redglare, to apprehend her. His descendant mirrors this action by sending Terezi Pyro to deal with Vriska Surket, albeit under false pretenses. A major quirk for the Grand High Blood is that he liked to decorate his walls with the blood of his victims, a gory rainbow that included blood from all the castes, excluding the Condes's fuchsia, the rare mutant candy red, and his own caste's purple blood, for obvious reasons. In fact, the frame on screen is the only time which the now extinct lime blood color appears, and therefore the only in-comic evidence that it ever really existed. Gamzee imitates his ancestors' trophy wall by writing messages on the walls with the blood of his fellow trolls, but he also subverts it by writing messages in his own blood in the styles of his fellow trolls. The Grand High Blood is the only ancestor whose name does not follow the 8-letter rule that all adult trolls seem to follow. The Grand High Blood is also one of the few ancestors who most likely died of natural causes, a fate shared by the Meowrail's ancestors. Gamzee, despite outrageous odds, manages to complete his ancestors' unfinished business by killing Nepeta and Equius to make up for Executor Darkleer's mistake during the Sufferer's death sentence. On a much larger scale, Gamzee also fulfills his entire blood caste's business by tending to and serving the Cherub Caliborn, who he saw as an idol from his religion. Of course, the GPS isn't working. We're anywhere from Walnut Creek to San Francisco. Anyway, speaking of an interesting connection between the troll and the cherub, one truly eye-opening theory is that Gamzee's actions on the meteor were due to Caliborn possessing him. Gamzee goes completely over the edge only after he's shown staring directly into Little Cal's eyes. An act that causes, at the very least, some partial control to the Caliborn amalgamate dwelling within it. It's also here that Gamzee's typing quirk is shown to change, where he's yelling like Caliborn every other line. And there's that quote that foreshadows Gamzee's true relationship with Lord English when he says that the mirthful messiahs of his High Blood's religion were both his. This is found to be true as he is a component of Lord English, in multiple senses. It's also entirely possible that Gamzee's invincibility is due to an extremely metafictional fact, known as the Joker immunity. This trope explains that an enemy character with enough importance and popularity can never be killed for real. It gets particularly punny due to the name of the trope, which was created after Batman's hilarious rascally clown nemesis. It may also be a reference to the popular Juggalo idea that wicked clowns never die. This seems to be a fact throughout Homestuck's alternate and scratched sessions, as we never see any evidence of any other Gamzees in the Dreambones. This Gamzee's all that exists, and that is crazy. Gamzee's stripes specify are the Joker kind and Club kind. Jokerkind, true to its name, is the wild card of all Specibae, seemingly able to give its owner any kind of weapon they want. It's been known to dispense Gamzee's clubs, Karkat's claw sickle, Tavros's fetus spear, a whip, Equius's bow, and even the war hammer of Zillihu. Meanwhile, the only set of actual clubs he ends up using have been the Deuce clubs, a reference to the similarly unassuming yet effective killer of the Midnight Crew, Clubs Deuce. An interesting fact is that this pair of juggling clubs was never upgraded. This is a testament of how strong Gamzee is, considering that, according to Karkat, it was Gamzee who took out most of the Black King's health in the last battle in the Trolls game session. I guess we can agree that Gamzee made her death quick and can finally put to rest the theory that Gamzee took his sweet time killing Nebula, which was a fan speculation back in the day. I guess. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't even know how I got here. One interesting characteristic that many of you viewers might know is that Gamzee is a poster child of the stuffed in the fridge trope. The trope is a storytelling cliche where a character is killed off in a gruesome manner and left to be found, for example, in a fridge, just to offend, insult, or cause anguish to another character who finds them. This term became more broad over time, referring to any character who is targeted by an antagonist and, in turn, killed off, incapacitated, depowered, or brainwashed for the sole purpose of affecting another character and motivating that character to take action. Gamzee, of course, the classy guy that he is, also made this a literal element due to storing the remains of his friends in a fridge and eventually gets stuffed in the fridge himself. I think a lot of you guys thought this series was named after this trope, which I won't completely deny because of how I made the opening sequence, but I really named the series after topics in the fridge category, like fridge logic and fridge horror, where you randomly remember facts about a piece of media as an afterthought. What was that? Okay, I guess I'm just getting a little jumpy. How did it find me? I don't even know where I am. If I wasn't lost before, I certainly am now. But I don't know where home is. And it's getting dark, and it's getting harder and harder to read my script. It's back. Not going away without some kind of interference. What are we gonna do? I've got an idea. No, Murky, you're gonna hurt her. Wake up! Ow. What was even... Are you kidding me right now? Oh, God. Gamzee is the Bard of Rage. Considering that both the class and the aspect are not as analyzed in depth in the comic as I would have liked, little information exists about what either are fully capable of. As described by Calliope, a bard can either allow destruction of an aspect or invite destruction through the aspect, making it the passive counterpart to the Prince class. As the Bard of Rage, Gamzee allowed himself to be placid and peaceful, mainly through the consumption of Soper Slime throughout the Hive-Bent part of the game session. However, once the slime was gone and his rage finally set off to the interference from two different time players,
Lorries the magnificent dragon. I beg of thee, shower me with treats and let us make merry. Snort smoke playfully.
By spurning her rage through the exploitation of her love of justice. He later allows his moirillance with Karkat to die away, and even destroys Terezi's sense of self-worth due to his negative influence as her Kismesis. Likewise, Cronus Ampera, the Bard of Hope, allowed Hope to be destroyed by giving up his destiny and all his dreams of becoming a wizard. While the Hope aspect can be seen as holding on to positive emotions and friendliness, Rage is seen as its opposite, channeling the player's anger and negativity against their foes. Another opposite between the two is that Rage players also seem to get into and remain in romantic and platonic relationships more than Hope players do. But they do end up abusing their partners or using them for their own ends. It's also worth noting that Hope players tend to be usually harmless in their actions and be focused and skilled on elements of science, while the Rage players we have seen are ruthless in both strength and cunning, and hold to very strict religious beliefs. I won't hold that against you, Hussy. I do not personally know what kinds of religious people you've run into during your 38-year existence. Maybe you had to endure Westboro Baptist kind of stuff. It's always been my philosophy to try to, look at the belief systems objectively, believers' actions removed from the equation, because due to being imperfect beings, humans can still be a bit garbage, no matter what stance. And on the opposite side of that point, just because people are sincere in their beliefs doesn't mean that they're sincerely wrong. Anyway, you seem like a nice enough guy, Hussy. A bit of a troll, but nice. I might suggest reading Lee Strobel's Case for Christ or C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity if I wasn't going to die up here. That's just pleasant. Found me. Again. I just wish I knew what to do. I can't seem to get away from it. I'm just so lost and scared. Everything just seems like a really big nightmare. What happened?
Miss Jen, thank goodness you're all right.
You had us really worried. What was the big idea? You decided that the headspace of all places was a good napping location? Wait, I fell asleep? Is sleeping dangerous here? It can be. It leads to dream within dream kind of crap. You know, like... Jeez, I didn't know that. And why in the world did you shut off Phil? Didn't you know that's super dangerous when you're in the headspace? I don't remember turning off Phil. Is everything okay? What? Yeah, of course everything's okie dokie Loki. Yeah, it's all good. Wait, wasn't Laurel Leaf and the Eevee just here? Are you sure there isn't anything I should...
Hey. You still have a paragraph to go for the Gamzee episode, right? Why not finish it and you can get started on homework for your storyboard class?
Okay. And the last fridge-stuck fact for Gamzee Makara is... Gamzee's list of references continues. In 1993, Nintendo made a game for the SNES called The Secret of Mana, with one of the more odd NPCs being the dancing shopkeepers. This connects to Gamzee because, in Alternia Bound, he offered Karkat a nap in the pile of obnoxious noisemakers for 420 boon dollars. He also served as a more literal shopkeep in Miststuck, where he sells every potion for 420 boon dollars each, leaving poor, naive Jane to wonder why they're all that price. But yeah, 420. Of course, all of Gamzee's drug reference could be connected to the fact that his name can be translated from Turkish as Janed, as in high from smoking pot. Wait, is that why he likes to hang out with Jane all the time? Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Gamzee Makara. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I will see you all next time. Bye! Wow, an entire Gamzee Makara episode and not a single... I'm... so... sorry. No need to scowl. Guess we know where Jen got her resting face. I have no excuse for slacking off in my duties. Times have been taxing in my department as of late. But we were lucky. We caught the shadow and secured the young seller again. Believe me, I know the dangers that lurk deeper in the dark, almost as well as you. And I swear, as long as she has a sharp brain, a cheerful spirit, a hopeful heart, a logical guide, and a fearless body to protect her, Jen will never succumb to her influence. So she still seems to be in the dark over what's going on around here. Well, I guess that technically makes two of us. But someday soon, I know that no one, not her pathetic animus, nor her incompetent archetypes, will be able to stand in my way. Takes its root from the word equus, or horse. It may also be in reference to the play Equus, in which a boy discovers his sexual affinity towards horses. This would explain Equius's almost unhealthy obsession for anything related to hoof beasts. His first name could also come from the constellation Equuleus, which means little horse. Equius's family's name comes from Zahak, a figure in Iranian mythology. Zahak was a handsome and clever prince, but he was easily manipulated by evil counselors. So the Ahriman, a demon of destruction akin to the devil, used him as a tool for world domination. Equius has several connections to the myth, with one of the more poignant ones being that Zahak was also known as Bevar Asp, which translates to he who has 10,000 horses, also known as 100 squared horses. This could be associated with his typing quirk, since Equius replaces certain sections of words with 100 and its mirror 001. He also replaces the letter X and the word cross with the percentage sign. The percent sign probably being a reference to the different percentages of milk, such as 1 or 2%. The word percent also comes from the Pseudo-Latin phrase percent, meaning out of 100. Equius's screen name is Centaur's Testicle. The use of centaurs in the chum handle is a reference to how the Sagittarius is associated to a Greek centaur, a creature that is half human and half horse. The latter half of the name... Nope, we're done with this section, nope. Executor Darkleer is the ancestor of Equius Sahak and is the post-Scratch incarnation of Horus Sahak. He was tasked by his superiors to execute the followers of the Sufferer, though he could not bring himself to kill the disciple, implied to be due to pale feelings, as Equius and Nepeta have. For his failure, he was banished by the High Bloods and became the Expatriate, as Marquise Spinneret Mindfang's journal calls him. After Mindfang escaped from her trial, she seeks out Darkleer for a debt to be repaid in the form of a prosthetic arm, as he was skilled in machines, analogous to his descendants' work on robotics. Mindfang had found that her admiration of Darkleer had vanished over the sweeps, as he apparently never got over the situation involving the disciple and his banishment. She considered his work to be a good distraction for any grieving that might weigh upon his mind. Due to his ability of being protected by a void that concealed him from Doc Scratch's omniscience, Mindfang left her magic cue ball that she had received from Scratch with Darkleer, so that Doc Scratch could not be able to locate it. This ability is most likely related to his alternate self and his descendant being Void players, and may provide an explanation for why Vriska was able to keep the cue ball hidden from Doc Scratch for so many years. Connecting to the Void, the second part of Darkleer's name, Leer, is a German word that means empty. This may be a reference to his descendants and pre-Scratch self's Void aspect. Leer could also reference that his descendant Equius has been known to stare, or leer. Equius mimics Darkleer in the fact that he likes to build robots. He even builds a pair of robotic legs for Tavros, an arm for Vriska, and an entire indigo-blooded robot body for Aradia. In the end, he fulfills his ancestor's business by submitting to Gamzee's wishes, even to his own death, causing Nepeta's downfall in the process. Equius has 3 kinds of strife specified. However, due to his immense strength, he is unable to effectively wield Bowkind and half-Bowkind. Fistkind, on the other hand, as the name suggests, Fistkind involves the user attacking with their fists. Though other characters have punched people before without it, so why would you even need a strife specialist to— You know what? I'm not gonna question it. So far, all users of Fistkind have been Void players. Void is the concept of nothingness, so this specialist could be seen as attacking with nothing. Equius cares about the Alternian caste system to a fetish degree. It seems fitting that his name bears a striking resemblance to the word acquiesce, which means submit or to comply silently or without protest. To hammer this point in, during Hivebent, when Gamzee and Equius are talking to each other, Gamzee says, "If I could make you smile, that'd be the best miracle I ever did part of." After Gamzee snaps, he finally does make Equius smile by choking him till he's blue in the face and dies of asphyxiation. Yikes! Though, due to his references to cows and horses, one might be able to connect the characteristics of Equius' death to elements of castration. I'm not going into details, but that's where the term blue balls came from. Now for a hotly debated topic. Is Equius Sahak a blue blood or an indigo-blooded troll? The answer is both. The term blue blood means that a person, or in this case troll, is a member of a noble or socially prominent family, which Equius is.
Yonatha, mine apologies esteemed viewers. The temptation of slumberland doth prove too strong. Pray, allow me mine respite ere I returneth to our merry Benjer. Snoreth softly.
Are the same Newtonian indigo, or are they bruises? It's understandable where this confusion would come from, though, as Equius is associated with 2 hues of blue. His text color and RBG value is 0086, but his blood color is 033203. The green value being 33 is a possible reference to Nepeta Leon. For more proof to his actual blood color, Equius has a song on the Colors in Mayhem Universe A album named Indigo Air. Interestingly, this piece was originally written for Dirk, titled Dirk's Dursite Dirge. This makes sense because of all the industrial sounds and synths, but someone organizing the album felt it a better fit for Equius. It was probably due to the Morse code hidden in the song. A quite blatant SOS can be heard repeatedly through the second half of the song. Listen. This could possibly hint at Equius's eventual death. The trolls Equius is in relationships with represent the signs Leo and Aries, which, along with Sagittarius, make up the fire signs of the zodiac. Equius openly admits to his Moirail Nepeta Leon that he would probably be far more dangerous if he didn't have her to keep him subdued. Equius has shown to be very protective of Nepeta, maybe even unintentionally so. Pre-game session, he had forbidden Nepeta from playing Flarp with their friends. This may have saved her from being eaten by Vriska's Lucis. Maybe it's because Equius lived next to Vriska and was aware of all the trolls that Vriska fed to her Lucis and wanted to protect Nepeta from that fate. And on the other hand, while he likes games as long as they're serious, important, and have high stakes, Equius will begrudgingly accept to engage in more frivolous antics, like roleplay, solely for Nepeta's amusement. Their relationship is the iconic Moralens, and theirs is perhaps the single most straightforward and uncomplicated troll relationship among the entire group, nay, the entire webcomic. It is also seen in their quirk prefixes. If one were to take the less than and greater than signs and combine them, they would get the text form of the Moralens symbol. Lastly, Equius's Moiralens with Nepeta may be based on the good compatibility between the Sagittarius and Leo astrological signs. I've already covered a lot about Aradia Megiddo in her own video, but of course the blue-blooded robot that she inhabits during the game is all thanks to Equius and Artor for giving some of their blue blood to power the robot. Equius's constant need for towels is a possible reference to how horses have a tendency to sweat profusely. Horses produce more than twice as much sweat as humans can per square inch of skin. During an intense exercise, such as cross-country, polo, or endurance racing, horses can lose 10 to 15 liters of fluid an hour through sweat and through water vapor that he exhales with each breath. I thought I'd add a little section on the majesty that is Arqueus Sprite. Like Dave Sprite, Arqueus is the guide of a Strider brother, composed of an alternate version of them and their associated animal. A rambunctious crow for Dave, and a troll associated with horses for Dirk. That counts, right? Also, much of his conversations with Dirk tend to transcend into this, which is similar to Equius's conversations with another hero apart. Of course, the bad luck comes in when Arqueus Sprite gets sealed within Little Cal along with Caliborn and part of Gamzee, because Doc Scratch and ultimately Lord English were made from Little Cal. This explains why the Doc acted so creepy when interacting with the kids and why he wanted a Megiddo as a henchman, making the fact that he is insanely abusive to her all the more disturbing. It also explains how both Doc Scratch and Lord English are so strong. Equius is the heir of Void. More like devoid of air, am I right? He obtains his class spec from Matuna Captor, the heir of Doom, and Horus Zahak, the page of Void. Void is associated with the essence of lacking, or nothingness, and the concealment or outright destruction of knowledge. Calliope suggests that the Void aspect may be the opposite of the Light aspect, since Void players like Roxy have a knack for staying hidden, and mentions that Light players like Rose have the opposite effect. The Void seems to enable players to act without being seen or noticed, as evidenced by Dark Lear's and Equius's apparent ability to hide the items and movements of two circuits from Doc Scratch, and Roxy's occasional dark patches from Calliope's viewpoint. Void players may potentially also have the ability to become invisible in some sense, as it is seen that the Beta 2 Draconian Dignitary becomes invisible with the Ring of Void, as well as Roxy reportedly becoming both invisible and intangible while wearing it. Odd, considering that the orb rings do not normally work on humans. It is also worth noting that the Void symbol is the inverse of the space symbol, corresponding to the spots between the arms. The Void symbol is described by Andrew Hussie as a hollowed-out space symbol. Similarly, all known Void players have created a void around themselves to distance themselves from the world. Roxy and her drinking, Horus and his supposed happiness, and Equius and the hemospectrum. The Void aspect may be related to the furthest ring, which has been referred to as the Void. This is further underlined by Roxy's affinity to the furthest ring, and Rose causing the blackout under the influence of the gods of the furthest ring. It's fitting then that all known heroes of Void have also been Durst Dreamers. It may also be worth noting that Equius's blood is used by Gamzee to void out information on Lord English and himself in the copy of Rose's book, possessed by Calliope. The fact that Equius's aspect is void may be a reference to the astronomical object Sagittarius A, believed to be a black hole that is conveniently located in the Sagittarius constellation. Wait, aren't most of the human kids Sagittarius? This has some deep implications somewhere, I know it. And the last fridge-stuck fact for Equius Zahak is... a good chunk of the fandom was seriously upset by Equius's death, to the point where the more vocal of the fans outright lost all sense of propriety, calling out creator Andrew Hussie on social media. Homestuck-san, Homestuck-san, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you being such a 12-year-old brat to this writer who will later make game over? Why? Hussie could only shake his head in response because the fans had apparently not caught on that Equius was, in fact, a joke character. Callbacks! Yes, much like Gamzee Makara, Equius is a big old in-joke of a character, mixed with all of Hussie's pre-MS Paint adventure trolling escapades. He might just be one of Hussie's favorite trolls, purely for nostalgic reasons. The troll's love of absurd animal-human hybrids came from Hussie's Humanimals comic series. Then there's Equius's fondness of robots and his odd way of rapping, which were both the subjects of And Don't Stop, another comic which Andrew Hussie used to work on. Even the paintings on the walls of Equius's hive come from some of Hussie's old ironic art reviews. Hussie's been quoted as saying, "I used to do all sorts of weird stuff, but I thought it was funny. The whole span of these endeavors was quite trollish in nature. The fact that it puts some people off is part of what makes it funny." So Equius was that entire arena of trollish content, rolled into a character. Andrew Hussie had planned Equius with a lot of TLC, showing Equius's plotline to be almost the opposite to another one of Hussie's characters, Whistles the Clown. Whistles was a clown obsessed with his ringmaster to the point that he would, and did, kill for him. However, when comparing the two, Hussie commented, "But unlike Equius, I did plan on giving Whistles a heroic end.
Flutters wings and chirps happily greetings, fair viewers. Ye may pet and play with me in mine own Twitch extension, the Pet Cafe. Come, let us frolic and enjoy sweet treats together.
It was
Nuzzles and coos.
by far for me to adhere to his role as the f***ed up dude who embodies all that stuff than to have him blow it by doing something heroic. He believed he died the death of supreme integrity. And so do I. So, ultimately, Equius was written to lose to Gamzee. not to overcome his personal struggles and biases. And a lot of fans take exception to it and find that fact hard to take. So I'm very sorry, you guys. Hussey eventually got sick of the fan base's melodrama over this, responding to one fan on his forum string by saying, "I'm just sort of shaking my head here at everyone crestfallen to the max about Equius's failure to stake a heroic claim on Homestuck's already immense plot footprint. Like, seriously? With a big a thing as this story is, people are gonna hold a candlelight vigil on my lawn for the great swan song of the dude whose overwhelming gimmick was fetishistic submission? There are bigger fucking fish to fry, people. Time to get a grip." Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Equius Sahak. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to give a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
I used to be an adventurer like you, and I took an arrow in the knee.
I feel unclean.
Well, the official expanded Zodiac quiz said that you're a time player. I'm surprised. You're usually such a stickler for canonicity.
Yeah, but on all the class spec quizzes I've taken, I've been a breath player 90% of the time.
And the remaining 10%?
Time player.
Ha. Someone doesn't know herself as well as she thinks she does. Kind of ironic.
Series. Speaking of time, hi everyone. Back from holiday hiatus, we're starting off the new year with a Fridge Stuck all about Homestuck's second best Strider brother.
You'll be avenged.
Oh gosh. Let the good times roll. Drop that beat. Dave Strider was named by Doomish on the old MS Paint Adventures forums. You might think that name sounds kind of bland, but it's better than being named Goats. The name Dave, or David, comes from the Hebrew word for beloved. Arguably the most famous David in Western culture is King David, who ruled Israel in the 10th century BC, and is well known for defeating Goliath, a Philistine warrior who stood around 7 to 9 feet tall. According to the genealogies composed by Matthew and the historian Luke in the New Testament, Jesus was descended from David, thus fulfilling the prophecies of Jeremiah and Isaiah of the Old Testament. The name David has been very popular in the British Isles since the Middle Ages, especially in Wales, where the patron saint of Wales is Saint David. Dave's last name is a link to Aragorn, aka Strider from the Lord of the Rings franchise. In the first book, The Fellowship of the Ring, Aragorn was shown to have a blade called Narsil that was broken a foot below the hilt. This sword would later be reforged anew into Anduril. This fridge fact is emphasized further because Dave Strider is the only one to use the half-blade Specibus, in addition to Bladekind. The Lord of the Rings references continue with Dave's sword, the Royal D-Ringer, referencing how Narsil cut the One Ring off the Dark Lord Sauron, along with a few of his fingers. Anduril is related to Dave's second endgame sword, Caledfulch, Sorry, Californian American English does not lend itself well to pronouncing Welsh words. Caladfwlch also appeared as a weapon in one of Homestuck composer Toby Fox's other works, the Earthbound Halloween Hack. Back to classical literature, Caladfwlch is based on Excalibur, the magical sword from the legends of King Arthur. In fact, its name is the Welsh name for Excalibur. This is further exemplified since Homestuck's version has its premiere as a sword in a stone. You'd think the connections would end there, but even Dave's joke weapon, sword, is a reference to Excalibur. The Irish name for Excalibur is Caladbog, and sword's appearance is based on Caladbog from Final Fantasy X, the sword belonging to main character Titus. The screen name Turntech Godhead is a callback to Hussey's previous webcomic, Problem Sleuth, as there's a character named Godhead, Pickle Inspector. Additionally, Pickle Inspector falls victim to having a lot of clones running around Problem Sleuth's storyline, and he is the originator for the phrase time shenanigans on MS Paint Adventures. Not content with having the first written dialogue, Dave is technically the first character to be seen speaking in Homestuck, shouting "stop" at a rambunctious crow, accidentally killing it in the process. Note to self, include weaponized Sylladex in fanfiction story. Need a tip about drawing Dave? Start with ornithology, because Dave's hair is shaped like a bird. In fact, both Strider brothers have bird-shaped hair for some reason. Connected to this, a big part of the fandom believe that Dave is an albino, especially since he refers to himself as one in a joke to Terezi. I have to disagree on this theory, because although he's depicted with pale skin and red eyes, Homestuck's creator Andrew Hussey confirms that Dave is a blonde. He even has a picture of himself in the Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff book for the Meet the Author section. But wait, who really wrote Sweet Bro and Hella Jeff? Well, Hussey, duh. But Hussey's personality is so similar to Dave's, it's hard to separate the two. Andrew Hussey openly admits that he finds Dave's dialogue to be the most natural one to write, and that some of Dave's earlier dialogue was borrowed from actual chat logs of his own. Fridge facts. Rapid fire. Go. Not so much an in-universe fact, but did you know that there's currently a Dave Strider running for US Senate? You heard me. Mr. Strider is even aware of his Homestuck counterpart, to the point where he made a Tumblr account full of memes and photoshopped pictures. Have we gone too far as a fandom? I personally don't know if I'd vote for him as of now. It really depends on his stance on Juggalo presidents. Dave's Tuck's alchemizations may have served as foreshadowing up to the events of Cascade. His regular Tux shows a scratched beat mesa, and his four
Let out a
aces
soft,
suited and his fellow
sad chirp
Tucks
forsooth.
depict
Mine
a broken
hunger
cue
doth
ball
grow,
and a
and
broken
mine
8
companion
ball,
doth neglect
respectively
mine
representing
needs.
Doc Scratch
Pray,
and Snowman's
bestow
deaths.
upon me more
Speaking of
scrumptious
clothes,
treats
his
to
shirt
save
symbol
mine
is a
endless
red music
appetite.
disc that is later sliced in half. This is a reference to the phrase broken record, making Dave the punchline, as he has a bad habit of going into rants and overly long metaphors where he seems unable to stop talking. Dave has a fursona named Akwedi Permusk that he originally used to try and talk to Jade with while she was asleep. He later used this to roleplay with Nepeta, mentioned by her in a conversation with Terezi during Past Car Cat Wake Up, if only he knew. Dave makes a few more obscure pop culture references that completely went over my head the first time around. His Dave E-Bubbles during Openbound is a parody of Horse eBooks, a spam Twitter account that posted unintentionally amusing non-sequiturs. On the Meteor, Dave used the phrase Prime Directive in order to avoid getting involved in alien shenanigans, which is essentially what the Prime Directive from Star Trek is all about. Lastly, this panel shows that Dave used an instant revitalizing device from Mother 3 to make coffee. Whew! I've got to catch my breath. Wait, that pun doesn't work anymore. Aww. Irony. Irony is the team's hipster getting generic swords as a weapon. Further irony comes from Dave's conversation with Equius, implying that Bro's training had made him too powerful to properly wield a normal sword. causing them to break under the stress. This is probably why Dirk and Bro use what was formerly known as the unbreakable katana, Dave ultimately shattering Dirk's with Khalidfuj. A fitting end to the Irony Master's weapons. Dave had a bib made by his bro from Maple Hoof's hide, and it features a heart on it. Interesting, considering that the post-scratch version of Dave's bro just so happens to be a Prince of Heart. With Baby Dave having a heart on his bib and young John having a spade on his shirt, this could also be a reference to their relationships to Karkat, seeing how Karkat had black feelings for John, and Karkat and Dave are hinted to possibly being mate sprites. It's up in the air, really. It's not like it's canon or anything.
You're really going to have to let go of this denial of.
Let me dream. One theory that holds a lot of water is that Dave might be bisexual. Dave dated Terezi for a while in the Game Over timeline, is shown to be in some kind of relationship to Karkat in the rebooted timeline, and that's not even mentioning his alternate self's interactions with Jade as both Dave Sprite and Dave Petta. He is also infamously known for making Freudian slips around girls he deems hot, unconsciously including his own mother and sister in this list. He even has a long conversation with John in which he resists being labeled either exclusively straight or exclusively gay, and he later asks Dirk how he came out to his friends. But then we had a last-minute Dave-Jade ship tease, and the story ends with the three of them sitting down for a picnic. And they supposedly lived together in the post-game, leaving it ambiguous who got together at all in the end. See? I'm totally not in denial. Dave Strider is the Knight of Time. Calliope tells us that the two obligatory aspects in a SPURB session are space and time. To have even the chance of a successful session, these two aspects are necessary. Thus, space and time, destruction and creation are seen as the most obvious complementary pair in Homestuck's vast array of aspects. Time in particular seems to be associated with music. Logical, since music is tied to time and rhythm. As such, the items that allow for time travel in the sessions we witnessed take the form of musical machines, both resembling the session's scratch construct. As it goes, time powers are pretty straightforward. Both Dave and Aradia can travel back in time to change events into the player's favor, but are subject to strict rules so they don't break the game. Time players can only change the future in ways that were supposed to happen anyway. Something I find interesting, considering what the Extended Zodiac Quiz says. With the creation of the Extended Zodiac Quiz, we canonically got to learn more about the mindset behind the aspect users themselves. Or at least canon enough. If Hussey was too busy and just allowed the Hive Swap writers to take whatever liberties they wanted, we may never know. In essence, time players tend to go against the grain, struggling and fighting to change fate if they don't agree with it. They value action, goals, destinations, and nonconformity, and will work their butts off if you ask for their help. But while time players are ideally empathetic and relentless problem solvers, if you catch them at a bad moment, they can be incredibly ruthless, defensive, and impulsive. That does kind of sound like me. When it comes to the Knight class, there is still a surprising amount of speculation. Aradia says that the class weaponizes their aspect, which might make it the opposite to the Page class. But besides that, there's nothing particularly concrete. Knights tend to be close to their session space player, usually helping with frog breeding duties. But we don't know if Latula did anything of the sort during her session. One thing that seems to be certain is that Knights tend to hide something, or hide behind something. Karkat hid his blood color and his self-depreciation under gray text and anger issues. Latula hid her insecurities under a 90s rad gamer girl persona. And Dave? Well, he had arguably the hardest situation to deal with out of all three of them. For the first 13 years of his life, Dave idolized his bro as the coolest dude, all the while rationalizing away the uncomfortable and traumatic moments he lived through, as some higher form of irony he just didn't understand yet. It was only until his infallible bro met his end that Dave began to open up about his own doubts. Dave never really wanted to be part of the game, as he never saw himself as a hero or a genuinely cool guy, seeing his bro, his alternate selves, and ultimately John as better than himself. It eventually took spending 3 years on the Meteor with people who gave him much healthier forms of affection to finally break through to Dave's denial, forcing him to confront how harmful and abusive his relationship with Bro really was. And finally, after unloading all his baggage on Dirk, Dave was able to move past his anger and focus on his more positive memories of Bro, and to create better ones with Dirk. He also decided to stop emulating the stoic, ironic person his 13-year-old self wanted to become, and instead focus on just being a decent guy. It seems in the end, the goal of Dave's character arc was learning to cope with his past abuse, to stop comparing himself with others, and accept himself for who he is, which is still a pretty cool dude in my book. Man, that got heavy.
Anything else, Miss Jen?
About what?
Dave. Dave Strider? You don't have one more fun fact about him?
Nope.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
Well, I usually have a facetious attitude in these episodes, but no, I'm all Daved out, my dude.
Just give me a second.
What are you...
And the last fridge stock fact for Dave Strider is... How can you not realize that you and Dave have the same extended zodiac sign?
What?
Sagittarius. Der Streamer. Time bound.
What? To finally break through Dave's denial. No way.
You're really going to have to let go of this denial.
Nah, fam. Dave is a blonde. Dang it, son. Oh my gosh, it's true. I'm a PG West Coast Lady Dave. Why couldn't I be a breath player instead?
Miss Jen, if it really bothers you that much, just be the out of breath again. Think of it this way, are you officially associated with What Pumpkin or Andrew Hussey? Or are you a nerdy fangirl with an internet connection?
Nerdy fangirl.
Then keep your fan class spect. It's not like you have a canon class quiz you can take anyway.
You know what, Phil? You're right. I'm gonna continue being an out-of-breath fangirl as I keep making videos here on YouTube.
Who knows? Maybe if you become a canon What Pumpkin employee you can become a time player, again.
Please. Why and for what reason would Hussey hire me? I have a better chance of being struck by lightning than joining his staff.
Flutter Swings excitedly greetings, Mine viewers. Ye may pet and play with me in Mine Pet Cafe, an extension upon this Twitch stream. Come, let us frolic and be merry.
By a brick joke. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Dave Strider. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down in a comment below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to give a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend. And I will see you all next time. Bye! Hi everyone, it's me, Jen, here with channel updates for 2018. I've been spending most of the last month editing and then spending the remaining daytime hours watching YouTube or reading. Got so many books for Christmas, oh my gosh. First thing I want to say is that I'm super grateful for your continued patience while I continue to make Fridge Stuck videos. Due to prior commitments or university work, I can usually manage to create an episode once a month. Last semester, though, was particularly stressful. It felt like I was barely keeping up with assignments, and I was using Maya, a 3D animation software that crashes almost every 5 minutes on my laptop, so the pressure was on. Thankfully, all that hard work paid off. A's and B's, son! Not so thankfully, my anxiety decided to stick around, and even reach new heights. Like numbness and heart palpitations? Ugh. Good news is the anxiety symptoms are slowly going away. I can actually sleep through most nights without feeling like garbage the next morning. Part of the reason why I'm getting better is that I've learned breathing and positive thinking techniques, and I even started doing daily exercise again. Something that I really need to do more of, considering that most of my career options at this point often involve sitting in front of a screen for hours at a time. And I'm a tad overweight as it is. But another part is that I was seeing all the positive comments from you guys. Any content creator will tell you that comments tend to scare the bejesus out of them, and they can easily get discouraged because they tend to remember the negative ones more often. So seeing that an email from YouTube in my inbox is actually a real-life human person telling me to take it easy, that they like the hard work I managed to pull off, or that they'll forgive me on a miscalculation that I was really ignorant of, makes me really happy. Like jump around my house like I'm a preteen again happy. This world has enough negativity. People, myself included, need to give others a little bit more grace. With that said, let's look at channel stuff. This year I'm going to be focusing more on social media and other sites on top of continuing to make content here on YouTube. For example, I have a Twitter account, but I almost never post on it. YouTube posts my videos for me. So, if you're one of the 50 plus, holy cow, over 50 people who felt ignored, I've got the app on my phone now, so I'll be able to see things, and I'll try to be more active there. Possibly the worst idea. I'm pretty verbose when writing, rambling over the word count. Not to say I haven't been active elsewhere. Shout out to the current 36 followers on Facebook, many of whom, like Sam, Ryan, and Vanessa, react or comment on posts a lot. I even get the occasional message from folks who share convention stories and ask YouTube advice, people who debate theories with me, where I admit I get a bit testy because I'm a stubborn, gosh darn silly face about stuff like that, and people who really like to roleplay to the point where they seem to ignore my refusals to join in, and I get a bit creeped out, and I leave them on read, because I don't block people unless it's a seriously offensive comment. Sorry, RP community, it's not you, it's me. The remainder of my Facebook followers are my friends IRL, most of whom don't even read or like Homestuck, but are here for the ride with me and are truly supportive despite not getting it, and they are just as confused by my channel as I am sometimes. I mean, this channel's growth was pretty sudden after almost 5 years on YouTube. Right now, we have over 5,000 subs? Since when? 5,000's a pretty significant number, right? Oh gosh, what do people do to celebrate milestones like this? Okay, wait. Got the perfect thing. It might take a little bit of time to put together, but I think I know the perfect thing for the Homestuck subs. Wrapping this section up, I'm considering creating a Patreon for this channel. I've been looking at other people's Patreons for inspiration, for goals and rewards, but I'm still unsure what mine could be. On top of that, a few peeps in the comments have been asking/demanding Amino and Discord stuff for some reason. I'm not even sure what those two are really useful for. I'm old, you guys. Could a handful of you politely explain them to me? Okay, thanks. Now for an important update. My spring semester starts on February 5th, and I've got classes 4 out of the 7 days of the week. That's not including the time I'm going to be putting in for homework and the daily commute. And add in the fact that I take the day off on Sundays and don't upload, edit, or record videos, yeah, I'm going to be short on time. I'm I'm currently writing next month's Fridge Stuck, so I can hopefully have an episode for you guys on or just a little bit after Valentine's Day. I wonder who it'll be about. But after that, Fridge Stuck is going to have to be played by ear, if the classes get hard, which I suspect they might. Not to say that all of them might be bad. I'm taking a radio and podcasting class, for example, but 2 of the classes I'm taking are senior portfolio, in which 2 instructors look over my work to see if I'll embarrass myself in the industry or not, and I'm taking something called a Studio X class, where you're collaborating on a project with about a dozen other people. Seeing how my classmates from previous semesters handled the class's workload makes me think that I'm gonna be in for a rough time. Good news is, if I make it out of this semester alive, I graduate in May. Bachelor of Fine Arts, Animation Visual Effects, emphasis in storyboarding. Whew! TLDR, just a heads up that Fridge Stuck might have a bumpy schedule until May or June, which is why it's really important to get subscribed to this channel and click the bell icon to make sure you have a better chance of knowing when a new episode is up. I really can't think of anything else to say right now, so thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you all next time. Bye! In commemoration of the month of love, let's talk about the cute bruiser troll that Andrew Hussey openly called Extra, and if the tongue-in-cheek jabs in the comic are anything to go by, how the fanbase will never ever let her rest in peace. Nepida's name was suggested by the same person who named Aridin, Tenebraeus, who I recently learned also is or was one of the members of Homestuck's music team. Her first name is derived from the scientific genus of catnip, Nepeta cataria, recognized for its heart-shaped leaves, its flowers that can bloom pink, and its effects on cats, both wild and domestic. Fun fact, while catnip is well known for causing cats to act sleepy, it can also cause cats to be anxious or aggressive. Depends on the cat, I guess. Leon is taken from the surname of Anna Greta Leon, who was a Swedish minister of immigration in 1976, and was the victim of a kidnapping plot dubbed Operation Leo. The Swedish word Leon, the archaic spelling being spelled with an I, means lion. Also, the Finnish word for lion is Leona. Nepeta is the only confirmed wielder of claw kind, where she slashes foes with retractable Wolverine-like claws. Only 2 claw kind weapons are known, the claw gloves and the action claws. The latter was used by Gamzee Makara, while Nepeta was still wearing them, to give himself his distinctive facial scars before killing Nepeta.
Flutterswings graciously greetings, gentle viewers. Loriza the Dragon doth bestow upon thee her warmest welcome. Let us engage in merry discourse, if it pleaseth thee.
Bubble coming out of the 2 mouths of her feline Lucis, showing her dedication to role-playing. The number 33 may have a couple other connotations attached to it. 3 times 3 is 9, the number of lives a cat is supposed to have. And 33 is the atomic number of arsenic, tying in with her screen name, Arsenic Catnip. Arsenic is a toxic element often used as rat poison, fitting with the stereotypical cat hunting and killing rodents. Connected to this, scientists suspect arsenic is a carcinogen, aka a cancer-causing element. Is this just a subtle hint to her crush on Karkat, or do you think it's saying that her crush on Karkat is cancerous? I'm kidding, guys. Get your fingers off of that keyboard. The ancestor of Nepeta Leon and the post-scratch incarnation of Mulin Leon is the disciple, the sufferer's most devoted follower. While we don't know when or how they met, the disciple listened to every vision the sufferer retold, every lesson he preached, and faithfully recorded his scripture. Eventually, they became mate-sprits, although it's said that their relationship was more than that, going beyond the standard set of quadrants entirely. To spread the Sufferer's message throughout the world, they took to the seas in a vessel of legend known as the First Ship. Get it? Because shipping? Yeah, you did. Of course, when the Sufferer gets executed, his close network of followers gets punished too. While the Weeping Dolorosa was sold to Dualscar, and the helmsman gets grafted into the Condescension spaceship, the Disciple was supposed to die to an arrow, just like her mate-sprit. However, Equius's ancestor, the Executor, took pity on her and allowed her to escape, hinting at possible pale feelings between them, despite them presumably just meeting for all we knew. She absconded with the running pants cat joke, the only remaining evidence of the Sufferer's existence, and spent the rest of her life secluded in caves, recording the Sufferer's teachings on the walls with the blood of slain creatures. Her dedication was critical to the persistence of his message, and ultimately Karkat's survival, since, according to Doc Scratch, it was due to the efforts of the Signless's hidden followers that Karkat even got his Lucis, since, as a biological anomaly, he would not have been chosen by one. The Disciple died, most likely from old age, still very much in love with the Signless, which lived on in Nepida's flesh crush on Karkat. Why yes, Homestuck readers, somehow unaware of troll culture, that does mean Nepida is in love with her biological brother. Possibly unwittingly, but the conception of these alien humanoid insects are already incestuous as it is. It helps knowing that this takes place in a fictional galaxy far, far away, and nothing is sacred in anime. Nothing. Further parallels between the Disciple and her descendant are Nepida's shipping wall, which is drawn in the blood of animals, and both of them dwelling in caves, not to mention the incident concerning the Disciple and the Executor, foreshadowing Nepida becoming Moirails with Equius. When it comes to real-world parallels, the Disciple may represent the Apostle John Mark, whose symbol was a lion, and he is the presumed writer of the Gospel of Mark. However, another person who fits a bit better in my opinion is the Apostle John, because not only did he also write his own testimony of Jesus' life in the book of John, he's referred to as the disciple who Jesus loved, and was present at Jesus' crucifixion. He was also the only one of Jesus' disciples to not die the death of a martyr, instead living out his remaining years in exile on the Isle of Patmos. Meanwhile, Mark wasn't even one of the disciples. He was an apostle who traveled with Paul to preach the gospel to the Gentiles. His gospel was probably Peter's point of view on the events anyway, since Mark later served as his Greek translator. And unlike John, Mark was martyred by being dragged through the streets of Alexandria by pagans. Honestly, Homestuck Wiki, get your act together. I get a little worked up when elements of Judeo-Christian faith and history get misinterpreted. Moving on, the disciple could also be a counterpart of Mary Magdalene, one of the female followers of Jesus during his travels, joining him after he exorcised 7 demons out of her. I wonder if... Nah, couldn't be. I'd be crazy. Mary Magdalene is also one of the few who had the guts to go with John to see Jesus' death when all the other official disciples were hiding in fear. And she was one of the first people to see Jesus after he rose from the grave. Lastly, it's theorized by some scholars that Mary Magdalene was Jesus' lover or wife. No, Mr. Da Vinci Code. Sorry, you don't want to hear me rant anymore. I'll just let someone else deal with this situation, okay? I think this episode might be good for a little Dave Petta, don't you? Some, not all. The Sprite Guides can have an episode all to themselves someday. Though, I'll list one of my favorite fridge facts about them for now. Dave Petta is a combination of a rogue of heart and a knight of time. The heart aspect is related to the ability to connect with people, and it also relates the soul to a heart motif. The time aspect allows you to reverse time to fix your mistakes with knowledge from doomed timelines, including reversing death. Add to the mix that even Dave Petta is unsure about what gender they are, and the Undertale shout-out in Soundpage Collide makes perfect sense. Dipping our toes into the vastness that is quantum mechanics, many of the fans at the time when Gamzee was murdering trolls on the meteor saw the then unconfirmed death of Nepeta as a reference to Schrödinger's cat. Schrödinger's cat is a thought experiment used as an example about how the scientific theory works. The hypothetical experiment states if you were to put a cat and some kind of poison inside of a box, then sealed the box shut, we, the observer, would have no idea if or when the cat dies. The cat, therefore, is in a paradoxical state of being both alive and dead at the same time, until you confirm one or the other by opening the box and looking inside. When asked directly if this was an intentional reference, Hussey stated that he knew people would come to that conclusion, but that it was not made on purpose. Would this make this an anti-fridge fact? Oy vey. One of the elements of writing that Andrew Hussey implements often is foreshadowing. Usually he goes about this with subtlety so strong you don't realize it's there until return read-throughs, at least in my case. However, one of the more obvious pieces of foreshadowing was from Nepeta's shipping wall, where there was a picture of Gamzee and Karkat as Moirails, with Gamzee shush-papping Karkat's face. Nepeta noted that it's still plausible, but the roles will have to be dramatically reversed. And lo, it was. Even though it didn't last long. Nepeta's scrub-generated planet actually has a lot of references associated with it. The land of little cubes and tea, lolcat, is a world where the land is made of sugar powder and the rivers run with green tea. Good thing that the heart's aspect symbol can double as a teacup. Teapots can even link back to a Moirail Equius, since there's a group of bright stars in the center of the Milky Way known as the Teapot Asterism, located in the Sagittarius constellation, the asterism being best visible during the months of the Leo zodiac. Speaking of the zodiac, Leos are often seen as cheerful, energetic, and a bit stubborn, and one of the sign's associated body parts is the heart. Leo's symbol is a lion, which specifically traces back to the Nemean lion, a mythological creature that Nepeta and the disciple allude to. According to some versions of the Greek myth, the Nemean lion was a magical creature who would draw in would-be heroes near the mouth of its cave by appearing as a damsel in distress, and then transforming into a lion to kill them. Killing the Nemean lion was one of the 12 labors of Hercules. Yes, I'm going to pronounce his name that way. I know the Greeks called him Heracles. Bear with me. Anywho, Hercules originally attempted to kill the lion with arrows, but found out the hard way that its golden pelt was impervious to all but the most powerful of weapons, the arrows bouncing off like it was nothing. Hercules instead trapped the lion in a confined area, stunned it with his club, and strangled it to death, later wearing its pelt as armor. I suddenly feel kind of sick. Let's move on. Okay, a bit of a cop-out this episode, class-spect-wise, as while Nepeta is the rogue of heart, there are two other kids who better fit the descriptions of both the class and the aspect, so I'll be getting into more detail with them in future episodes. But that said, Andrew Hussey, having both a fascination and awareness with Eastern philosophy and religion, must have known that the color of chakra associated with the heart is green. This might be the reason why green-blooded Nepeta and Mulin Leon are cast as heart players in the narrative, and why green is used as an accent color in the god-tier robes of heart-bound players. Calliope has stated that the heart aspect is comparable to the essence of being, or the soul. Calliope He also says that this aspect may cause splintering in the hero's personality, and the extended Zodiac quiz says that hard players are natural actors, putting on or taking off masks depending on the situation. This may be related to the role-playing tendencies of Nepeta. The extended Zodiac quiz also labels hard players as being slightly self-absorbed, and in the Western Zodiac, Leos are described as being self-centered and love being admired by others. However, Nepeta doesn't nearly have enough screen time for us to completely make that connection to her, although this might be because she is part of the passive rogue class, making Nepeta's abilities less about helping herself and more focused around helping others with their emotional issues, such as how she kept Equius pacified as his Moirium.
Flaps wings excitedly and lets out a friendly roar. Greetings, kind viewers. Val Oil Dragon friend, Larissa, hast arrived to bequeath thee with warmth and treats. What merry tidings dost thou bring?
And the last fridge stuck fact for Nepeta Leon is... Let's finish this off with something great. Nepeta's music. Two of Nepeta's songs, Walls Covered in Blood and Nepeta's theme, were originally created by Toby Fox, both appropriately composed in Mario Paint. Surprisingly though, most of Nepeta's unused songs ended up being incredibly emotional. For example, Serenade in Volume 8. I mean, just look at the song art. Not to mention, if you play Mulan's Requited from Volume 9 at the same time, they work together like a duet. The feels. And don't even get me started on 9 Lives, 1 Love from the Colors and Mayhem Universe A album, because the runtime is 6 minutes and 33 seconds. Hold back the tears, Jen. Cry when Audacity isn't recording. Thank you guys so much for watching this Fridge Stuck episode for Nepeta Leon. I hope you enjoyed. Any facts I missed? Do you have a character or a concept that you'd like to see? Leave it down below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to give a like, comment, subscribe, and share with a friend, and I'll see you all next time. Bye!
Stop, don't be rude.
You really love your brother, huh?
What do you mean? Of course I do. It's normal.
Hi everyone, I'm back, newly graduated and trying to find a job. I feel dead inside. This summer, Fridge Stuck is going to have an interesting take. Instead of the usual one character or concept a month, the next 3 episodes are going to focus on the Dancestors, with 4 trolls per episode. But since this is the first of the Summer of Dancestors videos, I think we should define what a Dancestor is for the sake of the series. The term Dancestor was first coined by Porum Merriam to refer to a troll's ancestor on one side of a scratched session, turning into their descendant on the other side, and vice versa, at least from their perspective. Truth be told, as of now, it is not confirmed which set of trolls were the originals or the offspring, since it involves that can of worms known as ectobiology, and with no parallels between the human and the troll game sessions for comparison. So Dancestors is a simpler term for the 12 extra trolls that just showed up in the dream bubbles, were described mainly through info dump, and have no bearing on the plot whatsoever. Or do they? Let's jump in for a quick look at oft-forgotten facts, starting with our warm-blooded trolls. Damara Megiddo is named after the Damara, a breed of domestic sheep native to Eastern Asia and Egypt. Her name was originally suggested by Beelzebub for her Dancestor Aradia. Furthermore, while Damara also shares her name with a Celtic fertility goddess, the name could also be a play on the Japanese words Damara or Damare, which both translate as rude commands to shut up, alluding to her often vulgar language, albeit in poorly translated fake troll Japanese. Strangely, on the rare occasion she does speak with the human kids, she speaks in broken English and acts very polite. No one really knows whether she's simply deceiving the kids, or, due to having no beef with humans, is completely disinterested in creating enemies with them. And boy, the Witch of Time is keen to deal with adversaries. The once kind troll was driven just crazy enough to willingly paralyze her ex, possibly kill Horace Sahak, and definitely kill Mina Paces for teasing her so much. Damara killing Mina draws a few parallels to Aradia killing Vriska.
Yawneth softly. Mine apologies, noble viewers. Weariness doth overcome me. Mayhaps a delightful treat or sip of nectar would rouse me from mine slumber. Snuggleth down to nap.
A murdered thief ascending to god tier. An interesting subject revisited from the Aradia episode, Damara's talk sprite doesn't display pointed teeth. It was once believed online that the Megiddo family's teeth were connected to their Aries sign and grass-eating sheep, which their horns are based on. But the additional information supplied from Hiveswap proves that this is not the case. Skip to the time on screen if you want to avoid seeing character designs for Hiveswap Act 2 and beyond. Almost all the character designs for the burgundy-blooded trolls, such as good cinnamon roll Zephyros Trito, are confirmed to display flat, human-like teeth. This could be connected to their being more peaceful and subservient to trolls higher up in the hemospectrum, since Rustbloods seem to be commonly chosen as butlers, servants, and maids. Also, a final random fact that needs a bit more research to it. Where did Gamzee get his time machines in this scene with Jane? Chances are they were a gift from Damara, one of the few Dancestors who actually wants to serve Lord English. Still eager to get revenge on her friends, none of her dream bubble selves even show up to the battle against English in Soundpage Collide. I wonder if she's even fully aware of her alternate self's plight. Rufio Nitram's name is a reference to Rufio. From the movie Hook. Rufio without the H was a young man with red-dyed hair in charge of the Lost Boys of Neverland, and was played by Dante Bosco. Because of this, Rufio talks similarly to how Dante Bosco writes on Tumblr. However, the number 1 that replaces the letter I is a callback to Rufio's ancestor, Tavros, as Homestuck's creator, Andrew Hussey, said that if Tavros was more confident, he would type with a 1. This connects the Nitrams to their part of the Troll Sessions genetic code direct, T1CK, tick. In Soundpage Mini-Strife, Damara and Rufio are seen cosplaying as a couple, dressed as Tuxedo Mask and Sailor Moon, the anime manga series Sailor Moon. Duh. This references not only that they were part of the Lost Weeaboos, referencing the Lost Boys from Peter Pan, and the anime weeaboo subculture, but that the two were also in a past relationship. Keyword past. As mentioned earlier, Damara snapped when Rufio dumped her for Horace Sahak, causing her to paralyze Rufio from the neck down. When asked about how he got his normal body back, Rufio mentions that it involved Horace kissing his head back to life, probably while standing on some mountain. Rufio's revival by using a kiss from Horace is a clear reference to Jake English, another page reviving Dirk Strider's dream self by kissing his severed head, possibly foreshadowing future relationship problems between them. Speaking of kissing, Rufio mentions that he was almost kissed by an orange guy, aka Andrew Hussey. This is a callback to a previous scene in Act 5, spoofing Rufio's death in Hook, where Andrew Hussey, dressed as Pupa Pan, unsuccessfully attempted to restore Rufio to life by kissing him. It seems Hussey tried to repeat this action while in the dream bubbles. Rufio saying the word doll may be a reference to Pupa Pan, as doll translates to pupa in the Maltese language. Dante Bosco also uses doll in his general vocabulary on Tumblr. And wrapping up this section, as a combination, Rufio's hair, bull zodiac sign, and mutant wings could be seen as a reference to the energy drink Red Bull, as its slogan is, "Red Bull gives you wings, hashtag not sponsored." Matuna's name was suggested by Archamic, originally for his ancestor Solix. It's a shortening of the word Matuna, the Sanskrit Hindi name for the Gemini constellation. The name Matuna also sounds similar to the word Mizuna, which is a plant in the mustard family, which could link to the fact that Matuna is a yellow, aka
Puffs at chest and let's add a gentle rumble greetings, my noble viewers. 'Tis I, Louisa the Magnificent, here to bring thee joy and delightful snacks. Sniff eagerly.
He also tends to misspell things, making his writing even more difficult to read. According to the Homestuck Wiki, Matuna's behavior may have been influenced by stereotypical users of the popular image board website 4chan. This is assumed because the background and checkbox present in Matuna's speech bubbles are in the Yotsuba B style, found on the website's worksake board. Matuna may also be a shout-out to the large devoted section of Homestuck's fan base that was hosted on 4chan's co-board back in the day. Matuna is the ancestor with the longest-running Red relationship, as he's confirmed by Orania Circuit to be in a happy mateship with Teresa's Pyrobe's ancestor, Tula, for eons, and counting. Similar to his post-scratch self, Matuna overexerted his psychic talents in order to save something or someone. Matuna was supposedly successful in his attempt, but at great physical and possibly mental cost. Orania says that Matuna's Moirail, Carlos Macara, was the only witness to the incident that incapacitated him. Cronus Ampera even mentioning rumors that Matuna is only lucid and coherent when talking to Carlos, possibly due to his chuckle doodles. However, it is in my humble opinion that this may hint to Matuna possibly being controlled by this clown prince. That, hypothetically, Matuna may have witnessed and confronted Carlos, who was attempting to sabotage the group in some way, leading with the psionic controlled and made compliant by the High Blood. Speaking of psionic, Matuna's helmet may be a reference to his post-scratch self's alternate alias, the Helmsman. However, his simple helmet may be a reference to several properties. The internet claims its design could be based on the character 9Volt from WarioWare, the Masked Man from Mother 3, or even the character Jimmy from the comic Mauritania, who wears a helmet much like Matuna's, with Gemini signs on the side. But the most likely reference for his helmet would have to be Mega Man from the appropriately named Mega Man series. In the third installment of Openbound, Matuna is jokingly described by Hussey as Mega Man Solix. This mirrors the fact that the future creator of Undertale, Toby Fox, said that he used Mega Man soundtrack pieces to compose both of Solix's themes, The Last Frontier and The Blind Prophet. Lastly, much like Solix, Matuna possessed both Prospit and Dursite dream cells, as seen in the mini-strike flash page. Matuna being first seen skateboarding across a half Prospit and half Dursite bridge may be a reference to this fact. Cancri Vantus's name was originally suggested by Titulus as a suggestion for his ancestor Karkat. The Latin word cancri, with a C, is the plural form of Cancer, used in the star names of the Cancer constellation. Cancri is also the root word for words such as cancriform, which means resembling a crab or cancer. It could also allude to Karkat being crabby, since Cancri sounds similar to cranky. When it comes to his typing quirk, replacing B and O respectfully with 6 and 9 not only references Cancri's aspect, since B and O are both blood types, it also connects him to his ancestor Karkat's Cancer symbol, Cancri being the only troll without a sign, because of his red blood mutation. Wait, Pfefferi's supposedly utopian rule still singled him out? Dang. Kankri, being fairly naive, openly rebellious, and spouting social justice tirades, is considered to be a parody of the habits of certain bloggers on the popular social media site Tumblr, especially with his jumping into other people's battles without their permission and his obsession with trigger words. One of Kankri's triggers is people touching him. His preachy, long, and jargon-filled speeches earned him the nickname the Insufferable among his friends. In personality, Kankri is often seen to be the opposite of Karkat. While Karkat is constantly angry, shouting, and has low self-esteem, Kankri is usually calm, peaceful, and has a high sense of self-importance. But Karkat is able to befriend everyone out of a genuine care for them, while Kankri treats his friends poorly, pushing his own agendas forward, but unwilling to put any stock into theirs. Not to say that there isn't some friendship there, I mean, they still keep him around. And as the Signless, Kankri not only tapped into his blood powers, making him the only Alternian to remember before us, he also gained the maturity to incite the change he so desperately wanted to create. Kankri is also the only troll who is celibate, i.e. someone who chooses not to have sex, or be married, or not have sex until they're married, sometimes for religious reasons. Not that I would know. But that doesn't mean permanently, as I'm pretty sure if Latula was on the market again, Kankri would be putting on his best pair of tall pants and asking her out to the movies. It's been revealed that Kankri wears his pants hiked up to his chest. As shown in the mini-strife, they bear a resemblance to the Sufferer's pants. Both Kankri and the Sufferer's pants are a reference to the Pants Cat meme, originating from a panel showing Karkat in the background, where his shirt and pants are blended together, appearing as though he is wearing one ridiculously high pair of pants. And the memers rejoiced. The red sweater he wears was knitted by Form, in an attempt to stop looking at his pants. And also because Kankri looked pitifully cold. Aww. Wait a second. The Sprite sleeves. They have black marks around the wrists. No. No. Thank you guys so much for watching this part 1 episode for the Dancestors. I hope you enjoyed. Is there a fact that I missed? Do you have a suggestion for an episode? Leave it down in the comments below, and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
Mabel's not here. She's in Sweater Town.
Welcome back to Fridge Stuck, the Summer of Dancestors. My name is Jen, and in this video we're covering the clear skies of what I call the Day-Blooded Trolls. Mulan's name was suggested by McBatman, originally for her Dancestor, Elfrida Leone. Her name was chosen as a pun on Mulan, which is a term for the sound cats make. The name Mulan also sounds and looks similar to Merlin, a wizard from Arthurian legend, fitting her title as a mage. Mulan's personality and speech pattern is a parody of Tumblr fan bloggers, specifically from the shipping community. She uses the terminology such as feels and my babies and ee, and uses so many gifs in her memeing sign language when words are not enough. Not that I would know anything about being a fangirl. Her behavior itself is a reference to common fan interpretations of Nepida's character. Mulan continues to channel Nepida in her typing quirk, since Mulan multiplies letters and punctuation in sets of 9 and uses a prefix with cat faces, albeit with more complicated, varied, and expressive cat emoticons. Mulan, however, showing more connection to Karkat Vantas, types in all caps. stops, either out of excitement or because she's unable to gauge the loudness of her voice because of her deafness. Her deafness may be a reference to Pedro Ponce de Leon, a monk who was credited as the first teacher for the deaf, teaching them how to speak and how to communicate through writing and simple hand gestures. Homestuck's creator, Andrew Hussey, must have planned for this far in advance, considering that Nepenthes Lucis, whom Mulan shared when she was alive on Before Us, is called Pounce de Leon. Though I'm pretty sure, but we'll need to verify, the sign language Mulan uses actually spelling out gibberish, but it moves just fast enough for the reader's suspension of disbelief to kick in. As mentioned in the Nepeta Leon episode, Mulan, as a matchmaker, has a specific knack for red romance.
Hovers around the stream, flapping wings excitedly. Greetings, fair viewers. Ye may pet and play with me in the Twitch Pet Cafe extension, where treats and drinks abound. Chirps happily.
According to Arania, Mulan is supportive of the High Blood cult, but it's fine because the cult is just harmless superstition. She also says Mulan is usually private about it, but occasionally slips doctrine out into conversation. This is probably due to the influence of Berlus's hypnotic chuckle videos, and Mulan being completely unaware of her former mate Sprit's actions. This is backed up by her claims of her head feeling foggy if talked to after several conversations between her and Kurlos, and her inability to remember any of it. Or they could just be high. Really? According to Andrew Hussey in Part 3 of Openbound, Mulan and Kurlos just sign memes to each other all day while stoned, and it's implied that they smoke catnip together. Why you gotta do that, man? Why you gotta ruin something beautiful? Lastly, Mulan is the only heart player who wasn't decapitated at some point in the story. I'll see myself out. For Miriam's name was... Actually, no one definitively knows where Porum's name comes from. Some say it's a deviation of the name Porian, originally suggested by Kazmat for her dance sister Kanaya. As Kazmat explains it, her name comes from Porrima, the traditional name of the binary star in System Gamma Virginius, in the Virgo constellation. And the star Porum was named after the Roman goddess Antivorta, aka Porum. Antivorta was the goddess of the future, and pregnant women would often invoke her name to ask for protection during childbirth, as it was a belief that she would be present at the baby's birth if the child emerged head first. Knowledge of the past and children born feet first were her sister's job, by the way. Horatius is also a word that means a light green color. And I could go on about how Purim is just 2 letters off from the Jewish holiday Purim and go into a full, overly sarcastic story time about Esther, but we don't got time for that. For her typing quirk, Purim writes her lowercase o's with a plus sign attached to the end, giving them the appearance of the sign of Venus, more commonly known as the shorthand symbol for female. Considering that Venus is associated with femininity and fertility, it may connect to her sign of Virgo, the maiden. Or the fact that Purim is known for being as promiscuous in red and black romances as Kanaya is with Ashen. Other fans suspect that Purim's quirk could be read as O positive, the blood type, or as an Ankh, which in more modern interpretations is associated with goths and vampires, both possibly alluding to her nature as a rainbow drinker. The fact that her sign is Virgo not only makes sense for a maid of space, but it may also connect to her character personality, as Purim can be seen as a parody of actual decent feminist SJW bloggers on Tumblr. Andrew Hussey confirmed it as such in the 3rd part of Openbound, saying she was less boring than Cankry, and that some social justice people should look into that. Purim sought equality for women, challenging gender roles in both the foreign society and into their game session. This was motivated from a resentment of her role as Jade Blood, being a predominantly female cast whose sole duty was to care Skullgirls has many curvaceous battlers, including DLC characters. One DLC character in particular is the Egyptian-themed vampire villainess Eliza, who has a literal Porum Marium color palette swap paid for by an Indiegogo backer. Way to go, man. Just way to go. Latula's name was suggested by Rothus, originally for her ancestor Terezi. Latula could come from Latula, the Hindi sign for Libra. Other fans speculate that her name could also come from the skateboard brand Lush Tula, due to her love of skateboarding. It's also possibly related to the Romanian word la tul, which translates to noose or snare, tying in with neophyte Redglare's death and Terezi's love of nooses. Latula is incredibly protective of her mate Sprit Latuna, to the point where she'll even threaten Damara Megiddo. Terezi even says the same exchange when Damara tries to approach a sleeping Karkat. Must keep fangirl feelings in check. Unlike Terezi, Latula has flat human-like teeth, though it's been explained by her sprite artist to be an oversight. Latula also is not blind. Instead, she lacks the ability to smell, something she is just insecure enough about that she created her rad 90s skater girl attitude as a coping mechanism. She puts up a front around everyone, typical of a night player, only acting naturally around Porum, to whom she confides in. Maintaining this gamer girl facade is actually shown to be detrimental to her health, the comic mentioning that she gets stressed out over even forgetting Z's at the end of her words, and it's even confirmed that Latula takes medication for anxiety. Karkat, ever the observant one, knows about Latula's fake attitude, saying that she puts on an act for attention. This same attention grabbing is noted on her ability to smell, which Karkat does not believe is much of a disability at all, to which Hussey agrees. Speaking of which, Latula loves giving high fives, but hates to be left hanging.
Flutters wings and gazes at viewers with glowing eyes. Verily, mine hunger doth grow, but thy affection warms mine heart. Prithee, bestow me with thy finest treats, good sirs and ladies.
Originally for her ancestor, Vriska. Of course, we knew that, but it's also hinted that Terezi Pyros shares her as an ancestor, from the Alternian point of view at least. They are referred to as the Scourge Sisters, after all. Considering the context between Mindfang and Redglare, I think it's safe to say that the relationship was colligonous, very brief, and very troubling. Just like most of Mindfang's relationships. Arania is one of the only two Reformed trolls to go God tier, specifically as a silver light. With this odd combination of curious and chatty info dumper and a God tier most likely to use busybodies, was it actually a surprise that things with her happened the way they did? Kinda. I mean, the Dancestors are supposed to be over-exaggerated caricatures of the original 12 trolls, so we really should have predicted that Vriska's was going to do something manipulative. The fact that she didn't seem like the type to pull off a morally ambiguous stunt, fully willing to sacrifice anyone or anything around her to get what she wants, in the end justifies the means kind of way, was a bit of a shock. It also didn't help that the scale of her psychic abilities was completely unparalleled. Even as strong as they were, Vriska's own abilities never reached the levels of her deceivingly level-headed ancestor. Arania could read minds, control thousands of ghosts simultaneously, and even move planets with her mind. After getting killed in the fight with the Condescension, the wake of Sound Cage Game Over, we never see Arania again. By that I mean, no Arania is ever seen again. It's like she never existed. For example, 2 alternate Aranias are seen in 7 pages, but not resurrected by the life ring too much for the dream bubbles to comprehend? We might never know. Also, one last thing. An annoying blue fairy with a mouth for exposition.
Luke! Hey! Listen!
Oi. Thank you guys so much for watching this part 2 episode for the Dancestors. I hope you enjoyed. Is there a fact that I missed? Do you have a suggestion for an episode? Leave it down in the comments below and it might end up on the show someday. Be sure to leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
Are you some sort of love expert?
No, but I have friends who are.
They're trolls.
Welcome back to Fridge Stuck for the finale of the Summer of Dancestors. And as summer starts to set like the sun, let's wrap up this 3-part special with what I like to call the Dusk-Blooded Trolls. Like a few of the trolls before him, no one can say for certain who Horus Zahak was named by. It was possibly suggested by MS Paint Adventure fan Varin, originally for Equius. Hardy har on the pun. What? I'm not gonna say it out loud. YouTube is always listening. However, Horus sounds identical to Horus, the falcon-headed god from Egyptian mythology. Horus was a god of many things, but he was most well known for being the god of the skies and of the family line of the pharaohs, a literal god of kingship. Might explain why the Zahaks are so wrapped up with their place in the hemospectrum. When simplified, the origin myth for the god Horus is akin to the Lion King, aka evil uncle kills father and now Horus must reclaim the throne and everything the light touches is his kingdom, yada yada. But according to some versions of the myth, Horus wasn't born from the most natural circumstances. You see, Horus's dad, Osiris, after being locked in a sarcophagus, was torn apart into many pieces, and Isis, Horus's mom, successfully managed to put most of her brother husband's body together. Except for one important member. Anyway, Isis, who doesn't give a flying fig about what humans say is impossible, casually brings her mummified hubby back to life, creates a golden phallic symbol for him, and later gives birth to her son Horus. This explains so much for Homestuck.
So it can go
Horus,
beyond
if you think
600.
about it. God Horus would eventually overthrow his evil donkey, fox, aardvark-headed uncle Set, become king of the gods, and have, depending on the myth, 2 lovely ladies as his wives. One was Hathor, the cow-headed goddess, and Taurus-based troll Rufio Nitram as his love interest, and the other, more often mentioned wife of Horus was Serket, the scorpion goddess. Why? You were one of the few I thought had some sense of dignity. I trusted you, and you dashed it in my face. Dang it, fine thing! As mentioned in the comic, Horus built Rufio a full metal horse
So endless
body
is truly endless
when
then.
Mara Megiddo paralyzed him. But it didn't last long, as Rufio was actually killed and then resuscitated by Horus with a kiss to Rufio's severed head. Now, I'm actually going to mention that yes, the kiss was a reference to Jake and Dirk's kiss, but Rufio mentioning a mountain and Horus fighting a horse with a flaming mane is actually a callback to a painting Homestuck creator Andrew Hussey bought in 2008. Said painting of a horse attacking a football player was purchased for $425 and has made several cameos in Homestuck since. Back with Fridge Facts. Are the Arania?
So we were listening to Laurel Eevees. Go check them out on YouTube. I'm done. My body cannot take any more. And my mind is fried. So let's raid out. Let's find somebody. Literally anybody. I don't care what they're playing. Looks like he's playing a Metroid clone. Have a good night, folks.
Didn't save after getting the